Nature abhors a vacuum. I forget who said that now for some reason.
Nature abhors a vacuum. I think Aristotle said that also.
Aristotle. Getting late, guys. I'm probably going to call it a night. I wish you all the best.
Keep it flat.
Have a good one.
Next time. God willing. Later.
Good night.
Cut the shit in the house. See, dude.
Mic check. Knock knock.
Yeah, you sound good.
Cheers, thanks.
and ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Social criminals, these people in the space program, nassholes I call them. I have a very low tolerance level for stupid bull. Every one of those items is provably untrue at one level or another, but we believe them because they're pounded into our heads from the time we're children. That's what they do with that kind of stuff. They put it in the heads of kids. They pound it in there because they know kids are too young to be able to mount a sophisticated argument against these kind of ideas. And so kids, and up to a certain age, by the way, kids are going to believe everything a grown-up tells them, everything. So kids never learn to question things. Nobody questions things in this country anymore. Nobody questions things. Why? Americans have been silenced, bought off and silenced by gizmos and toys. And as a result, no one's ever learned to question things. Kids who want to learn to read are going to learn to read. Much more important to teach children to question what they read.
Despite what you might be thinking, these two circles are not equal. I repeat, these two circles are not equal. One is in fact larger than the other. What I need you to do is determine which one that is. So, please raise your hand if you believe the blue circle is larger than the red. All right. Please raise your hand if you believe the red circle is larger than the blue. All right, very good. Now, before I said anything about these two circles, what was your first instinct? Equal, right? Because they look equal. And the reason why they look equal is because, in fact, they are equal. These two circles are identical. Yet I got just about every one of you to raise your hand and say that they're not. So what did we learn? That you can be manipulated like that to believe in something that goes against your natural instincts. Just imagine as a child you're taught that the blue circle is larger than the red. If you say it enough times, you convince yourself that's the truth. If you're told the lie enough times, it becomes part of your reality. And if enough people are taught that lie, that the blue circle is larger than the red, well, now it becomes part of the culture. And if that culture then passes that misinformation along to the next generation, well, now it becomes tradition. Now, the Matrix is a story. It's a story. When told enough times to enough people, it becomes part of that culture. It becomes the tradition. And this story is being told over and over every day.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Because you can see the stars.
Oh, yeah.
You know,
we were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of polka dots.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
you see the gas.
It don't matter. Say the sky was not the limit. We fly to the moon in another second, but we haven't been back since 1972. Destroyed all the papers and blew up the Challenger crew, except for the twinsies. Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
Look out into deep space away from the sun, it's the darkest black you can imagine.
Hey, space boy, you broke my rocket man heart. Where are the stars? Is it bright or is it dark? The vacuum of space, oh, the tomfoolery.
What happens if you get a leak on that? You have a leak.
Deep over my bubble.
It's hard to comprehend.
Space is fake AF.
Two little bitty O-rings.
Space is fake AF.
It's not what you think, homeboy.
Space is fake AF.
It's all just start doing it.
Space is fake AF.
Research Eddie Bravo. You just have a leak. And what you would do is lose air.
I think there's holes in both theories from what I've seen. So I'm just I don't really, to be honest with you, David, the reason why I don't get into it is because there's a lot of division and there's a lot of negative energy that weighs in on it. So that's one of the main reasons why I don't, and it's not going to change my life, even if we we find out it is flat. But
I 100%
nonetheless-
disagree with that. Yes,
Okay.
there's negative energy if you allow it, and we'll have this conversation. It's gonna be.
Hello and welcome to the Syncretism Society podcast, episode 8. My good friends, as you can tell, my dear friend Santos is not sitting beside me today. Earlier today, his father, Victor Bonacci, passed away at hospital, and I just want to send out the greatest and largest condolences and prayers to him and his whole family. We're all with you, my brother, and we're supporting you all the way through, as you know. So Logan will be sitting in today as our dear guest. Yes. And we have a very, very, very special guest today. You all know him very well, Mr. David Weiss. Round of applause, guys.
No, come on. I don't know if they all know me. I mean, I am outspoken a little bit. But...
They all know you, David. They all know you.
Oh, wow.
Yes. Yeah. So it's amazing to have you on here. Really excited about the content that you've been providing. I've been watching you for a while now.
Okay.
And I was saying how you literally, I'm not going to go and say the word, but you literally take a nice all over all the Globers. Nice one. Nice big one.
You know what? It's so easy to do, and people that they're, we have our dedicated Globers who basically are soulless, channels for Satan or whatever you want to call it. But then there's just the normal people that are like, oh, flat earth is stupid. And they don't understand their own model, and they don't understand our model. They think that we're a disc floating in space, which you've seen me show every time. And that's crazy. We're not that, and they've been to the Flat Earth Society. We're not that. That's not us. That's crazy. And I would think that flat earthers are stupid too. Here's what I just want to clear up. When we say the earth is flat, there's hills and valleys and stuff. So it's not flat like that. We live on a plane with hills and valleys, and we don't know what's under it. Nobody knows whether ball or flat. We don't know how many dimensions are above us or below us. There's so much we don't know, but we know that we don't know. Ballers think they know it all. One thing that we all know for sure, that anyone that's researching, is that we don't live on a spinning space ball flying through an infinite space vacuum. We didn't evolve from pond scum.
For sure.
I mean, maybe some have, but I don't think so.
Yeah, I could point some out downstairs.
Yeah,
from our studio for sure. There's a couple, but man, I'm so excited to have our audience look at some of your content, man, and let's get into it, man. Before we get into it, if possible, my friend, can you just give us a little bit of background about you and how you got into the flat Earth?
Imagine a teenage girl being grabbed by the ankle and dragged into a pit of alligators that are very hungry. That's how I got into flat Earth, right? Because I was forced.
Alligators.
Yeah.
It was horrible. It was just horrible. I was like, flat Earth. I was doing a conspiracy podcast, and I hate the word conspiracy now just because it's so psyopted. But I was looking into all of the deceptions, the New York one, Connecticut, the marathon, all that stuff, and I was doing great work on it. And working with tons of other people. And then people said, hey, look into flat Earth. And I was like, oh, that's funny. Ha, ha, ha. And then they'd send it again. I'm like, okay, you're banned from ever listening to my podcast again. And then I was forced by Sophia Smallstorm to take a look. All right. I was like, not you too. And I went in closed-minded, planning to debunk it. Just going to end this. This is dumb. It's the dumbest thing ever. And I thought it was the dumbest thing ever because of all of the programming I had to believing what flat Earth isn't, they wanted me to believe something that it really isn't.
Yeah.
And then when I started understanding, I'm like, okay, this is interesting, but it's all online. I got to prove this myself. Spent $1,000, bought a Nikon P900, good tripod. And I went down to look at something that should have been 66 feet over the curve. And there it was. And I could see the water, the surface of the water for dozens of miles beyond it, where there should be hundreds of feet of curvature. And I'm like, that's not a refraction. That's just there. And then I started looking into how our eyes work. And we have tons of videos explaining the angular resolution limits of your eyes. And what happens, that's not the only reason things disappear because of angular resolution. When it's angular resolution only, you take a zoom camera and bring that ship right back into view.
Yep.
Right. So, But then sometimes you're like, oh, I really can't bring it back. Well, that's because there's miraging going on. There's haze. There's little waves in the, as things go into the distance, something's big and it moves away. It gets smaller and smaller and smaller. So if I had a wave this big, right, it doesn't really block it, right? It doesn't really block it. But as I go away,
obviously
that wave isn't getting, I'm going backwards. That wave isn't getting smaller. And it starts blocking, and then everything converges into the horizon, and it's a fake horizon. Clouds at 5 or 10,000 feet, whatever height that cloud deck is. When you look out over the water, just 20 miles away, 20, 30 miles away max, they're already compressed into the water.
Yes.
Okay, and then that's everything just goes beyond, and it just looks like it's going down.
So I have a question on that for you.
Before we get into, we I don't think we recorded this. So Logan, for our guests out there, Logan is neutral.
Yeah, I'm neutral. I don't really care because
he-
it's not going to change my life. But anyway, David said he has a reason why.
That's the one thing that triggers me when someone says, "What difference does it make?" It's not going to change my life. It's
But
going to
I'm
change your
interested
life.
to hear what you have to say on that.
It's going to change your life.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. That's awesome. So I like to learn new things. Okay. So I observe the hell out of nature. Okay, especially being here in the sun in Mexico.
Nature doesn't
and
lie.
when you're at high noon here on the beach, and I put my hands up. Now I know there's obviously light refraction that plays a role into all this, but when you're putting your hands up above to block out the light, to look at the sun, to me anyway, from my perspective, I see the sun as a specific size. And then on the top deck of my casita, I have a fourth spot where I can go up there and I can watch the sunset. And to me, the sun is bigger as it comes down, what it appears to be going below the horizon than above. Now, if it is going straight across the earth, then to me, it would be the same size and it would get smaller as it moves away from us. And that just is not what has happened since I've been observing it here.
And that's because you do not understand what you're seeing. And tonight, I'm going to teach you all what you're seeing.
Cool.
Okay.
Awesome.
So I'm going to show you guys two tables. Are these the same width and dimension?
Well, I know.
No, I've watched your stuff.
Okay,
on,
so again, your eyes, it's very difficult. So this is just showing you that unless you can touch it and measure it, you can't really tell. So first, let's you guys, you probably have seen this, but I want to show it again because then I'm going to lead into something new that I'm going to show. Have you seen my flat Earth kitchen? Seen this?
Yes, I've watched your video on this.
Just real quick so people can see it. We're looking.
This is for our guests for sure.
We're looking at the sun from the elevation of the sun. This line is level. Yes, it's level. I verified it in the full video, but you can see that it's level. Here's my counter. Here it is moving along. This is it can be a cloud deck or a mountaintop, whatever. It's opaque and it's above it. Now we're going to look at the view of the same path from the table, from the far end of the table, and look at the line. It looks like it's going down. If I showed you this first and said, is this line level? You would say, no, it's going down. And look, it never went below this, but this is from the viewer's point of view at your eye level. This is compressed into the horizon. Look at the line now. It's almost going straight down. Okay. So this is just without any atmosphere, refraction, magnification, nothing. Okay. Now we compare it to a real sunset. And look, it goes behind. This is the real sunset. An atmospheric deck. So this is that cardboard bottle thing I had, right? But your eyes can't see the difference between that line and the apparent horizon, and it all crunches together and it all just disappears beyond this cloud deck, atmospheric deck of opacity. So now we're going to talk about perspective. So when you watch something go away, it gets smaller. Bam, it just goes away and it gets smaller because you are at the same level as that thing. As it goes away, it gets smaller. Nobody disagrees with that. So this is perspective, and it literally goes away until it disappears. Now, these lines are all level, but look at these lines here. These are almost going straight down. Okay. This is a hallway and it's level, but your eye perceives these as going down. So here we have a sun that's already elevated. Okay. It's really going straight across, but due to perspective, it goes down. And this is what an observer would see. This is like a cross view of it. And this is what you would see. Though this sun is just going down due to perspective, like I just demonstrated. Okay. So I forget what the name of the effect is. So here the train cars, it's already reduced.
Yeah.
And as it goes away, it really doesn't change size very much. So this is a cartoon. Let's look at it in reality. Here's two balls. Okay. that are the same size, 6 feet apart. The one in the distance is way, way, way small. Okay. So we have a camera looking at it. One's very close, one's very far. It shrank already, as things do as they go into the distance. But when we lift the camera up, straight up, not getting any closer to the other one, watch what happens. Okay. Because when something is already away from you, its perspective drop gets less and less. And at 7 feet high, they're pretty much the same size, right? So if I move this ball along the track, it's not going to get any smaller. And perspective tells you it's going down. Okay. This is all just a trick of the eyes.
Yeah,
and that's how it works. Now, here's another thing. There's 2 more things I'm going to tell you. One, as that sun is going away, as it becomes lower and lower, you're looking, like when you're looking at the sun above you, you're looking through just a little bit of atmosphere. But when you're looking at the sun away from you and it's already dropped, you're looking at it through all of the atmosphere. And when you're looking out over water, there's moisture in that air. So as the sun is going away, remember, it's already up. It's not going to get much smaller. It's also being magnified a little bit sometimes, not every day. That's why sunsets look at different sizes on different days. Okay. It's called atmospheric magnification. That just plays a little part. And then the last thing is, it's really not bigger. When you see, the next time you guys have an opportunity to see a moonrise or moonset that is gigantic on the horizon, well, you're like, wow, that's big. It's not. It's the same size as this one above you. And the way to do it, you know, you think like, wow, look at that moon. You take a picture and you look at the picture and go, oh, it looks tiny, right?
Yeah.
But you look at it, it's gigantic.
Huge,
it's your mind. Here's what you do. Sounds gay. It's not. Turn around, spread your legs, bend over, and look at the moon upside down through your legs. And it will be tiny.
You're kidding me.
It will be tiny.
Why? Because
your brain short circuits and it can't.
Oh my God.
It's totally a short circuit. It's the way we see things. We don't see. Yeah. So the whole argument of the sun not getting smaller, and by the way, it does get smaller many times, depending on the.
Try it out later.
Yeah. Is it a full moon? Look at me.
No, it was a few days ago.
Yeah. So, well, it might be big enough, but this was taken by a soldier in Afghanistan, super dry, not over the water, and no humidity, and the sun just goes away. Paul McCartney knows the fool on the hill sees the sun going down, but the eyes in his head see the world spinning round. And this, look, we are spinning backwards at 1,000 miles an hour.
Yeah.
Why isn't that sun going down? It's just going away, and it's getting smaller and smaller and smaller until you can't see it anymore. Okay. So.
And then you zoom in and then you'll see it again.
Well, here's one. Looks like this one's setting over the water, right? But as I showed you before in my kitchen one, you can't see that there's space between the sun and the water. And when you zoom in, because, you know, these clouds over here are the same height as the ones above you. But when you zoom in, oh, look, it's not touching the water. It's still up there. Oh. And then over distance, like right here becomes opaque and the sun will just go behind that. And it looks like it's going down. It's not. We showed you that with the perspective. And it looks like it's disappearing behind the horizon, but it's not. There is no physical horizon. We can see too far. It's all nonsense. Next.
I love this guy.
That was a good explanation.
It is. It is. That's why it's so.
That was a good explanation.
It's very simple to fall into the flat Earth. Because all the
here's the thing. Sorry, I just get very excited.
Yeah, I would be too.
When you're looking at things that you can't touch, there's many reasons. Like people say, well, why do the stars rotate in the opposite direction in the south? Well, if I'm sitting here watching the stars spin around me and they're coming from my left shoulder to my right shoulder, so they're going this way, right? Left shoulder to right shoulder. Right. Well, if I was in the south and I was over here, going from my right shoulder to my left shoulder, and they're not going in a different direction. Here's what you just think about this. No matter where you are in the earth, the stars, the sun, and the moon rise in the east and set in the west. They're all going in the same direction. Oh. Okay. Whether it's clockwise or counterclockwise, just has to do with the direction that you are facing. They all rise in the east, set in the west. They're all spinning around like a perfect clock above us.
Of course. Guys, if the globe's spinning at 1,000 miles per hour, we're traveling through space at 66,000 miles per hour. Do you think the stars would stay in the exact same positions?
We're chasing the sun
over and over again.
4.5 billion miles a year we move. 4.5 billion. And there's no parallax. No parallax ever. But NASA says that they can measure parallax from like June and then December, when we're on the other side of the sun, 183 million miles, and they can tell by the parallax on how far they are, right? But what about the 4.4 billion miles that we moved, in the course of a year? And then when you talk about these speeds and distances, people have no friggin' idea. Let me just show you. Watch this. This is the hypersonic sled. It's going to go by Mach 8.4. Don't blink. Okay. Did you see it?
Whoa.
Okay.
That's Mach 8.4?
This is Mach 8.4.
Wow.
We are orbiting the sun 10 times faster than that. And we are chasing the sun 90 times faster than that.
Insane.
And all of these orbits, all of these motions are not straight. Like they're elliptical motions. Imagine you're in a car on a perfectly smooth road and you have a dinner plate and you fill it with water to the edge and you're going perfectly straight on a perfectly smooth road. That's fine, right? But when you take a little bit of a turn, that water is coming right off the plate. But we have lakes that look like this. We are going 10 times and 90 times in two different directions faster than that hypersonic sled. But we have lakes that don't do this. Neil deGrasse Tyson, the high priest of scientism, he says that because of the spin of the earth, the water bulges at the equator. Well, that makes sense. I get it. It makes sense. It was 14 miles high. 14 miles high. If I left Alaska and I wanted to fly to Santiago, I'm only flying at 5 miles high. At what point do I triple my height, triple my normal cruising altitude to skim over a hump of water? Okay.
Well, I don't think they promote its actual water. They said that over the billions of years of development of the Earth, that it's turned into oblate spheroid. So it's not the water itself that they're talking about. They're talking about, exactly. The BS that they're pulling is that the thing has turned into this oblate spheroid. It's no longer a sphere. Meanwhile,
what does gravity follow the contour of that? Like you're going and gravity goes up, now go up, now go down. It's the dumbest thing ever. Here,
of course it is.
You know my Bitcoin challenge. I have a Bitcoin challenge on my app. If you watch the daily video every day for 2 weeks and you still think the Earth is a globe, do you know about it?
No.
Oh. Have you seen my app?
I know about your app. Yes, for sure.
Right. I have I'm going to show you the app in a minute. We're going to go over seasons, then I'll show you the app, and then I'll tell you my challenge. And then I got another challenge. The first challenge, you get 3 Bitcoins. The second challenge, you get 100 Bitcoins.
Yeah. Wait, hold on. First of all, you got 100 Bitcoin? I'm
going to give 100 Bitcoins.
You got 100 Bitcoin, David?
Wait until you hear the challenge. It's kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, that's.
I'm in crypto myself. 100 Bitcoin.
Nice.
That's no joke.
Are you a Hexican?
I'm part of the Ripple army.
Ripple, baby.
Oh boy. Good luck. You're either gonna make it or not make it.
No, but right, Hinman's deposition was yesterday, so we're about to find out what's going on with the case. Yeah, everything's.
I've got some Ripple. Good. All right, so getting back to Logan's questions.
Yes.
Logan, what about seasons? You want to ask that question?
Yeah, actually, since we're at questions, the other one that I observe is the sun's pattern as it spins around according to the flat Earth model, and the amount of daylight and nighttime certain places on the map have. So I was looking at the south of the very south of South America and Argentina, and it having during December it has.
As you're saying this, remember daylight and sunlight are 2 different things.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
I got you. So the sunrise and sunset gives it about 16 hours of daylight, as well, according to the map here.
Some sunlight mixed in there, yes.
Right, and then you have all the way at the opposite end up in Alaska. I don't know the town, but it doesn't.
It doesn't set at all. Correct.
Right. So how do you manage that kind of aspects?
Yeah. So on the tilted wobbling space ball, we're supposedly tilted at whatever degrees, right? My green is picking up. So we're tilted. So when the sun is summer, when it's over the Tropic of Cancer, it's summer in the north, and everything has its weather patterns. 6 months later, it's the opposite, and equal latitudes south should have the same weather, but they don't. It's completely different. Animal life is different. Plant life is different. Everything, weather, light, it's all different. So that kind of disproves the globe right there and leans towards the flat Earth model. When I say lean, I mean heavily represents what we're seeing on the flat Earth. What we're seeing here, this is a dome. and we have an external light just moving just a tiny bit, and you watch the light patterns. This is the actual light patterns put on the flat Earth map from time and date, and you see when the sun moves in, it lights up this area, and when it moves out, it wraps around. So in the far south, it wraps. The light will wrap. Watch, because it comes around and it wraps around, and it wraps around here. So the sun is long gone because it antarced away from you, hint, hint, okay? Versus when you're in the north in Norway or Alaska, the sun is arcing around you, Arctic, hint, hint, okay? So they're telling you what's going on. This is how it happens. If the Earth was a spinning globe, besides us all being dead, you wouldn't have light patterns like this. You would have matching seasons at 60 degrees south and 60 degrees north. And when you look in Alaska, there's buffalo, bison, whatever, moose, all different types of plants. But at equal latitude south, there's almost nothing. And that's because the way the sun goes around. So let me pull up my app, and we'll talk about seasons and the light patterns. I have to activate it here.
You getting all this, Logan?
Yeah, no, definitely.
He's taking it in. It's new information, and we're going to get into why it matters because, with all the crap, I listened to your podcast yesterday. You guys were hitting on all the stuff that we're worried about, and this is the most important topic of our time because if we ever get our freedoms back, how long are we going to keep it when the elite, the people that are running this place, they know the truth of this world? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh boy. I'm having an issue. Give me 1 second.
No worries.
No
worries at all.
What is go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say about the flat Earth. People need to understand that what they're trying to push onto us is the fact that we're so insignificant that we evolved, like you say, from this pond scum, that we're spinning on this globe, traveling through space meaninglessly. And this is what they're taking from us. So it does change everything.
It changes everything.
It changes the whole ball game. So,
all right, Logan. So
here we go. Yeah.
Everything I'm going to say here is really easy to understand. Clear your head from the memorization and regurgitation training you had in all of your schooling. And we're going to learn something new that's very, very simple. All right. And so imagine, before I show you, Logan, you and I are, where you guys, you're in friggin' Mexico, so you don't even know what snow is, but maybe you know what snow is. Let's say you're here in Connecticut. You're from New York. All right. Upstate New York. Yeah. So it's freezing cold, middle of the winter. We're sitting outside in a snowy field for some stupid reason, and we're about 20 feet apart, okay? And we're freezing. And then somebody comes over with a long pole and a big, huge heat lamp and holds it 10 feet over your head. You look up and you're like, I feel that heat. It's coming down on me. That's your summer sun. I'm 20 feet away, and I see that, due to perspective, much lower in the sky. I could barely feel the heat. It's far away, and I don't feel the heat. That's my winter sun. And then they move that light over, straight and leveled, 10 feet over my head. I'm like, ice is melting off of me. It's lower in your sky. It's farther away. You don't feel the heat. That's your winter sun. So right here, and this proves that we're not a spinning ball flying through space. Seasons make zero sense on a globe Earth. So the sun and the moon are a perfect clock. Right now, we are part of this Earth system. We, as humans, we can't live off of this Earth. We're connected to it, and they're lying to us about the time. The sun should be pinned to the hour hand, but they're telling us it's an hour later than it is for some ridiculous reason. So the sun keeps track of the hours and the days. The moon keeps track of the weeks and the months. Remember, there used to be 13 months of 28 days. Yep. And as you can see, the sun is catching up to the moon and the moon is waning. The sun will lap the moon once every 28 days. So the moon keeps track of the weeks and the months. Okay? You with me so far?
Yes.
So now I'm going to turn on the stars. The stars are also going in the exact same direction. They tell us the moon is going in the opposite direction. It's ridiculous. The sun is going, it doesn't lap the stars don't lap the sun every 28 days like the sun laps the moon. The stars lap the sun once a year. What does that mean? So we were just in the Tropic of Cancer, which has moved past, and now we're in Leo. And it's slowly, Leo is going to get past the sun in about a month. It takes about a month for each one of these to pass. So that's how the sun is in each zodiac. So, so also the sun that we see, we'll get into that, migrates in between the Tropic of Cancer, which is this inner yellow line, and the Tropic of Capricorn. As you can see, it goes pretty warm in Mexico, right over you, just like that heat lamp, right over you. But I'm up here in the north. It's still pretty close, not too bad. Australia is having their winter, right? Because the sun is finally, it's coming back. You know, June and July, it was out over here, but now it's moving back towards Australia. If I jump forward to December, the sun is out over Australia. They're having their summer. We're having our winter. Up here in New York, it's freaking cold because look, here's New York. You see my mouse? And the sun's going to come around all the way over here. So far away, like that heat lamp, far away, low in the sky, shorter days, less heat. Like at the high point of the day in December, the highest point of the sun for that day, on a clear day, you can look at the sun here in Connecticut and not even feel the heat on your face. But in June, when the sun is on the horizon, at the most severe tilt, if we lived on a ball, that's more than the 23-degree tilt, literally on the horizon, as soon as it shows up, I could feel the heat on my face. That's a much more less direct phase. You know, they would tell you there should be an ice age according to mainstream science every morning, but there's not. And it gets worse. In the helio nonsensical bullshit model, they tell us that during our northern summer, we're 3.5 million miles farther from the sun than we are in the winter. So they want us to believe that on December 21st, when I'm looking up at the sun, pretty direct angle, and I can't feel the heat, that we're 3.5 million miles closer than when in June, I look at the sun on the horizon and I feel the heat on my face. This is nonsense. This is complete total mind control. They've inverted everything. All right. So real quick, and I'll just get out of the app. Every day, here's the thing: 3 Bitcoins for touch. If you watch the featured video every day for 2 weeks, and then you can come up with 1 proof of the globe. But before you do it, you have to hit the question mark. And when you do, up comes what Google is hiding from you. Right now, they're still on YouTube, but we have plans to move them off of YouTube because of the censorship. But if you say, hey, Dave, what about eclipses? What about gravity? What about ships over the horizon? If I click ships over the horizon, hit open YouTube, up comes a list of videos that Google will not serve you. They don't want you seeing these. They haven't deleted them yet. They've deleted a bunch, but they're in here. And then you watch these and you're like, all right, I got to go test that myself. Don't believe anything I'm telling you. You need to test this yourself. Unlike NASA, we can't verify anything. Also in the app, if you hit the web button, tons of other resources. Our video will be here. When you guys upload the video, it'll be right there under DITRH interviews. Here's my channel, DITRH, the initials for Deep Inside the Rabbit Hole, short videos. Biblical Flat Earth, amazing stuff, even if you're not into the Bible. And then on the bottom right, one of my favorites is Tartaria and the mud floods.
Baby. I love that.
And then also I've added Stellium 7, where he's showing mammoths, mountains that were mammoths. You know, I laughed at that until I was forced to watch it again. I'm like, Jesus. Now you go outside and you don't know what the heck you're looking at. It's truly amazing. Tons of stuff. Books. One of my favorites, 16 emergency landings that prove flat Earth. I'll show you that in a moment.
Nice.
And another one, the Iron Republic. What's beyond Antarctica? Very, 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 very interesting story. Tons of stuff in there. Tons of resources. And if you're unsure about spending $3 on an app, what's that?
The Iron Republic is what again? It's
a story about. Let me get out of the app. Also in the app, tons of, like, when you're talking flat Earth with somebody, you want to show them some pictures. You're like, oh, you believe in satellites? Like, you believe this is going on?
Is that what people really believe in?
This is what people believe. Look, check this out. Imagine this satellite right here is geostationary, which means this one stays above this point of land, right? Well, this is what the Earth is doing. This is what the Earth is doing. It's spinning at 1,000 miles an hour. It's orbiting the sun at that hypersonic 10 times the hypersonic sled speed and chasing the sun. And that satellite somehow mimics all of those distance, all of those directions, speeding up and slowing down on all of them, and somehow stays over the same point of land. That is nonsense. Complete and total nonsense.
Insanity. It really is insanity.
And there's so much more. And another feature I'm adding, which is literally I'm testing it this week. I think it's going to need another week or two, but you can find other flat earthers that have the app. You can turn it on and you can say, hey, you know what? I don't want to be invisible. That's fine. Or you can say, hey, just give my general position or give my exact position. So I could be like down in Mexico and say, hey, I want to go grab some tacos. And I'll look at it and go, hey, there's a couple flat earthers hanging out in the taco place on the corner. And boom, I'm going. I'm like, hey, I'm the guy with the gray hat. Come say hello. Like if I was at a beach and someone said, hey, sent me a message like, hey, I'm at this beach. I'm going to the tiki bar. Come say hello. I'm in. I love meeting flat earthers. They're the greatest people on earth. So,
wow. You said you're in Connecticut?
I am.
Where? That's where
I'm in lower Fairfield County.
Oh, Fairfield. Okay.
Is that okay?
Nice.
Oh man, we need this information out to everyone. Everybody.
You're really tan for Connecticut, though, my friend.
I spend a lot of time on the water, and nice. I enjoy my summers the best I can because the sun cures the C word, and suntan lotion gives you the C word.
That's right.
Oh yeah, big time.
So I don't use suntan lotion. And I also turn my brightness down a little bit because I don't want to be.
Oh, it's good, man.
On my light.
Saturated going on. Oh, good for you. I'm happy that you get out there in the sun.
Yeah. When are you gonna come visit us, David?
I want to come soon. I'm literally considering moving to Mexico. So
do it. Come to our town, man. Come to our town.
I will. We'll talk about it. So seasons prove the Earth is flat. Prove that it's not a globe. What else you got? What here? If I said to you right now, what's the number one thing? We've taken the sun shrinking off the table. What's the number one thing that makes you think the Earth is a globe? I'm not even going to say flat. Let's not talk flat. What makes you think the Earth is a globe?
Well, I don't think it's a globe.
All right, we're done. We're done here, everybody.
Really clear with everybody that's listening. I'm neutral because I said.
So what do you think it is, though? If it's not a globe.
No,
it's not a flatter plane.
No, I lean more towards the firmament. I believe that we're under something.
Okay.
And I think the Earth is an egg shaped, and we're actually underwater. But it's a little bit of a deep rabbit hole to go down since we're not even kind of getting into that.
I would love to get into that a little bit too. Why not? Let's get into that. My question is this. My question to Logan is this: when you picture the plane that we are on, right? When you close your eyes, what do you see?
Oh, for sure.
Do you see us standing on a sphere? Do you see us standing on an oblate spheroid like Neil deGrasse? No,
dude, I'm not into the globe at all.
So what do you feel that we're on? What do you feel that we're standing on? What is it that you think that we're standing on then? If it's not a globe and if it's not a flat plane, then what is it? Is it a triangle? Is it or what is it?
I mean, we could get into so many different. Well, I mean, obviously, we're on a flat stationary.
So you believe?
I totally am 100% on board with that for sure. But there are many other layers to this whole entire concept.
Absolutely. There's heavenly realms right above us. We can see them. Look at the clouds.
There's things we can't really kind of define, I think.
100%. We're 1,000% on the same page.
That's what I'm after, the stuff that we can't define. Yeah, the stuff that we can't define. David, I have a question for you. This is my last one, right? And I know you'll be the best person to ask. How do you clarify the moon observational points when you're on the flat Earth and everybody's seeing the same exact moon, the picture of it? If you're standing in one area and you look up, you're going to have an exact replica of someone standing in the far north looking at it. Whereas if you're really looking at it from that flat Earth and you're
what do you mean by the same size? You mean?
I'm talking about the same.
No, the same.
I'm about exactly the same face, but the in the south, but it looks like that in the north.
But it does look like it's cartwheeling as it goes across, just because it's turning around. And in the south, it's upside down. Well, if you drew a smiley face on your ceiling and one of you stood at one end of the room and one stood at the other end, one's going to see a sad face, one's going to see a smiley face.
Of course, that's
just the orientation. That's fine. Yeah. But that's people like, well, no, it's because you're upside down. No, that's mind control. So here's the thing. The things that we see in the sky, I don't believe any of them are physical. They're all, for lack of a better word, projections into our realm through the firmament. Right. I don't believe that the sun that we see, and there's so much more evidence coming out. If you've looked into the second sun or the spirit sun, as Crow 777 talks about,
yes,
and we've seen it during an eclipse when the sun is dimmed enough where you can see the projector. You ever watch a rear view movie on like a hanging sheet or something? You can watch the whole movie on the sheet, But if you look at the sheet real carefully, you can see the projector, the source of that projection. So I believe that the sun and the moon are being projected into what I call our personal atmospheric dome. So each person is inside of in the center of each personal atmospheric dome. So watch, the sun's over here. It's set for this person. It's set. And as it comes back, watch this point of light, here it comes, is rising, this intersection right here. So it's noon here. It's early afternoon here, late afternoon here.
I'm not catching. What do those domes represent?
So these represent the way we see. We can only see a couple hundred miles, and the sun is being projected, and we're seeing it in our personal atmospheric dome. So as it moves along, imagine this being Connecticut and this being California. All right. So as the sun is moving away, it's noon there. It's noon there. It's late afternoon here. It's evening here. Okay. As the sun moves away, that's how we see it. So it's being projected and it's just moving around. And then, this is an animation, that's an animation. So we can do it in real life and get the same results. So I took a glass dome, if I could find it, it moved. And I got a light and I put it outside the dome and I moved it over. And what we see is I don't see the video. It's gone now. Where is it? Oh, here it is. So this is actually more of sunrise and sunset, but watch, I'm just moving the light across the top, not lowering it. And it looks better in person. You look inside the dome and it really looks like a ball sun. It looks like a ball. Like when you take a magnifying glass and focus it, to burn things, it looks like a ball. And then it never goes below. It just, watch, I'm bringing it back now. It appears on the horizon, sunrise. It rises up through the sky and, noon for the observer. And then it just goes away and then it fades away. It never goes below. Let me show you I don't know, you guys, you've seen this, right? This is my drone, freezing cold. It has to be below freezing, no humidity, super clear. And I watched the sun. It went down, down, down in 5 minutes times. It just went down, down, down. And if the earth was spinning, it would keep going, but it didn't. It went down, 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 down. And it stopped and it sat there. Super sped up. It just sat there for 10 minutes. It should have been long gone. And instead of it going down,
oh my Lord.
Instead of it going down, watch. It just
disappeared.
It just disappeared. This is the most.
Is that not proof enough?
Where was that at? Where was that at?
I filmed this 7 different times from Connecticut. Okay, but you have to be. People are like, well, how come other people haven't filmed this? I'm like, because you don't have retards out there. It's freezing cold, super clear, flying a drone that's about to drop out of the sky because its batteries are freezing, and looking out a sun that it's a tiny little speck, right?
Look at that.
Yeah, and it just fades. It fades away.
Is that not proof enough?
That's just, that's.
And but here's the thing, people, it's out of focus. You need a solar filter, right? So when you please somebody, when I please the trolls, whatever, I listen. I said, okay. And I went up, I put a solar filter on and the sun went down, 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 and it disappeared before it even got to the most interesting part because the solar filter makes it so you can't see the dim light. So then I landed the drone, took the solar filter off, put it back up. Oh, there's the sun. Right? It looked like it's set with the stupid solar filter. That's why when they yell solar filter, what they're saying is put a blindfold on and you might as well put a muzzle on too. Okay. So again, I filmed this again and again and again. I have a playlist called Sun Fade Out playlist on DITRH. It's mind blowing when you watch these things. It'll make you cry when you watch it in full. This is what's happening.
Where's this at?
On my YouTube channel, and they're in the app also. On the app, where did the sun go? Hit the question mark. Where did the sun?
What day on the calendar was this?
This one, I don't know. I do them all. I mean, it was cold. It has to be. It's normally November, December, January, February. Yeah. Because once the summer sun comes back, there's too much moisture in the air, and then the atmosphere gets too thick, and then you see it set behind that atmospheric horizon. Before it fades
just
away,
disappearing like that, it stops.
Right.
It stops its decline.
It literally went down, down, down. It was you can watch it. It's going down, 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 and it stopped.
There is no explanation.
Yeah,
for that.
that's the stuff that you can't explain. That's
No.
You can't explain it. The sun's just moving away. It's very simple. The sun's moving away. Earth is flat. It matters, not the shape of the earth. Like, I used to say when I was dragged in kicking and screaming from the alligators, I said, what difference does it fucking make? I still have to go to work, right? And I had my own company. I was making more money than I ever thought I could make. And then something in the universe said, walk away from it all, Dave. Send this message out, because if we get our freedoms back, how long can we hold it if we're in a prison planet in our mind, flying through an infinite space vacuum where, the most of the world has no idea who they are or the power of their mind? They don't want you to know that your thoughts create your reality. This center that you're in, did you help create it?
Of course.
Yeah. So you helped create it because you had positive intentions. You sent it out, and the universe conspires to give you whatever you're thinking about, not whatever you want. If you're focusing on what you don't want, they're going to give it to you. Okay. Focus on what you want, and it gets delivered. I have a friend who isn't happy with his job, and he made a comment, and I really felt it, a month ago. He's like, I'm really done with this business. I need to do something else. I'm done with it. Okay. Right. And so he's still plugging away at his job, but all of a sudden his bosses started coming down on him and started laying more and more and more crap on him. And like, look, he's like, I think they're setting me up to fail. Well, that's the universe conspiring to help him out. He's like, you just said you didn't want this, so we're helping you make that move. It's literally like you're in a river and you go with the flow, and the flow is your thoughts. And if you try to stop that river, it's just going to back up until it busts the dam. Okay. So I walked away to bring this to people. The amount of emails I get, people saying, Dave, I was depressed. I was lost. I didn't, wasn't happy. And after I found Flat Earth, my depression went away. I've never been more interested. I've met the greatest people. I went to Flattoberfest, which is a conference we're having in South Carolina in October this year. And life gets better. Here's the thing. When you become a flat earther, you lose some friends. Some friends are just like, they can't handle it. And then that's all right. That's their journey. My brother and sister don't talk to me. We never even discuss flat earth, so I don't even know. But you make a new family. Every single flat earther I've met at all these conferences I've gone to are now my best friends. They're amazing. And my app, the Find Other Flat Earthers feature, is going to bring people together. There's going to be babies because of this. Okay.
Little flat earth babies. Huh?
I mean, great. So you like talking to flat earthers. What if you were out in town, you flipped up your map and go, hey, there's a couple flat earthers. Wait, let me zoom in. You're like, hey, they're over there at the tequila bar. You're going over there to say hello.
Because you already have more than one thing in common with somebody. If they believe in the flat earth, you already know there's more in common.
They're awake and aware, and they're the most interesting people from all walks of life, all socioeconomical levels. They're all awesome. And I always say, if I had a roll of $100 bills and I dropped it at the conference, somebody would figure out whose it was and return it to me.
Wow.
Okay. And you can't say that anywhere else. Flat earthers are amazing people. People.
I just like people that are in that kind of mindset of challenging everything that's on the norm.
But I heard Santos say it yesterday that, he's not going to stop because flat earth is important. When someone says it's not important, that is the worst case of Stockholm syndrome ever. It's not important that you don't know who you are. It's not important that you don't know where you are. That's not important that they're hiding free energy. They're hiding our history. They're hiding more land.
Everything.
They're hiding everything. They're hiding your true potential. And the thing is, everyone's like, I went to lunch with an old friend of mine when I was in the printing business. And as we walked into the place, he went and put a friggin' face muzzle on, and I friggin' yelled at him. And I told him, I called him a lot of names, one being a cuck. And I told him, I was like, what the? He goes, well, I don't know what the rules are. What rules? Here's the thing. The only power government, mind control, govern the mind, is in your imagination. It's just like space, the only thing that's going to space is your imagination. What is beyond the shoreline of Antarctica? Antarctica is the highest land on Earth. It contains our world pond. Okay. Yeah. If you're at a pond and you went to the edge and you dug a hole lower than the pond's going to flow out. Antarctica is the highest land on Earth. It's the container of our pond. What's beyond it? Maybe David, there's more land out here.
That's what I wanted to talk to you about. I want to really move away. No, not move away, but I really wanted to get into the things that we don't know, the things that aren't factual to us. Yes. Everything that you're presenting right now is bare facts. It's absolute evidence. What's outside of let's dig deep. Let's see what we could
here's a Japanese map showing all of these other continents outside of Antarctica.
So what do you think? Do you think that the firmament, right, is the dome over our pond? Or do you think the firmament is the dome over all the ponds?
You know, one of the people that came up with I call it the egg theory, the cosmic egg theory. We're here, our sun and moon are circling around, but then there's another sun and moon out here. Maybe Mars and Venus are the sun and moon out here. And I did a little model. I got to film it where I have a distant sun. I have the light out farther away, and then I looked at my dome in the middle, and it looked like a star. I'm like, it looks like just like the way we see it. And then out here is another sun and moon, which would be the sun would be Saturn and the moon would be Jupiter, right? So these are possibilities. I did a talk with Sophia Smallstorm called The Outward Flow of Civilizations about where did all the Mayans and the Incans and all of these civilizations, where did they go? Maybe they flowed outwards with their sun, and then a new sun was born in the middle. Sounds a little biblical, right? So the sun oscillates, it moves. Where the sun goes, people go. Maybe there's more civilizations out here.
Absolutely.
I don't know.
It might be underground tunnels leading you to them as well. You don't even.
I would call people that live in the extra land, the extra territory, I would call them extraterrestrials. And if we live in the inner space, they're coming from outer space.
Yeah.
Okay.
For sure.
So the book that's in the app, and you can find it on YouTube. John the Morgile read the whole book online. It's about a senator that retired, got sick of the politics and everything, and went to Antarctica, and he found an opening, and he was like going through it, and then they came out. They're in the ocean. They were lost for about a month, and they came across some land, and some people came out on a boat and said, "Oi," and they spoke English. And they're like, we're from America. Where are you from? He goes, this is the Iron Republic. And he's like, where's the Iron Republic? And he goes, well, it's on the other side of Antarctica, about the same distance America is. And they're like, what? And they went in. This was in the late 1800s. And they were taught, the guy wrote these articles about flat screen TVs and electric cars and levitating things and a whole different advanced society that was living out there. And they said, where did you come from? And they're like, well, we used to live where you lived in the 1600s, but we didn't like the tyranny.
So we moved.
Imagine that.
That's interesting, man. You get into the Truman Show and him exiting the stage.
The True Man Show.
True Man Show. Yeah,
man.
Right? Yeah. The True Man Show.
Yeah. I actually, it's interesting, David, you're talking about this, and then you were bringing it up because I have somebody that I can't remember who it was. I think her name's Lisa. If you're watching this, thank you, Lisa. But she had sent an email on us being involved in 4 different worlds. And those are the 4 corners. And so we're in this one world where the sun is, and the sun's about to move from this one to the next one. And they don't want you to know that.
Here we go.
Here we go. Right?
And that's why are all the elite running to what's off of Australia?
What's that?
The land off of Australia. It's I'm just spacing on the name. I'm having a brain fart.
New Zealand.
New Zealand. Why are all the elite buying property in New Zealand? Because it's out there. If our sun moves outwards, that's going to be the tropical lands.
Oh,
okay.
Wow.
So I don't know if you guys have seen the Iwaranon stuff. Have you seen that yet?
No.
What's that?
Okay, this is mind blowing, and I resisted it at first, but it is friggin' mind blowing. Ready? You ready? This is an inverted picture, a reverse picture of the moon. And
yes, I've seen. All right.
Yeah.
Yep.
And so he mapped out all the countries, and they're all here. It's like the coincidences on top of coincidences. Dang. It's too much. It's just too much. So this outer yellow line is the shoreline of our world. So Antarctica would be out here. And so our North Pole is right here on this red line. Well, what is all this other land? So our North Pole they always tell us it's moving, right? It's moving. Our North Pole's moving. So if our North Pole's moving, it goes all the way around here in a great year, like 25,000 and some odd years. So it moves 15 degrees every 2,160 years. So this puddle, the sun again goes around our North Pole. So it melts out this puddle. So in 10,000 years from now, the puddle's going to be over here.
Yep.
Okay. and this is where everyone's going to be. And these places out here, these outer places are very, I guess they're, I don't know. It's fascinating. It's like, I don't know, maybe our controllers are here in the middle because it always stays unfrozen because it's part of all of the circle. On the app, this is, and I put this video up, it got deleted from its original channel. On the app, you hit the web button right in the center, right here, the lost history of flat Earth. Hit that puppy. And now, like, if you know my channel, DITRH, my videos are less than 5 minutes each because for people with short attention span or people that think flat Earth is stupid, they're not going to watch a 5-hour video.
Never.
Yeah.
You're absolutely
they're not.
right.
But here's the thing. If you're looking for, turn off, get rid of Netflix, get rid of your television, get rid of the whole thing. I tell people, and everyone that does this, I say, watch the first 10 minutes. If it's interesting, watch the second 10 minutes. It's 7 parts. Then if you like the second 10 minutes, you're 20 minutes in, just watch chapter 1 and then, come back another time. And the same thing happens every single time. Everyone watches the whole thing. I've watched it 4 times already and I'm ready to watch it again. 5-hour video. And I watch all my videos on double speed. I watch this at regular speed. Regular speed.
Oh, you watch it on regular speed?
I can't wait for the next cold, rainy day because I'm going to put it up on the big screen. I'm going to get some snacks and I'm going to watch the whole thing again. It's phenomenal. Phenomenal. It's got over 300. I put it up not long ago. It's got over 300,000 views. It should have 300 million views.
Oh, wow. We're going to watch it.
Dude,
sure.
you are going to explode. Your brain is going to go, holy crap. Flat Earthers know that they don't know. What's that?
Is it who's the gentleman that put the videos on?
He's anonymous. He calls himself Iwaranon. And then there's also another 18-part series, much shorter videos that are phenomenal. It gets into mud floods, Sataria, technology, microwave buildings, what churches really were. It gets into everything. It gets into everything, and you can't turn it off.
I wouldn't be surprised at all if we had some of them who are on the outside looking in, sending us this information.
Oh, sure. So, you know what's funny is, I forget who said it. Maybe you guys were talking about it. This is, Santos said it yesterday, I believe. This is the apocalypse. This is the lifting of the veil. Flat Earth came here to free us. Why does Flat Earth matter? As I was saying, if you don't know where you are, you lost control. People that wake up to Flat Earth unplugged from the Matrix. Everyone that's living in this life is Neo in the Matrix at the beginning of the video. And all the flat earthers are Neo at the end of the Matrix when they've taken their power back and they've realized who they are, where they are. And they say, no, I'm not listening to you, Mr. Smith. You are a friggin' tool. Okay. And that's our governments.
For sure. We're living
Those
this.
are the apex,
we're
the
living
apex
in the
predators is what I like to call them. But
yeah.
This is the Matrix.
Oh, for sure.
We're in it.
Of course.
We're in
Logan,
it right now.
Are you aware of the flight routes?
Yeah, I've looked into the
Yeah,
flight
but there was
routes.
one that you were like, how does this work, right? And,
yeah, but I went on and I looked at it and I was able
sense?
to debunk. Yeah, I was able to make sense of it myself.
Okay.
You were able to make sense of it how?
I don't remember. I'd have to go look at my.
Let me show you one that you can't make
Go
sense
ahead.
of. How's
Show
that?
us the audience. It's for the benefit of everybody else.
So this is Santiago, Chile, and this is Eastern Australia. And if you want to fly, you would think, why don't you just go like this?
Directly.
Right.
Yeah. But we can't disturb the penguins. So, but you can still fly around. This would be the short. But instead instead of going this way to Australia, they go this way. What the hell are they doing? So when you go to Australia, when you go fly there, you go all the way up, all the way over, and all the way down. And it's worse. If you want to go to Western Australia, again, this would be the shortest route. Okay. They go north, they go all the way over to China and Singapore and down. This is ridiculous. But when you look at it on a flat earth map, here we go. We go up across America, China, Singapore, Western Australia, a straight line. Okay. That's how you get there. Sometimes the flights vary by like 5 hours. That's because they use the jet streams up there.
Right.
And sometimes they're not as favorable as they want. If you look at the jet streams, they show us the jet streams, being this huge sine wave. But on the app, if you hit the winds, and I go to 40,000 feet winds, right now we have these white and pink areas. Those are going 200 to 300 miles an hour. outrunning the spin of the Earth, that 200 to 300 miles an hour. That's crazy. If the Earth was spinning, they'd be outrunning the spin instead of lagging behind like they should. But you know, but also these winds here are favorable. This is like 100, 150 mile an hour wind. So you fly up, you grab these tailwinds, and then you get over there. Bam.
Wow.
Yeah. So
wow.
Fascinating stuff.
Totally. I like that. The last part, that the other worlds, because that's totally got my attention. I'm gonna have to start digging into it.
Again. Hit the Tatario. Find out about Tatario. Watch John. If you're like, oh my God, I don't have time for these big videos. John Levy, JONLEVI. All of his videos are 20 minutes. You're going to go, oh, this guy sounds a little bit depressed, but then you'll realize he's awesome. Like John Levy video comes out, drop everything, watch it, 20 minutes, right? And you can listen to him at 2.0 and he sounds like 1.0.
Is that just John Levy on YouTube?
John Levy on YouTube. Yeah. And I'm going to actually make a separate button for him in the app. His channel deserves a direct link with no other interference. Amazing stuff. But the other thing is NASA, the liars at NASA, you know that NASA's fake, right?
The National Association of Space
well,
Actors.
I mean, I have my own kind of concepts on why NASA does what they do. So.
Do you think NASA is in space?
No. I mean, I personally believe NASA is actually trying to project what they really want to do, and they need enough consciousness to tap into that idea to make it a reality. So that's just kind of what I believe.
I can follow that. So I just want to show you what happens is NASA's in charge of radar. NASA's in charge of GPS. NASA's in charge of all flight routes, all international flight routes. So they've got full control of where people go, and how they get there. So there occasionally, though, something happens on an airplane and they have to do an emergency landing. As a matter of fact, I think it's today's featured video. Today's video on the app is another emergency landing. Look at that. So if you have the app, make sure you don't miss that. Or if you miss it, just hit the archive button next to the featured video and watch it. But
links are in the description, guys.
Links are in the description. Nice, thanks. So if you look at the flight routes, there's a flight from Taiwan to LA. As I'm stalling, as I find it, here it is. So Taiwan to LA, this is where they say they're going. This is where Hawaii is. And right about here, there's a medical emergency. They needed to land the plane right away. Someone had a heart attack or a baby, I'm not sure. And they could have landed here, or they could have kept going. But instead, they went over 1,000 miles out of the way, a couple thousand miles maybe, to land in Alaska. And the reason is because Taiwan,
direct route,
emergency, Alaska.
Yeah.
Los Angeles, right? So there's 16 times that this has been documented. And every time they land in a crazy place, according to the globe. But if you take a line on the flat earth map and draw it from the origin to the destination, they always land right on that line in where they were going every single time. How many times does that have to happen before you realize that you don't live on a spinning crazy space ball?
I mean, how many pilots have been put on the spot, and how many pilots have been recorded and asked, do we live on a flat plane? And all of them go, yeah.
Well, most of them. And somebody just said there was a pilot that just was talking to us and said, he used to be in the military. He said, yeah, it's very common. Most pilots know more than you realize, but they can't say anything because they lose their job.
Yeah, of course.
Globebusters interviewed a KLM pilot, a woman. And she's like, yeah, and I know this. And she's showing all this stuff. And just the whole show was fantastic. Next day, she was grounded.
Bye-bye.
Mm-hmm.
Bye-bye. Yeah. Right. And now astronauts are coming out and admitting that we never went. And they're backpedaling. Like just the other day, Conan, you know what? Let me bring this up. Did you see on Buzz Aldrin on Conan?
No, this was recent.
Yeah. I seen it. And he goes,
Let me play it.
Space landing. Yeah, go ahead. Play it.
So he was on there, and again, this is them moving the globepost, I call it, where they're because all the documentation of the moon landing stuff, it's all being taken apart. It's like looking at the movie Jaws, going, yeah, I can see that it's not real now. It doesn't hold up over time, so they're literally backpedaling. So
even non-flat earthers believe that
Yeah.
we can go to the moon.
Right. No.
Stop sharing that.
I decoded the moon landing, dude. It's all yeah.
It's all
Yeah.
bullshit.
So share with sound. It's really short. I'll play this. Ready?
Yeah, watch this.
Yeah. So let me get going. Can you guys see that? Right?
Anybody who was alive at the time does. I remember my parents waking me up, and we went down and we watched you guys land on the moon,
No,
which
you
was
didn't. No, you didn't.
what?
Because they wouldn't taking a picture. You watched animation. So you associated what you saw with.
I have very hazy memories.
Yeah, I know.
Well, no, but what we saw was we all were gathered around the old curved top radio and listened.
Talking about how many feet we were going to the left and right, and then I said contact light, engine stop.
It was
and a few
exciting.
other things, and then Neil said, Houston, Tranquility Base, the Eagle has landed.
This was
Man, how about that?
That was very exciting.
Not a bad line.
Yeah,
Not a bad line for an
This is
actor.
brilliant.
What?
Because
Said you watched an
there
animation.
wasn't any television. There wasn't anybody taking a picture. You watched animation. You watched animation. You watched animation. You watched animation.
Animation.
Insanity. People who believe that we landed there deserve to be in an insane asylum. It's just the end.
And
of
they
it.
think we're the crazy ones. All right, here's my 100 Bitcoin offer. You ready?
Bring it.
100 Bitcoin.
$20,000 of Bitcoin, by the way, ladies and gentlemen.
How much? 40.
40 grand.
Yeah. So 100, so whatever, $4 million. Big deal. You're not going to win it. Show me something dumber than the heliocentric model. Show me something dumber. It could be, show me something dumber, right? Somebody came close, actually. They said Don Pettit, and I'm like,
that is pretty close.
He's pretty dumb, but it's the heliocentric. People go, flat Earth is ridiculous. There's tons of proof of the globe, and there's none of flat Earth. Well, it's worse than polar opposite because there's no proof of the globe, and the heliocentric model is the dumbest shit on Earth.
Now that's for sure.
Yeah, no, it really is. It really is.
Yeah.
Oh God, Lord, help us, save us.
Listen, Logan, you triggered me on 2 points. One, your name's Logan, and we had a Logan that we don't like very much. So I'm trying to get over that. That's not your fault.
But get on me, dude.
This is the best Logan.
I'm not. It's my own personal problem.
He's the complete polar opposite of that Logan. I guarantee you.
Thank God. And so, why does it matter? All the flat earth, I woke people up to all those other deceptions I talked about, and they go right back to sleep because it doesn't affect them. Flat Earth, when you become flat earther, you think about it every single day because it connects you back to your truth. Your soul goes, he's seeing the truth now. I can talk. He'll listen, and we take our minds out of the television programming, the television programming, just listen to the words. And we take it back. Like every once in a while, every 6 months or so, I go, I want to watch the news. I want to watch the news. I want to watch a segment of the news. 5 minutes in, I literally think I have cancer. Okay. I think that the news causes cancer. Okay. Just to be honest, it causes cancer. And so watch the news, get cancer. There you go. So when you wake up to the flat earth, you take our power back. And I'm glad you're into crypto. People say, well, crypto is evil. The word crypto and, governments are tracking and this and stuff. Bitcoin is trackable. It's super trackable. Many things.
Of course Ripple, it is.
Trackable. But there's privacy coins out there. When people wake up to what Monero and Pirate Chain, right?
Pirate Chain.
Yeah. And other ones. So when people wake up to this, the people that are running this world are the people that are controlling us with their nonsense fiat money. They don't need money. They need money to control us. They have our minds in a prison. That's the globe. And they control us with their money. Now, we need money to operate in their system. People say, why don't we just trade? I was like, well, I've got something. I've got this big crystal here that you guys want, and I want to buy that painting from you. Well, how am I going to transfer the money or whatever, whatever. And crypto is the perfect money. If it's done right, if we control it, and we do control it. So the way to take them down is stop playing in their money game. So that's number one, and wake the F up to where you are, who you are, what you are. Take back your God-given power that they've tricked us into giving away.
Yep. And take back your wealth.
This is the most important topic ever of our time, and it affects every single person on this planet. 9/11 doesn't affect people in Africa, doesn't affect people in Ohio. Okay. Nope. Nobody cares. They don't care, but this affects every single person. So again,
for sure,
we need to wake up And,
You
and
know,
guess what? There ain't a lot of time left. Okay.
There
This
isn't.
is it. This is
David,
it.
we say all the time, Santos and I, we constantly repeat ourselves over and over again. The flat, stationary, horizontal plane is the number one thing that needs to come out.
I heard you say that yesterday, and I was like, I've always looked up to Santos for years, and the fact that I heard that Santos and you were excited to have me on the show, I'm like, the world is totally upside down. This is insane. This is insane, right?
It's our number one tenet, for God's sakes. Our first tenet in syncretism is to know that you live on a flat, stationary plane. This is number one. You cannot know anything else. We don't want you to know anything else. That's the first thing we need to know.
I tell people do this, right? Go outside and sit down, get yourself nice and situated, and meditate, and imagine yourself spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, orbiting at 66,000 miles an hour, chasing at 500,000 miles an hour, moving sideways, right? And then literally you feel like shit. Your soul is like, what the fuck are you doing? And then shake it off, get a glass of water, and then come out and sit and say, I'm sitting on the foundation of the universe. It doesn't move under any circumstance. All of the luminaries are circling in perfect order above me. And just by saying that and imagining it, your spirit lifts right away. You're like, whoa, I feel lighter. I feel great. Your mind comes together. Your soul starts talking to you again.
Yes.
Because right now, I think people's souls are pissed. They're pissed at them. They're like, what are you doing? Right? The awakening's here. All the information's here. The elite are telling us what's going on. They're telling us everything. Right? And people just don't see it. They're telling us.
That's part of the show.
Do you like my shirt?
What's it say?
It says, never go full fucking retard.
Never go.
He's got the dart on there.
It's not a dart. It's the jab.
It's the jab.
It's the jab.
Yeah, that's the jab.
And by the way, my t-shirts, I have awesome t-shirts. One of them is my new favorite one is let me show it to you. It's they're all in the app on the t-shirt shop. Where did it go? Where did my thing just go? Here it is. And this is one I made, which I really love. Hug safe. Verified.
I'm vaccinated. I love
That's
it.
good,
I love it. Yeah, because we have a group chat, right, that we have with the community throughout Playa del Carmen, Cancun, and Tulum, and we have a lot of people. It's a mixed group, right? So a lot of people are really woke, and then there's some people that aren't. There's some people that are even vaccinated, and we're talking about how the simple fact of you being vaccinated allows
easy what you say here. I want to put this on YouTube also.
Okay. All right. Okay. Yeah. So let's not
So
not talk about it then at all. Then it's not good. They'll flag us for this one.
I'm surprised how yesterday's stream stayed up for you guys. You guys were out of control.
We're gonna tone it down though. We're gonna tone it down. We have to tone it down.
Isn't that crazy? The land of the free. Watch what you say. Don't think. Don't say what you think. It's just insanity what's going on.
Yeah,
right?
No, for sure.
Hard to tail in, man.
Hey, let me ask you a quick astrology question. In astrology, I used to laugh, like, how's a planet, 40 million miles away going to affect me? But once you understand that they're right here within our system and they're all energetic and, sentient, you understand, like, wow, it totally affects my life. You chart the motions of all of these celestial objects, and you can be a baller and still get it right because the models kind of have the same motions. And I've noticed that flat earthers really can put the model together much better, and I think they're just become more powerful astrologers. Does astrology take into account the motion of the earth, considering we're moving in 4 different directions at once, going billions of miles a year? I don't think it does.
I've never observed it that way. I mean, I'm an avid astrologer, and I've never.
But you don't pay attention to the earth moving.
Not
well,
at all.
that means it's not moving.
Yeah. Wouldn't you take it into account?
The only thing that moves is the ecliptic.
Okay.
Like that's the most important part of the whole thing is the ecliptic, which is the ring.
I see.
Yeah, that's the most important part.
Okay.
Well, I mean, the idea that the ecliptic's moving like they tell us is beyond insane.
Right, right.
We're chasing the sun at 500,000 miles an hour in a curved loop, and somehow all the other planets keep up with us and they stay on the
There's a
same
million
plane,
things.
it would be going like this. It would be going in every direction at once.
Of course. The sun, for God's sakes, they say is 93 million miles.
Well, there's a reason for that because it's tied to Saturn and stuff through the numbers and all that kind of stuff. That's the
But
reason.
that you got to look at that and from a different paradigm. It all is tied
It's gotta be a
together. You're
different
right.
paradigm, yeah.
You know,
just simple things. Like 100. The moon is supposedly, they say, 170,000 kilometers away. The sun is 93 billion, 93 billion miles away. Excuse me, 93 million. But they perfectly eclipse.
Wait, so the chances
of that happening
400 times bigger, 400 times farther is 1 in a quadrillion. You know, a
I
number
don't
so
think
big.
that's the moon anyway, personally.
Wait, that's fine. That's fine. And then happening again. Well, that's like winning the Powerball 2 days in a row, right? And then it's worse. It's worse than that. And then it happens every year. And then 18 years later, the entire cycle repeats. Okay, the Soros cycle, the eclipses repeat every 18 years. Does that sound like a random beehive, heliocentric, gravity-induced theory, dark matter universe, or does it sound like a perfectly ordered clock in the sky?
Oh, it's a perfect.
David,
definitely, it's perfectly orchestrated.
I'm moving in close to the camera on this one.
Right,
you ready for this? Was this question?
Sure.
What the fuck is it?
What the fuck is this place?
What the fuck are we doing here?
Yeah, we're in a physical simulation, and we're here to expand the mind of the creator. Okay,
we are the creator.
We are the creator. With our soul, this is just a meat suit. Our soul animates this meat suit, and our soul is a piece of the creator. All of us together are the creator. Okay,
That's right.
And we're here to expand the mind. So those of you that are lost in the television programming, those of you that have sold your souls in all the different ways that you can do that, are, you know, look at Biden, soulless. Okay, look at all the people in higher government, all the people in Hollywood. They're all, you know, they've all lost their souls. I mean, who was it on 60 Minutes? Was it not Billy Joel? One that said he sold his soul to the big guy. You know, he's paying. Bob Dylan. Yeah. And there's many stories of this. So, you know, whether you believe it or not, that's your problem. I believe it. And we have a simple, what is this place? It is an amusement park that we agreed to come to expand the mind of the creator. And we have just a couple of rules. Don't lose control of your soul and don't break anyone else's free will. Have a good time.
Do you think you come back? Do you think you come back?
Well, you either come back if you fail the class and you have to do it again, or if you pass the class, maybe you come back. I'm not sure which one it is. I'm not sure which one's hell and which one's heaven, which is great.
Do you think, I'm sorry, Logan,
No,
do you think that you move forward somewhere and you maybe become something else?
Yes, I think that
we pass the class just like you would upgrade, move on to 6th, 7th, 8th grade, so on and so forth.
I think that we're all rising up, and those of us that are maintaining control of our soul and listening to our soul rather than to the television programming and getting cancer. We rise up and we become bigger and better. And then, our souls probably travel in groups and stuff. So, we have different lives here. I can't prove any of that. That's what resonates with me. Yeah. That's what resonates with me.
No.
And, Jeff Berwick said today, and he goes, but everyone's afraid of death. He goes, death is probably the most amazing thing that could ever happen to you in any circumstance. He goes, but don't get me wrong. I don't want to, I don't want to FOMO out of this place. I want to see what's going to happen next. Yeah. He goes, but the worst case scenario is the best thing that could ever happen. Okay, where you have unlimited potential. Like when you die, you go back to unlimited potential. Right here, we literally are trapped in this meat suit in this crazy world with psychopaths. I find it fascinating. I love puzzles, and this place is a puzzle. And I love roller coasters. This place is a roller coaster. I'm happy as can be.
Yeah.
David, what's your birthday? Just your month and day.
July 16th.
Oh, okay.
Oh, happy belated, man.
Yeah. Happy belated.
Yeah. Thank you.
Well, it's interesting because you have so I'm into the cards. I'm into tarot and astrology and all that stuff.
Fascinating stuff. That's the real science. I don't understand.
You and Santos have the same birth card.
I know. I heard that the other day. When was he born? Like July?
He's March 24th. But the cards have a certain boilerplate chart to them. And July 16th is the Queen Clubs, which is the same as Santos.
Wow.
Yeah.
Hey guys, what are we doing on time, by the way?
I got to run anyway.
We got to
please.
go. Time's up.
I got a meeting.
Time's up. Hey, David.
David, thank you so much, man, for sharing your wisdom.
You're such a blessing just to have on, man. Really, truthfully, man. I love your energy and I love your you know, everything about you. Everything. And I would love for you to come on again if you can, please, with Santos here. It'll be.
How close are you guys to the water in Mexico?
2 blocks.
Right here. It's literally right.
All right, I'm moving there.
Oh, it's not 2 city blocks, by the way.
Yeah, no, it's just crossing 2 streets. I should say it's crossing 2 streets.
All right.
And
you're on the. Are you on the Gulf side or the ocean side?
No,
we are on the water. Like we're 2 streets.
Which side? On the ocean side, the Pacific side, or the Gulf side?
On the Atlantic side.
On the Atlantic side.
On the Atlantic side. Okay.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. We're in Cancun. We're one town up from Cancun.
I don't know my geography of Mexico.
You got to come to Puerto Morelos. It's one town over. It's magical. You really got to come.
We'll talk about it.
Let's talk about it.
Let me tell people real quick. If you're a flat earther, you probably already know about my app. Get the app because the Find Other Flat Earthers thing is going to be a game changer. We're going to use their technology to bring us together when they want us apart. Okay. There's going to be flat earth meetups every day, everywhere, because people are going to go out. Like if I'm in like New York City or Mexico or California, I'll look and I'm like, hey, there's some flat earthers at this beach or at this bar. I'm going to go. I'm going to meet new people every time I go out.
Love it. Quickly, can you tell us about what's going on in October again?
In October, if you go to flatearthfestivals.com, and we have it's a dual conference and music festival, 2 days. I think it's Saturday and Sunday in like February and October 22nd, right around that weekend, whatever it is. Flatearthfestivals.com. Click Flattoberfest. It's inexpensive. It's in South Carolina. There's people coming from all over the country. I believe there's people coming from other countries. I'm driving down from Connecticut, and this is the third or fourth time, and it's always a blast just getting around flat earthers. Forget the presentations, forget all the other stuff. It's all about meeting. Like you turn around, the person behind you that you've never seen before is your closest friend.
Hey man, I'm probably gonna come. I'm probably gonna join you, man.
Absolutely, 100%. Flatearthfestivals.com.
Where in South Carolina?
It's in Spartanburg, I believe. I'm saying that correctly. I got yelled at.
I know that's where that's at. Yeah.
Okay.
And grab a ticket and grab the hotel or find a bed and breakfast because I don't know how many there are.
Wonderful, David. All of David's links are in the description, guys. Go to his channel. Guys, so much. He has so much to offer, so much. And promise us you're going to come on again, right?
I will come on again. I would like to talk to Santos. It's always been something I've wanted to do.
Of course.
The app, just watch out. They're on the Android. You need an 8.0 or higher. There's already a Flat Earth Society, but it's run by the Ron Media Group, who ripped off the name, ripped off some of the graphics. I think their app is free. I'm not even sure. Don't send me emails telling me my app sucks. My app is the highest rated app in both stores. Okay. And they're gatekeeping you there. They have, the trolls on there. It's just horrible.
Your app is just $1.99 or something, right?
It's $2.99. One-time charge. Now people say, well, there's a pop-up that says, would you like to subscribe? The pop-up shows up. It's 99 cents a month, but you don't have to pay it. It pops up once a day. There's no ad. You exit out the second it comes up and it's gone. And that's it. And you still get everything. But the app costs thousands of dollars a month to run. So people wanted me to add more stuff. They're like, put a donation link on there, Dave. And I'm like, they don't let you put a donation link. So I put a subscribe link and you could just literally exit out. But if you love the app and you want to support me, it's $11 a year. Go for it.
I'm going to go for it. I'm already there. That's it.
Yeah.
You got
the
me
app, the new feature that's the only thing that's going to require a subscription. It'll still work, but you just can't message somebody unless you're a subscriber because the messaging costs money. I'm starting literally my own instant messenger thing. It's insane.
You're the man. Cool. You are the man. You are the man. Guys, get on his app, download it, subscribe. All right. You need to be supporting these people. You need to be supporting people.
Here's the thing though. I'm not asking for donations. I'm telling you, basically, if you bought me a beer in a bar, it would cost you more, and then I'd piss it away, and that would be the end of it. We'd have a good time. It would probably be worth it. $3, you get the app for your whole life. Just read the reviews. Read the reviews. And here's the thing. Here's another challenge. Nobody can read the reviews and not buy the app. Just the way it is. I'm offering 0 Bitcoins for that.
I like how transparent you are.
I love him. I'm telling you, I love this guy.
That's awesome.
All right, my good friends out there. Thank you all for joining us.
Awesome.
Signing out.
Thanks, guys. Thanks, David.
One love.
Appreciate your time, man.
See ya. Thanks,
Much
guys.
love to you.
What's up, Paradise? What created the flat Earth is what it is, man. Check it out.
What created it?
That's the ultimate question, man.
I mean,
what created this beautiful place we live?
What's beyond it, though? Is there something beyond it?
I just want to know. I mean, that'd be cool to know exactly how it was created. Damn.
Well, then how would we find that out? It's like, it's got to be possible. If it's out there, we can find it.
Dude, we live on this dirt, trees, oceans, lakes, rivers. We live here, man. It's not like...
You heard of Operation Fishbowl?
Yeah, when they shot the rockets all the way up to the atmosphere and ended up
if it's
trying to crack the fishbowl, man, trying to crack it.
There you go. If any of it's believable, there you go.
So they did. So somebody actually shot rockets up, not NASA saying they shot rockets up.
No, this wouldn't be those type of rockets. This would be weaponry.
I don't think there's anything different from like a rocket and a missile. It's just that the rocket has a parachute when it lands.
Yeah.
And they're both like a whole bunch of fuel.
If you shot a missile that explodes into a city, it's going to kill a lot more people than just a shuttle that falls into a city.
Yeah, true.
You guys saw the Beirut explosion, right? I think that was about a year ago, maybe?
The firework factory that exploded, or
the firework
ammonia
factory,
or something.
Sure.
I don't know.
That's what the story is. No, you're right. That's what the story is.
Oh.
But that was a weapons test. They want to show off a bomb. It's the biggest in our lifetime. Thing was badass.
Why would they show it in a city, though? It seems so unnecessary.
Well, why does it matter?
Why kill all those people just to...
I don't think that many people died.
Oh, a lot of people died.
Well, they
if
did
it was
a whole lot
person,
worse.
that's too much people to show off an explosion, because you could just blow it over the ocean, right? Kill a few fish, but not people.
Just show of force. Rock the whole city.
Yeah. I mean, that is where it's going to get filmed the most. I mean... It was way more scarier to see it from a perspective of just somebody filming it out their apartment window than it exploding in the fucking shockwave just...
Right.
That
was awesome.
It was something. There's got to be a way to know what's out there, though. There's got to be a way.
I mean,
there's got to be at least an idea.
If you could get at least what they've found out and what they're working on, you would probably know a lot more. Like portals. There's been talk of portals for probably thousands of years.
How would a portal work? Confusing. I don't know. I feel like I've always kind of believed in the globe just because I saw it as an explanation opposed to no explanation. And it's not I don't really think
the globe explain.
Not everything, but it explains why. It explains the seasons. It explains a lot, and you can actually draw a coherent model that explains all of Earth's processes. Whereas I haven't seen a model for the flat Earth that does that. But then in hindsight, I don't really think that me kind of believing in the globe would I don't know, it doesn't really change my life all that much. As if I just thought the Earth was flat. Because
yeah, I hear that a lot.
Part of me believes the Earth is flat because, I mean, when I look out the window, it is flat. And I have heard some explanations of some explanations that I actually think would, yeah, this is plausible and there's no way to disprove that this isn't happening. The fact that this thing called gravity acts at like 9.8 meters a second as like an acceleration. Well, the Earth could just be accelerating upwards at 9.8 meters a second squared. And then that would explain gravity without using gravity. It would explain why things fall.
Gravity's all theoretical still. No way to prove it.
We can only observe it and call it gravity.
Observe it?
Yeah, like when you drop something, it falls. Okay, let's measure how fast it falls. And like measure, what if we bring out a heavier object, does it fall faster? Yes. Why? Oh, well, what if we drop it in a vacuum? Oh, the heavier object doesn't fall faster. And we just kind of make observations from that, and those observations turn into equations which we can actually use, called Newton's laws. The funny thing is, Newton's laws completely break down once you get into quantum mechanics. So they're not true, but they work pretty well. They still work to like explain things and like make predictions and use them in like complex engineering problems. You can still use Newton's laws even though they're not true. They fall apart as soon as you get down into the quantum level, but they still explain big objects how they fall. So like, I don't know, I feel like there's definitely a big misconception about as soon as scientists say something, everybody takes it as a fact. It's like, no, they just like didn't an experiment. Yes, they're really smart, but they just did an experiment, took an observation down. They're just calling this thing that they found out about a name. It doesn't mean that we fully understand it. We just know what it does. We have no idea where it came from. We don't know why things fall as opposed to like living on an Earth where things don't fall. I don't know. That didn't really make any sense, but
you don't think relative density explains it?
I don't really get that. Is it just things that are denser are at the bottom? Things that are, it's like when you fill a cup up with maple syrup and water. Maple syrup goes to the bottom. Maple syrup goes to the top.
Exactly. So what's that?
But then why is there iron underneath us?
Well, that's never been proven. No one knows if there's iron underneath anywhere.
Well, why is there pockets of air underneath us? And what's causing these denser objects to be lower down? It makes sense on the surface, but as soon as I start asking questions about it, it just doesn't, none of the questions have answers.
Oh, we've only ever dug 8 miles deep.
Yeah.
How do you think they
do have
how do you think they know what's at the core?
See down.
To see? What do you see? What do you think you see?
Well, I mean, I know they have some versions of, I think you can use ultrasonic and see kind of what comes back. I don't know.
Is that for real? You really believe it?
I have to look more into it, but I do know that the observations they use from scanning the ground, they use in real world applications, and those real world applications do prove results. So, have to be
results that prove the center of the Earth is a molten iron core.
It proves that we can think it is. It doesn't. Well, no, it doesn't prove it. It's just the most plausible. It's the most plausible explanation that we've found from our observations.
Last time I checked, explanations weren't evidence. Would you agree?
Well, their explanations and evidence are related, but they're not the same thing. No.
Correct. Good.
Explanations are an explanation of the observed evidence.
I cut somebody off, though, however. I did want to say that. Who was talking to you?
That was me.
One more time. It's a huge list. I got to scroll. Who was
Storm.
it? Hey, Storm. Okay, sorry. Go right ahead. Continue.
Where were we? So you can't prove anything about the core of the Earth, or even the crust. Let's
you can scan for minerals under the ground, though, and you can like. I mean, I guess that was a bad example because I don't know too much about it.
There's measured vibration and volcanic type activity all the time.
Yeah.
But what are they using to get all this information about their core?
Let me search it up. I'm pretty sure they send, well, say you send a wave down, a wave of something, and let's say that we do know that sound and other types of light and whatnot reflect differently off of different surfaces, right? I mean, you're observing it literally right now just by light. Light reflects differently off of a white surface versus a black surface, and that's why it looks white or black. So, and that same thing kind of carries over to sound waves. If you yelling at someone through like 3 feet of concrete is a lot harder than yelling at them through air. And so these sound waves are bouncing back. And so when we send sound waves or waves similar to this and send it right into the earth, it doesn't matter if the earth is flat or if the earth is a core, it will bounce off different materials.
Yeah,
and so it might go through a whole bunch of dirt, but then it might hit a rock and bounce back.
Crazy. And that's what we call distortion. So how do you know what's really happening from start to finish?
You don't. You can just create an explanation based on the evidence.
Exactly. Wow. Thank you for being honest. I'm done with him. Thanks, dude.
Yeah, you can create an explanation based on the evidence. Where do you sorry, I'm confused of why that's not the flat Earth, or I don't know why that's not. Why is that bad?
So what's your explanation for the horizon never being at 1.2 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet?
I don't know. You lost me. Because I haven't done any research on that. But I mean, I don't know. I just don't get how seasons work on the flat Earth.
Well, it doesn't really matter. The surface measure's flat, so that's that.
Yeah, that's not enough of an explanation for me.
It's a good enough explanation for what the surface is.
You told a lot of stories.
That's what you're on all the time, so it's totally. I could definitely agree with why you wouldn't need to see past that, but for me, it's just I don't know. I like to think about weird stuff. I have no idea how it works, like space or what would be beyond the flat Earth.
Well, you should start over and just figure out how a ball works.
Ball is
all
spherical.
The gas balls that are supposed to exist in space. How would they all contain the air that they have?
Well, you agree that gas has mass. You agree that gas is something.
Gas is something. I guess it's something.
And it does. Do you agree that it does have mass? Do you agree with the atomic theory and what atoms are? What makes everything up? And quantum mechanics and all that. I don't know how much of that well, I guess agree with is a bad term, but doesn't mean if you know the Earth is flat, you're not agreeing that the Earth is flat. You're knowing the Earth is flat. But I mean, with say atoms or chemistry or something, things that we have very, very plausible evidence that supports that atoms exist and that this is how they work in chemical reactions and whatnot. I feel like it's pretty safe to assume that is correct, that the world is made up of atoms, because it does make a lot of sense based on observation.
So far, you've said everything makes sense.
I mean, I said that the atomic theory makes sense.
But is there any proof
of the atomic theory?
Not necessarily atomic theory, but that'd be a fun one too.
Well, so how would you suppose chemistry works if there's no atoms? What else would be? What else would be that chemistry? Have you seen Nile Red on YouTube? They'll make grape soda out of plastic gloves. It shows the whole process.
You say Nile Red?
Nile Red, yeah. Just or any chemical experiment. I mean, he does really bizarre ones, turning plastic gloves
I've
into.
Seen plenty of chemistry experience.
Yeah. So, do you agree with chemistry? Do you agree that these people aren't just making up random stuff?
Sure. Yeah, there's plenty of chemistry that's fine.
Yeah, so I mean, yeah, so let's atoms are real. I'm pretty sure we can agree that atoms are real. We've like a lot of scientific evidence that supports that. And atoms don't disprove a flat Earth, not at all. Just because the world is made up of very, very tiny indivisible particles does not disprove the flat Earth, right? But all of these little tiny particles, they're all made out of fundamentally the same things. Protons, neutrons, and electrons, and those are also made out of other tiny things. But all these like protons, neutrons, and electrons too, but mostly protons and neutrons, they have mass. They are stuff that exists. They have mass, and our theory of gravity says that this fundamental force of the universe, gravity, which is one of the 4 fundamental forces, it affects everything with mass. And it basically, even like saying that gravity affects mass doesn't, well, that's not, like, that doesn't even make any sense, because it's just like something that happens when there's mass, right? So mass is attracted to other mass, and this is something that we have observed. And the globe theory, I guess I'll call it like the globe theory, was like, it doesn't disagree with like having a gas next to a vacuum, or that, I don't know, whatever that counter argument is that says you can't have gas next to a vacuum or something. Because if you can imagine, all these little tiny particles are all attracted to one another. So if we have this big ball in space, and all these little tiny molecules are all attracted to each other, and if there's a whole bunch of them, they're all wanting to get to be together. It's like, I don't know. I'm trying to think of an analogy, but I'm too tired to. All these little atoms are all like running together, trying to get as close as possible. And even if you're a really tiny atom, say a really light atom, you still want to get
don't work together.
Because you're still
mass attracting mass and the atomic theory.
Why don't they work together?
Isn't that what you said already?
I never said that. No. Sorry if you misheard me. Or
you said Newton's gravity and the other, right? They don't work together.
Newton's, yeah. So the Newton's,
isn't Newton mass attracting mass?
No. Newton is the like something with inert. Like he has a few fundamental laws, but mass attracting mass was Einstein.
No, you're wrong. You got to
No, yeah, I know. I am wrong. Sorry. Anyways, I guess, yeah. So Newton did say that mass attracts mass, and that is observable.
No, it's not.
It's still.
It was superseded by Einstein, so no.
Was it though?
Yes.
Yeah.
How? Why?
That's what the scientists say.
What science says that though? Is there like? I think that's.
Well, science is always
the reason
changing.
why. So let me re-explain Newton's laws and like re-explain why they don't agree with Einstein laws, because Newton's laws basically all of our equations are based on constants. An equation is just a relation between two things. But once you add a constant in, like the gravitational constant, and the spring, like, and Young's modulus constant, and there's like thousands of, like, I don't know how many constants there are out there, but there's tons of them out there. And they're basically like, how do we know how much mass this spring can hold, or like how do we know how much force is going to happen when I compress this spring? That's based on, I think, Young's modulus or some sort of modulus, which is a constant which we've observed, and it's basically the world just saying this is how it works. Like, this is, for some reason, there's a very specific number that we've measured, and that's how we basically turn a random proportion into usable data. That's how we can figure out that the way things accelerate on Earth is 9.8 meters a second squared, instead of just saying that they accelerate. Did I explain that? I feel like I explained that like shit, but you understand me so far? There is a constant that Newton discovered that explains how things right now work, but as you get deeper, as you get smaller and smaller, that constant starts to get more inaccurate and more inaccurate. But we have also discovered why it gets more inaccurate. Because of the 4 fundamental forces in nature, gravity is the weakest. And as you go down, and as you get really small, and this is something I don't fully understand, but as you get smaller, other forces start to play. Like electromagnetism, the strong force, and the weak force. They start to play around. And that's why Newton's laws don't really... You can't use the gravitational constant to explain how a gluon moves and why protons and neutrons are held together. Because they're not held together by gravity. They're held together by... I think it's called the strong force, which is... I don't know if I'm making any sense or if anybody has background in like quantum mechanics, but the strong force is, I think it's created from gluons. They basically glue together atoms together, like protons and neutrons. Yeah, I really don't think I'm making any sense.
I think you're talking more about electromagnetic forces and such than you are about Newton, because Newton was superseded. Mass does not attract mass. But what does that?
Mass does attract mass. Just because he was superseded doesn't mean that.
What are you trying to relate this to anyway? To the flat Earth? How are you telling me that this is proving that you have a globe?
Yeah, that's good point. But I'm trying to explain why the vacuum surrounding Earth doesn't pull apart everything. Because gravity.
That's right. You were saying all the particles of air and all the particles of space or something. What were you saying about that?
All particles attract each other. That's because of gravity. And when you go down and down and down, I don't really know why I went down that rabbit hole, but as you go down, other shit starts happening. And that's why Newton's gravitational constant doesn't really work on a very, very subatomic level. But just because it doesn't work at a very, very tiny distance doesn't mean, like, it still works at a larger distance.
Can you demonstrate a gas ball in a vacuum somewhere? Have you ever seen a demonstration or any proof that that can happen? You can have a gas form a sphere in a vacuum.
Well, it's not just a gas ball. It's a ball of dense material surrounded with a layer of gas that's then inside of a vacuum.
Have you seen any demonstration of any of that concept that you're explaining here?
Gravity.
You've got a nice story. It's been a really nice story to listen to, but do you have any demonstratable evidence that that is even possible? I mean, it's a nice explanation, but that's not what we see in our reality.
I'm glad I'm at least interesting somebody, but what was I going to say? Sorry, I forgot what I was going to say. Right. Gravity is a very, very weak force. So when you think that you can apply gravity that's on such a scale as the Earth to a small demonstration, that doesn't hold up.
Well, now you're in conflict again with your current model, which says Einsteinian gravity is what's going on, and you're going back to Newtonian. So you're contradicting yourself because you just jumped back to Newtonian again, where it's mass attracting mass, which is not what your current
Einstein
model claims.
Doesn't disagree with that. That is a way of explaining it. It's just not the full picture.
Yes, it does. You might want to check out what was posted in the live chat at 32 minutes after or something.
Sticks.
Sorry, I might have some echo, but I forget what I was going to say. Sorry.
Facts or beliefs.
34 minutes after the hour, that Einstein's general theory of relativity was superseded. And so, yeah, you might want to read that before you keep claiming that Newton's works together with it.
So Einstein superseded Newton. Yeah.
It reclassified gravity as an effect, not a cause.
And not a force either.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean that Einstein's laws don't hold up to, like, yes, it's not an exact.
No, it literally means Newton's does not work every time in every situation, which means it's not consistent and it does not fit the model anymore. And that's why it had to be superseded by the concept that Einstein came up with. because it didn't work. Yes, your calculations can work in certain situations, but they're not reality. It didn't work in
But
reality.
what if you knew exactly what situations those laws worked in?
The problem is you're looking for consistency that works in all cases every time and matches with reality. You can calculate anything. We could sit here and calculate for a world that has certain laws that you come up with. You could make up laws and calculate for whatever. Calculations are a way to explain things, but it doesn't mean they have to be explaining reality. They're a language. That's what calculations are. They're a language. And that means languages can be used to tell the truth about your reality, or they can make up a story or even a lie.
I don't think that logic holds up because calculations are not a way of explaining things. Calculations are a way of predicting things. Equations are a way of explaining things, but when you calculate something, you're taking that equation and using it. So when you use that equation...
That doesn't mean it matches reality, though. Again, it's a language. It's a better way to explain what you're talking about. It's a language to make
I take a ball,
explanations.
and based on Newton's theory, I've done this in school. Based on
I know
Newton's
you
theory, I
have,
can throw the
but
ball
you're
and I
still
can calculate
wrong.
where it lands. I can
Unless you
predict
can
where it
provide
lands.
some kind of proof that they aren't going with Einstein only and it's superseded, and that you're wrong because it doesn't work in all cases, in all things, for this model of yours, then you've got a problem. So that's why it had to be gotten rid of, because it didn't work. If it had worked,
The flat Earth
they
does
would have
that all the
kept it.
time, though. I mean, the flat Earth will show one model for
No,
seasons and
we're
then
not
another model
doing a
for the day
model.
cycle.
We're not here to replace your model. We're here to falsify the one that you have presented and have insisted is correct to nature and reality. See, that's the difference. We're not here to replace your model. We're here to disqualify the claims made by yours.
How I see the globe.
It's not, if replacement's not needed, that's something that would be
people-
nice, but it's not needed to disqualify yours or falsify yours.
I disagree with that because...
Yeah, you may disagree, but it's logic. It's pure logic on this one. Basically, if you give me something that you say this is reality, this is it, and this is how it all works, but I find one fault in it, does that mean I have to then replace it for you? Am I required then to be the one that replace it, or is it my job to make sure you actually told me the truth, that your model is absolutely truthful? And if I find something false about it, is it my responsibility to replace your model?
It's your responsibility to make the false known. But the flat Earth is trying to replace the model because you're saying the Earth is not a globe, it's flat.
Well, that's the
saying
problem.
The Earth is not a globe, but you're saying it's flat.
Flat's not even a shape. It is a description of the condition.
It's a disc.
Flat is a description of not a shape. I mean, a square can have flat edges. A triangle can have flat edges. A trapezoid could have flat surfaces. I mean, it's just like, that's not really a shape itself. It's a description of what we see in reality. But either way,
replacing our description. You're
no,
replacing
I'm
our previous
falsifying.
description with
No,
another.
my job is to falsify what you've told me is absolute truth. You tell me when I walk outside my door, I'm on a spinning ball. And you've given me certain dimensions and measurements and conditions, such as gas pressure. And I have to see if it works with what you told me and how it does. And if I can falsify even one part of that, then your model's got a problem.
Could it be that you're falsifying just one part or misunderstanding that one part?
Probably not misunderstanding a measurement or something that can be easily checked, especially when you've given me the parameters.
Have you studied, say, Newton's laws in depth?
I don't need Newton anymore because it's been superseded by Einstein. But yes, I do understand Newton. But at the same time, I understand it's been superseded.
What's like one of Newton's laws?
I don't need to explain Newton's law. It's been superseded, like I said. And that doesn't prove the shape of the thing we're standing on or the flatness or roundness of it. Am I on a ball or am I on something else? That's all I got to
checking to see
do.
if we have the same understanding of Newton's laws.
Well,
'Cause I
even
might
if we do or
wrong
don't, I have understanding of a lot of stuff that you probably don't, but we can't agree on this. Einstein superseded it, which means the calculations don't work in all cases at all
Have you
times.
understood Einstein's theory in depth?
You know what? I
Very
would not
general.
claim to be an expert in it. I understand it well enough to know that it's pretty crazy.
So
And it doesn't make
you
any
know
sense to what I see in the
how
natural world. And it doesn't hold up. I can tell you that's what I find problems with. But either way, my goal is to figure out what I'm standing on and what if it's true to what you've told me it has to be. I've been told it has to be a ball with a radius of 3959 miles. 3,959 miles in radius. And if I can't find that curvature over things such as water, which we know lay flat when calm and are used even in leveling buildings and things since ancient times, if I can't find it even there, then I've got a problem. If my horizon is not at the distance that I've been told it must be at for my observer's height, then I've got a problem with your model. And see, that's all I have to do. I don't have to replace your model or understand every nuance of it to be able to falsify one part of it. If I do that, then you've got an issue. And you've got to come up with an idea of why that's happening that makes perfect sense for making what you're saying is still true. But if you can't, then it's not what you said it was.
Yeah, but if you can't provide another explanation, then nobody's going to listen to you.
No, that's not, again, the explanation is self-evident that there is something not a globe. A globe has certain parameters that must be fulfilled, does it not?
No, a globe is.
Yeah, no, a globe is a
It's
sphere.
certain parameters that we've
And it
observed.
has geometry that must be fulfilled, period. If you're going to claim something is round or circular, as some people want to always call it, which I find funny, but round like a ball, it's a geometric shape, which means it has a radius, means it has a circumference, means it has certain aspects that must be consistent and can be found. It's physical, so we can do things to find out what's going on with that. And if I can't find what you say is absolutely there, then we've got a problem. And this is where long distance observations that are measured distances that we know and can confirm, and even have done ourselves, many of us have done over different types of water, even frozen lakes, or even over large salt flats, or, just at any distance that doesn't match up with your globe, then you're going to have to fix your model because it's not right. It's not up to me to replace it. I don't need to do that.
If the model's 95% accurate, should we just not believe the first 95%, even though we know the first 95%
Well, I would say the major
works?
portion, I'd say, wouldn't you agree, though, that the major portion is the fact that it's a globe versus something that may be a plane? That's kind of a big deal because that changes everything, even from your ability to do space flight is changed basically by that claim that you have a globe versus a plane.
I'm actually working on not like a project, but so right now I'm in first year engineering. I'm on, it's hell, but I'm having a lot of fun with it. I'm learning a lot of cool stuff. And the things they teach us where yes, it's like indoctrination. I know the big thing is the reason why the globe Earth keeps continuing is because of indoctrination, but they're not telling us that, for example, they're not telling us that capacitors hold charge and then can discharge very, very quickly. They told us that, hey, this is kind of how it works. This is how this is how a capacitor works, but here, we're going to show you it right in person. They brought out this big capacitor and they charged it up and they lit it, and it behaved exactly like they said it would behave.
The whole thing is blurred lines between science and pseudoscience, and that's where you have to figure it out.
And I think that globe Earth lies in science, not pseudoscience.
Except for you didn't explain then how you can prove the difference between what is pseudoscience and science. How would you know the difference if you just make that claim? Oh, I think the globe is science. How is that so? What is science?
What's opposing the globe Earth then? What's opposing?
Well, no, I asked you what is science.
What is science?
Yeah, what is science? What is pseudoscience versus science? What's the difference?
Pseudoscience, I think, is science that's usually has bad intentions and usually is a way for somebody to make money.
So you have a philosophical definition you're using. Me, I'm going for the pure definition of what science is: experimentation from observation of natural phenomena. That's what science truly is finding cause and effect using experimentation, which requires you to have certain, again, requirements, certain things like a hypothesis, an experiment that will actually hold up to examination so that you actually can find a cause, and not pseudoscience where you're just making up crap as you go, just pretending.
That's just like the thing is, I'm never ever gonna I can't just sit here and think we don't know how the Earth works. We have no idea because
nobody's saying that we don't. But you got to understand, if you, I don't know how far you've been in your college experience at this point, and but for me, I finished my college experience now more than a decade ago, and I would tell you right now there is foundations that have been laid that have caused such havoc because now they're being discovered that was never confirmed and never checked, and now we have a problem because everybody based everything they did after they laid what they thought was a confirmed foundation on a bunch of bunk. And then once that foundation has been wiped out, a lot of medicine. I actually have biology degrees in medicine, so I'm a medical provider. So when I look at things, I understand that science must be very, very consistent, and you must use the experimentation method and the true scientific method if you want to know cause and effect, and not just jump to claims, because then that's pseudoscience and making up stories. And I also know that, yes, there have been terribly laid foundations that weren't confirmed, weren't checked to make sure they were true. Everybody built off of them and didn't do it intentionally, but they made bad assumptions and bad science based off of wrong assumptions. And it gets to a point where it finally collapses and it's a mess. It turns into a real mess.
Globe Earth wasn't planned.
Well, it may have been planned by some people, but I would say the majority of people didn't know any better to go check to see if the actual basis of the theory or the claim was
That's exactly
correct.
how science works. You don't just accept somebody's
You're not
paper. You look into it. You look at the experimentations and you do the experiments. You repeat them and say, "Hey, these experiments do work, and I can repeat the results." So
exactly. And that's the problem with the globe at this point. So it's not an experiment that we're doing. We're confirming. We're confirming
based on the same recipe.
Well,
so they must be wrong.
I'm not even saying we did an experiment. Where I'm saying the basic measurements we were given have been blown away by certain long distance measurements and photographs, and consistently not having a horizon that is where it should be, over and over and over, as well as violating laws of gas pressure that don't make
violating laws of gas pressure, though. It's just that I think
what is gas pressure? Go look up the definition. You got to have
particles bouncing against a container, but that is a very fundamental explanation of fundamental observation.
It's a natural observation that's been repeated multiple times at elevations that change from down here right at the ground level to high up, and it's required every time. You don't see a
elevation wouldn't change that at all.
No, it doesn't, and that's the problem with your model.
Right, let's take surface tension, for example. Do you believe in surface tension of water?
Do I believe, or do I know?
Do you believe that the experiments that support the surface tension of water are falsified?
I don't believe I've seen surface tension, but again, it doesn't hold up to a large droplet. You get past a certain size, the weight of the thing does not continue to have a droplet form, if that's what you're talking about.
That we are still like, it works on a very, very small level, but it doesn't work as you scale it up. But we still know it works on a small level.
But that doesn't help you though, because again,
level.
your natural observation, it falls apart. Because again,
then
you're looking at reality. You have to look at reality.
So therefore, surface tension doesn't exist, but it does exist.
I didn't say that. I said it just doesn't work to explain what you are seeing in mass size of that.
Is literally just what I mean by surface tension is when you drop a water on the table, it's kind of like a ball instead of a completely flat.
It's not a ball though. It doesn't stay in that ball form, does it?
It's not a ball, but it's like a little ball. It's not completely flat. There's something.
As soon as you make it a little bit bigger than whatever it is that can barely make a half dome, it's flattening out and running off your table if it's not level.
So that proves my point that even though we have a idea that works on a small level, and we know it works on a small level, but we also know it doesn't hold up as you get bigger, and we know why it doesn't hold up as you get bigger. Why does that contradict itself? Why would that disprove surface tension? Something as fundamental as surface tension.
No, I didn't say surface tension isn't real. It just doesn't do anything for your argument of why water is doing what it does here on Earth, that like holding around a ball. Again, that's outside of the surface.
That's not why we think that water stays.
No, I don't think it does, but I've heard people argue that surface tension is why. And I think that's kind of funny. I think it's a dumb argument. Yeah. But there are people that think that. They think that raindrops are another proof because everything turns into a sphere. Balls of water. It must be like that too. No.
I don't agree with that.
No. So it's silly. But no, surface tension is definitely real. We do see things on small scales that can be scaled up, but not everything does that. Of course. There are other things that do and don't. But from what we see in natural observation, again, it has to be observed. And like you said, then you have to be able to see that repeatable measurement again, or repeatable experiment. And the globe, unfortunately, keeps failing. You heard of the black swan?
No. Sounds interesting.
You haven't heard of the black swan picture that they do here?
Sounds interesting. I gotta go to bed soon. I got a midterm coming up in a couple of days, and I gotta wake up tomorrow to study for it. Not looking forward to that, but
oh, great! Oh, it's always fun. Those are fun things.
Yeah. That's not so bad when you get a few friends together. You start playing some tunes, and ooh, what the swan on a swan? Yeah.
Let's see if somebody can post it for me. I don't have it. There's one of them. I'm looking for the one that has the measurements on it. Anyway, your globe. There we go. There's some measurements showing up on that one. The black swan is just an example, one of thousands to millions that people are making all the time, that we are seeing objects in the distance way too far for the globe's claimed size. So this is one of our reasons why most of us know your globe isn't matching up with reality. So we go out into reality.
I sent a link to a picture that does show wind turbines going below the horizon. So it does also hold up here. But I get what you're saying. As soon as it doesn't hold up somewhere, that it doesn't hold up anywhere else. But
all I have to show is your physical horizon not being where it's supposed to be one time, too far, and your model falls apart instantly.
I'll leave on this note, just because we haven't explained absolutely everything that works in every single way on the globe or on this thing that we live on. I still think we've done it to a point which is studyable, which we can study and we can learn from. I still think we've done a pretty good job. I mean, we're just monkeys that have just gained intelligence.
Well, I disagree with you on that. I disagree. I disagree if your foundation of your model is wrong, which your major model claim is that you're a spinning ball in a vacuum. If that is wrong, then there's a lot more wrong from there, because that's your foundation. If your foundation's rotten and
I don't think that a small observation disproves that. I think that the overwhelming majority of observations that do prove that don't get outweighed by the tiny amount of
you're trying to make other the amount of claims made suddenly equals truth. No, amount of claims doesn't equal truth. Truth equals truth. If something is wrong, even if one part of it is wrong, it's not the truth. Especially if it's a major part that makes it so everything
but I'm
else
not saying
is
it's
off.
the truth. I'm not saying that we know everything. We know very, very little. And we're
We
just
do know very
discovering
little.
how much we
But
don't
your
know.
major claim is a foundational piece, and that is the size and shape of this
but
thing
just looking
and
at,
the spin.
I mean, there could be another explanation of why we see these barges so far away. There is a possibility that there is another
You
explanation
think that there's an explanation that light could bend over any amount of a curvature from basically, if you had enough supposed refraction, you should be able to see the back of your own head. See, that's the kind of things you're going to get into. And the problem is, immediately if you claim refraction, we're going to welcome you to flat Earth, because actually that's our argument. And you're going to find that if you'll find it's our argument is refraction, and you're going to actually get called as a flat earther, because your model claims there's a physical horizon, and the way that light works. Go study Snell's law. Make sure you study some Snell's law before you come back and try the refraction argument with us, okay? I highly recommend that you go figure out what your radius is. You figure out
Snell's law.
You figure out Snell's law and what do you need to fulfill the refraction claim that you're going to make, because I already know where you're going to go with it. But I'm going to tell you right now, it's a losing argument for your side. We actually love it when you guys say refraction, because then we can welcome you to flat Earth, because we'll be able to go through that law.
End up, like, kind of the reason why I'm here, just because I love talking to everyone here. I absolutely love it.
I can tell you're enjoying it.
And I'll see you guys. Y'all are cool, and I don't know if I somehow become a flat earther after talking to everyone, even though my strong hard belief is that the Earth is a globe. If you somehow convince me that the Earth is flat, I want to be here. Like, I want to be here for that.
Well,
if
I
you're
tell you what,
me that the Earth is flat,
our job is not to convince you. Our job is to inspire you to hopefully go out and seek the truth for yourself and confirm whether you've been lied to or not. Learn to figure out if you've been lied to or not.
And I have.
That's
and right now, I don't think I have.
Well, you don't think, but you don't know. And that's the biggest thing that people have a hard time with, is getting past not only their egos, because nobody likes to be lied to. Nobody likes to be deceived or conned. And it's very hard to let go of whatever you have believed of a lie to go for the truth. Sometimes that's even so hard that people will literally reject the truth for a lie. It's easier. So that it's a challenge to your character. If you could stand up to finding the truth on your own. I'm not here to convince you. I'm here to help you find a way to find truth. If I can help you do that, and you've come to the realization that we are correct in our assessment of what we see in reality here, great. If you don't want to hold on to the religious belief, that's fine too. I'm not going to hate you for it or anything like that, but I want to see people seek the truth, because I know what it does for you. I know what power that has when we understand truth and can figure out lies. When people are lying to us, governments are lying to us, politicians or whoever, or even your personal relationships, how do you figure out if they're lying to you? Well, you got to look at the reality of the situation and assess it with logic and being truthful. You got to be humble enough to be okay with knowing that you might have been lied to. That's all.
Yeah. Well, I kind of flipped that on you.
Same with us. Hey, I'm always ready for the same thing. I mean, I've asked for, I don't know how many years now, since 2014 was when I really came into this. So, yeah, since 2014, nobody's been able to pull me back into the globe because I can't find it anywhere.
And I mean, the fact that you're flipping that question on yourself and asking, like, have I been lied to about the flat Earth? And that just proves that you truly believe the flat Earth, that you truly know the Earth is flat.
I have, confirmed it to myself so much so that I am waiting for somebody to bust it, but nobody's been able to do it yet to my satisfaction after all the things I've learned and seen and tested for myself.
Maybe it'll be me after engineering.
Yeah.
I'm smart enough, though. But
you never know. You never know. But I'm more than willing to have anything that would give me the truth because I don't want to be lied to. I hate it. Actually, it's one of my biggest things. I hate being lied to. Yeah, most of us hate it. Most people here want empirical evidence. We are empiricists at heart. And so it's all about figuring out logic and using the scientific method and then making sure we confirm things and test it for ourselves. That's what good science does. So people always want to call flat earthers science deniers, and we are not. We're actually probably more concerned about the science than most people think by far.
All right. Well, it was awesome talking to y'all, and I'm going to go to sleep.
We'll come back and see us and talk some more.
Yeah, hopefully I'll have some time.
But yeah, check some of that stuff out before you come back. It'll be fun to talk.
Yeah, maybe I don't know, do some research and prepare some stuff. I don't know. That'll help.
That way our conversation will get more consistent and deeper and then be fun.
Yeah.
It's always fun.
Okay. Well, I'm looking forward to that. Okay.
Have a good one.
Bye, everyone. Peace.
Have a super day.
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
Wow.
Good morning. Hello, hello. Someone say hello.
you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Because you can see the stars.
Oh, yeah.
You know, and
We were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
you see the gas.
It don't matter. Say the sky was not the limit. We fly to the moon in another second. But we haven't been back since 1972. Destroyed all the papers and blew up the Challenger crew. Except for the twinsies. Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
Look out into deep space away from the sun. It's the darkest night you can imagine.
Hey, space boy, you broke my rocket man heart. Where are the stars? Is it bright or is it dark? The vacuum of space, oh, the tomfoolery.
What happens if you get a leak on that? You have a leak.
Deep over my bubble.
It's hard to comprehend.
Space is fake AF.
Two little bitty O-rings.
Space is fake AF.
It's not what you think, Holmes.
Space is fake AF.
It's all just start doing this.
Space is fake AF.
Research Eddie Bravo. You just have a leak, and what you would do is lose air.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Welcome back to Smarter Every Day. Now, a lot of the pictures you see from the International Space Station come from the cupola on the inside here, right? So the cupola is on node 3, is that correct?
Node 3.
Node 3. All right, so this is astronaut Don Pettit. You may know this guy. You've done all the city tracking.
Yeah, I've done a lot of cities at night, and then the nighttime aurora and time-lapse sequences of Earth. Many of those that you see have been done in this module when I was at the helm of the camera.
He's the junk. Let me just say it that way. You're the junk when it comes to space photography, right? Can you say that? Say I'm the junk?
No, I can't say that because I get too embarrassed.
I'm going to meet you on the other side, okay? So, seriously, he's the junk. Like, all the really cool aurora stuff, Don's the guy that took it.
Now this is a cover.
Okay.
So we call it a shutter, and it protects the windows from micrometeorites.
Okay.
The shutters are closed, the windows are protected. And also thermally insulates the windows from the radiation environment of space.
So can you shut these things from the outside?
No. You can open and close it from the inside.
Oh, okay, wait. On the inside, you're throwing a lever or something.
Yeah, you're turning a knob.
And it's
open.
Yeah. On the outside.
On the outside.
How do you do that and maintain a pressure seal between them?
O-ring type seals.
No, you don't.
With a rotating shaft. All our hatch seals are O-ring type seals.
Yeah, but how? My brain's
up here. Let's go inside. We can see it.
Okay.
Watch your head. All right. Oh, oops, thunk. So you have a whole series of O-rings in here. and a shaft that you rotate.
So, I mean, like on the space station, how many of these would you have?
7, because we have 7 windows.
What happens if you get a leak on that?
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak.
And what you would do
is...
You
lose air.
Yeah, you would probably seal the whole cupola off. And then there's probably a plan, I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism. Might require a spacewalk.
So my question is, how can you operate a lid on the outside of the space station by manipulating something mechanical on the inside of the space station without losing air pressure?
It's called real good engineering. It's called real good engineering.
Look at this. Somebody come and look at this. Look at this.
What happens if you get a leak on that?
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak.
Okay, one more.
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak.
And what you would do
you
is...
lose air.
Yeah, you would probably seal the whole cupola off. And then there's probably a plan, I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism. Might require a spacewalk.
So here we have a astronaut who has flown in space 3 times, but yet he doesn't know the procedure. He doesn't know the plan off the top of his head. If there was a leak on the ISS that he's traveled on 3 times, he doesn't know the procedure. Come on.
And then there's probably a plan, I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism.
The reason he don't know the plan is because it's all fake. He was caught by surprise with the question. Thanks for watching, and God bless.
In this lesson, we will learn about how to identify the author's claim in an argumentative text. Authors of argumentative texts write to share their arguments or beliefs with their readers. They take a position or have an opinion on the topic they are writing about. Claims are often statements that the author will try to prove are true throughout the text. The claim will come at the beginning of the text. It will solve a problem or answer a question, and it will include facts and evidence to prove the claim is true. Let's look at an example. The best way to keep your cat from destroying furniture with her claws is to have a scratch post. After we bought a scratch post, Fluffy sharpened her claws on it instead of the couch. The author's claim is that she knows the best way to keep her cat from scratching the furniture, and that's to buy a post. To prove this, she uses the evidence of her own cat, Fluffy, using the post to sharpen her claws instead of the couch. Here's another example. Cats have the most interesting eyes of all the animals. Cats' pupils are vertical slits instead of circles, like most animals' pupils. The author's claim is that cats have the most interesting eyes. Her evidence to support that is that cats' pupils are vertical instead of circles. As you read an argumentative text, it's important to be able to identify the claim so that you know what the author is trying to prove to you, and you can distinguish between the facts and the opinion that the author is sharing with you.
Sure, yeah. What brings you to the server?
Oh, I was just hanging out on another server where they just talked about like being on here, and they said, you know, that the URL or invite, I guess, is just flat Earth without any spaces. So I just punched it in. Yeah.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
No,
what do you understand about the topic?
I mean, I have really concerned myself with it. You know, I'm if you want to say that, you know, I'm not a flat earther, if that's the correct term. I don't know. But on the other hand, I find people who are like coming on here, like trying to debate you, whatever, calling you stupid and so on. I find them like to be extremely obnoxious themselves. Very, I don't know, like ignorant.
Yeah, that's fair. Sounds very fair. Well, welcome. I went ahead and gave you the VC verified tag. Be aware that there are a handful of rules and expectations, mostly correlating to Discord terms of service. And I'll let you know that this is live streamed. This specific voice chat is live streamed on a handful of platforms, but primarily YouTube. Just be aware of those things and use standard internet discretion.
Right. Yeah. You know, the obvious stuff, basically.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, if you have any questions, curiosities on the subject, there's a handful of us that are quite familiar with the topic. And
right. I mean, one interesting thing, or like one thing I'd just like to know from you is, you know, I've heard of this concept, you know, what's it called, relative buoyancy or something like that. And I just like to, yeah.
It's referred to as relative density, but yeah, go ahead.
Right. Yeah, I just like to know like how that how that would work. Like, does that work for you with or without gravitational pull or something? You know.
Yeah. So when people use the word gravity, they oftentimes have an idea in mind, and interestingly enough, that idea usually correlates to a very archaic interpretation of up and down and why things go up and down, referred to as the Newtonian gravity model. Are you familiar?
Yeah.
So, like the concept of mass attracting mass. Are you aware that that was superseded and actually abandoned a little over 100 years ago?
Is that so?
It was abandoned for a newer system that you've also more than likely heard of, known as the warping and bending of space-time, the theory of relativity from Einstein.
Right.
And did you know that that is currently being reformulated and, for all intents and purposes, will ultimately also be abandoned in the current understanding? And by understanding, I'm using that word very loosely. I could call it a narrative. I could call it a story.
Right.
But they're abandoning that for a medium or an element or a component that exists between matter, such as there's different theoretical elements that they're inventing, like the graviton, or the Higgs boson, or antimatter, or black matter, to explain in a more consistent way what we see in reality. Now,
right.
I'm going to give you a little bit of an analogy. You may have been in a conversation before where somebody just says God for all the answers.
Okay. I mean, not really, no.
Okay, or basically what I'm saying is, if you just say magic is the answer, magic could answer everything, right? So, and I don't mean that literally. I mean that logically.
Yeah.
So, if magic can do anything, then magic can fill the hole of explanation for anything, because you could just say, magic is the answer. Magic is the answer. Magic is the answer. And I'm using that as an analogy for what's currently happening as they continue to obscure into deeper forms of sophistry, I would call it.
Right.
They say things that sound really smart, but they're really just using a synonym for the word magic when they invent ideas like particles or forces. They just make a new name, oftentimes after somebody's last name or something, who talked about the subject, and they name it this new thing after that, and then they're like, this explains it. This answers all the questions. So I know that's kind of a convoluted way, a roundabout way to get to the point. Things go up or down. The question of what causes things to go up or down is only answered in part by relative density.
Yeah.
I had a really good analogy for this the other day. Oh yes, here was my analogy. Are you familiar with when somebody slams their hand on a piano or doesn't know how to play the piano and it sounds really bad? They call this dissonance.
Yeah.
Okay. So my question for somebody else the other day was, why is dissonance, why does it sound bad?
Right.
Why does harmony sound good and dissonance sounds not good?
Yeah. I mean, like if I'm allowed to answer with
of course.
at least what I know, it has to do with more or less the frequency being, let's say in a let's just call it pleasant ratio, like to each other, right? I mean, that's more or less how I understand it. Like, yeah.
I would just reduce it down and say, why are those ratios inherently good, as opposed to bad ratios being inherently bad or unpleasant? Right. So I'm asking a question that might not necessarily have an answer, but you do understand the effect, and you don't have to understand the cause to fully understand the effect.
Yeah.
That it's just another roundabout way of saying we can fully understand the effects of things going up and down and all of that. The cause may not be an answerable question.
Yeah.
But here's what. Yeah. Sorry, I know I'm talking a whole lot. I don't mean to cut you off. I will just add to this whole thing. The fact of the matter is, mass attracting mass was never demonstrated. It was an idea, somewhat of a post hoc, drawing the target around the object. You shoot an arrow and then you paint a target wherever the arrow landed.
Right.
Kind of an after the fact. Well, this is the explanation, but we can't demonstrate it.
Right. I mean, I'm not. I think it possibly could be demonstrated, but I don't think that it up until now it has been demonstrated in a way that's like super impressive. Like we haven't really attracted like a meteoroid or something just with, I don't know, like a gravity beam or something.
The gravity beam sounds like a really fun device, like in Half-Life 2 and stuff like that, but I'm not aware of that existing in our reality.
I'm pretty sure that there's some that particles, not even like on a molecular or atomic level, but just like basically dust has been recorded, basically just attracting itself, more or less.
Yeah, you have to. I would say this: ask the question: are there other possible explanations for for the effect that you're witnessing? So, for instance, let's say you see a particle of dust, and you're like, "Whoa! I just witnessed other dust particles going to that dust particle." For instance, right? Or is there more than one possible explanation for the cause?
I mean, if you just said
it's just a yes or no question,
right? I mean, if you don't account for other variables, right? Surely there could be.
So in regards to, is there more than one way to explain something you're witnessing? And that I would say yes.
Mm-hmm.
So determining which one it is would require experimentation. The issue is, are you able to account for all of the variables?
Okay. Yeah, I get what you're trying to say. But I mean, there is stuff like the Cavendish experiment and so on that, have been performed in basically in surroundings where there's basically zero there are zero other factors affecting it other than gravity. Air's been sucked out, it's been done pitch black and so on, right? No nothing, no sound, no vibration, just what we would assume is the gravitational pull.
I appreciate you using the word assume. There are very many issues for the Cavendish experiment.
Yo, that was a fucking major red herring, bro. Like, and this is why it's like.
So hold on, Elijah. Are you addressing our conversation or the live stream debate?
Okay.
I can't hear you, Elijah.
Neither can I.
Elijah. There's an active flat Earth. I'm not going to call it a debate. It really doesn't deserve to be called a debate. Argument taking place. I believe that's what he was referring to when he was popping in here, because he was probably replying to the text chat.
Right.
Yeah. There are all these sorts of things that can be pointed to. The most important is there's a claim that there's curvature.
Right.
That curvature would obstruct your ability to see beyond a certain point.
Mm-hmm.
And if you see beyond that point, there needs to be a sufficient explanation for why that is.
Yeah.
And if there's blockage, or if there's an alleged blockage, but then it's not actually blockage, then the blockage is invalidated.
Right. I get what you're trying to say, yeah.
And that's really the primary. Another aspect of the conversation would be it's impossible to demonstrate gas pressure without a container. Pressure implies pressing. Gas goes in all directions and must be pressing off of a container in order for there to be pressure.
Yeah.
So we have gas pressure, therefore there must be a container for the gas pressure to exist in the first place.
Okay, but don't you think that the container could be more abstract than something that's as solid as glass or metal?
If that could be demonstrated, yes.
I mean, just to humor it, I would think under the presumption, that gravity functions as, let's just say, is consensus. I will just call it that. I would think that would suffice as a what you call it?
As a container?
Yeah, exactly. As a container.
Sure, I've heard the argument that gravity is the container many times. The issue with that is that demonstratable? Can you demonstrate that in an experiment?
Right. I mean, it's kind of like when you it's how do I say this? It's kind of like when like a water droplet surrounds an object or forms at all. I'd assume that it's like more or less something similar.
Adhesion?
Yeah, I mean, you don't really have to call it adhesion, right? It's more like surface tension.
You think gravity is the answer for why surface tension exists?
No, I think that surface tension exists. I think that, like I said, I'm a complete layman when it comes to physics and so on. I'm not pretending. I'm just thinking that this might apply to gases as well, as they, at least I'd imagine, also have like a surface.
I can imagine amazing things myself, and I'm not trying to be rude when I say that.
Yeah,
I can relate to how powerful our imagination is. The issue is that has not been demonstrated. I am not aware of any demonstration ever where that's the case.
Probably Google that. Let's see. Surface tension gas. It says. I mean, there seems to be some stuff about like the surface tension of gas and so on, but we don't have to like geek out or something like that. Like the complete opposite of what I want to do. I don't want to like make you read some stupid paper.
So you said you found a paper referencing surface tension of gases?
Yeah.
Yeah, post it.
I mean, like I said, I haven't read it.
That's okay.
Right. It's just something that I found just now. So that's the thing.
That is fine. It does say liquid, though.
It says gas liquid surface tension. So, I don't know what it will say in like specifically. And I mean, like having, that's the types, like the people who will just search something without having a clue of what it actually means that they're like referencing, then taking that as like evidence.
Yeah, and I would just say it says liquid too. So if you're going to,
I know. I'm just there's many like results for what I just posted. It's just something that was like the first result. Again, like I'm not here to be a missionary or something, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right? Because to be quite honest, for the most part, the whole question on what the actual shape of a planet is has little to no effect on my life at all. Because I mean, if it's,
let me ask you this question: have you ever? It's kind of a vague question. Just think about it for a moment. Have you ever made a decision based on trust of the individual, based on trust in an individual?
I know exactly what you're going down on, like which road you're going down, and I support it 100%, because the main problem I have with the people that, the types that would go here and say something like, I'm going to debate these stupid flat earthers, or something. I'm going to destroy them with, science and logic and stuff like that, is that basically just without judging any group here, at least for the few first sentences, I think it's much more rational to believe your perception more than, just somebody that you're told to believe, right?
Mm.
I think it's much more suitable for most circumstances, right? I mean, in many cases, we would call a person that just believes something which they perceive to be false, but are told to be true, delusional. Yeah.
So there are very many people that place a large amount of trust in certain people and or organizations, and inform their decisions based on that degree of trust. If they were to be made fully aware of the lack of honor is not the right word. The lack of justification for that trust.
Right.
If the untrustworthiness were to be exposed, it may help people make more, apply more critical thinking and be a little bit more scrutinizing before making certain decisions. I understand there's the phenomenon of cognitive ease, where we tend to make there's certain behaviors that we find ourselves doing quite regularly, and we do them the same way, so we don't really think about them very much. That can be expanded out in a lot of different ways, and I think that there are people, you take a foot forward, a step forward, and you expect the ground to support you. That's a reasonable thing. But if you're let's say you cross bridges on a regular basis, right? Like wooden bridges that are being made by different people. If you found out that there was this one company that skips steps, doesn't manufacture bridges properly, and basically is just pretending, it would be important to know that. It's just a loose metaphor.
Mm-hmm.
But
I get what you're trying to say. Yeah, it's many a times, people keep believing what they're believing, even if they're presented with authentic information that that what they believed in previously is false, right? Like they will discard that authentic information in favor of, what they have been believing for quite some time. And that's mostly, I mean, that's almost like part of the whole gambler's fallacy thing, simply because they invested so much of their time, effort, and just basically life into believing in a certain thing, even if it's not like actively believing it, as in like that they don't think to themselves, oh, I believe in this and that. They just do passively, right? They will obviously put up at least a bit of resistance when being convinced of something that's contrary to that.
So how many long distance observations are you aware of that point to falsifying a radius claim for Earth?
Oh, I don't know. I don't really, like I said, I don't. I mean,
no, it's okay. You could just say I'm not aware of any. I've heard of one or two. Like that's all the answer I was looking for.
Like I said, I saw some videos, right? But I'm not tracking that. That's, I mean, kind of like looking out for looking at those things, like waiting for them to happen and then looking at the results. I don't know. That kind of seems like. I mean, it's obviously it doesn't track at all, but it's kind of like if you allow that comparison, like baseball for flat earthers. Like it's like you just wait for it to happen, and then like hopefully like your team wins, more or less, right? But I seriously don't have any recollection of like any serious trials or experiments like that, except for my own, which aren't really planned or scientific in any way.
Yeah. So this specifically would not be referred to as an experiment. I'm referring to just what's known as long distance observations. Right. So if you're not really particularly aware of any, it sounds like you're kind of just, as far as this topic goes, you're hanging out for a verdict at some point is that fair? Kind of your position on it? It's like, oh, it looks like they're arguing about something, and one day maybe we'll finally know the actual answer, something along those lines.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, if we were to like seriously debate, but like if I was some like staunch globehead, if you want to call it that, and you were to completely like disprove me in every single way, I would probably not change my opinion simply because I have been more or less, and to be frank, kind of programmed to instinctively like reject flat Earth as like a serious belief. And not only that, but how do I say this? Basically, just see those that do believe in it as ridiculous. That's like something that I don't know, can't really do anything against. But the thing is, I want stuff like, for example, Hollow Earth to be real so bad.
Yeah, because of Godzilla, of course, man. Yeah, that's what I was hoping for as well. Damn, Godzilla brought Hollow Earth. Damn, I was all in for it. Yeah, a huge monster like that in the middle of the earth. Damn, it went crazy. One thing I was just curious about your age, though, if you don't mind. I'm 34 right now. What's your age?
Oh, I'm 21.
21. Okay, so I was in globe religion for like about 25 years. So my case is worse than yours. There you go. I win. I'll stop it there.
Boom. Yeah, no, I'm not. Like I said, I'm not like, trying to judge.
We're all programmed to think exactly what you just said. All of us. And I think one day, if you can realize that there's nothing to debate, then things would change. Because it's not like anything can be debated about. You know what I mean? Nobody's going to be able to debate how tall you are unless neither person or one of the people don't know how tall you are. So out of ignorance, they might say, well, I've stood next to him and it seems like he's shorter or it seems like he's taller. In that sense, the only way you can debate it is if you're actually debating ignorantly against something that already is. Then there are things to debate, like things about opinions, like your favorite color, your favorite restaurant. But when it comes to measurement, or when it comes to persons, places, and things, well, that we can go to, those things just matter. Yeah. A thing is a thing. There's nothing to debate about a thing being a thing. In this case, the Earth is supposedly a globe thing. Well, we test that. We can test whether or not the dimensions are accurate in the way the math describes them. And we have an argument called the Black Swan, where we focus on the distance to the horizon, which is supposed to be geometrically blocking the rest of the Earth, because the rest of the Earth is hidden by the curve, right? That's why we can't see everything. That's what Professor Dave just said in his debate. And the bottom line is that horizon is never geometrically where it's calculated to be. As a matter of fact, it's further. As many times as I've actually seen it, and there's been the times that I've seen it on video now. Well, video came first, but then I went out to actually view it myself. But at that point, you don't debate whether or not the horizon is geometric. We just know that it's not. There's nothing to debate unless you're a person who doesn't understand what an obstruction is.
Right.
Obstruction being the geometric horizon. Metric because it's supposed to be measured to be 1 mile away if you're 1 foot off the ground, or a 6 foot person, it'd be somewhere around 3 miles away. That's its measure, the measure of your physical blockage from the rest of the earth. So the moment that you realize that that's actually not true, there's nothing to debate about it. It's just something to realize.
Right. I mean, like the obvious follow-up question is, I mean, it is said that supposedly the Earth is not spherical, but more like basically like a discarded apple, almost like an apple you've thrown against a moving vehicle or something.
Yeah, I think Gospel Bearer has one of the best answers for this.
Yeah.
If Gospel Bearer is still there.
He's on a call.
Oh, give him a second.
Right.
But I would just say overall that's not the case. Overall, they would say that it's a minuscule amount, and for all intents and purposes, it is curving at a specific rate. That's like when they say Kansas is flatter than a pancake, but then you're like, well, on a planetary scale, not really. On a planetary scale, yeah, but when you're standing there, not really, right?
Yeah, but I read about that. Didn't they actually like if you scale Kansas down to like a pancake, isn't it even flatter than a pancake?
Yeah, flatter than a pancake. But the thing about that is you can't have two different kinds of elevation, right? Because when we talk about 8 inches per mile squared, then it's the elevation drop between you, the point that you're standing on, and the Earth that's curving away from you. And consequently, that would be what the horizon is. the cutoff at which you can see the land, because it's curving away from you. But you can't have that kind of elevation drop and have an elevation profile of flat when determining the flatness of Kansas, because that's exactly what you would have to use. Like the profile on Google, the elevation would have to be flat for you to know, based on that zero baseline, how high and how low things are on an average.
Right. I have a completely off-topic question. What do you what, in your opinion, is the more or less like optimal flat Earth fast food item? Because I'm ordering food right now.
Fast food item? I try not to eat fast food.
Yeah, but my refrigerator broke, so I don't know. I don't really have an option right now.
I would say, what would I say? I would say, dang.
How about a nice flatbread sandwich?
Thomas is Italian. I don't.
I mean, I'm thinking about like a real like trifecta here. So basically, on one hand, like you'd have the like the donut Earth, like the torus, right, where it's like double hollow, represented by onion rings. Then pizza balls for the globe, and then like
what's a pizza ball?
Yeah, I've never heard of that.
Yeah, it's basically just like a made from like pizza dough with a bit of like mozzarella and sauce in it. Yeah.
Oh, Gospel, I think you were on a call. Oh, go ahead. Your third item.
Yeah, and the third one is like it could either be a pizza or like a chicken burger.
This is what, if you can go somewhere and get an omelet, that's a good quality. There's not a lot of garbage in omelets. I mean, some people, you could have the argument about if ham is in it or whatever, but omelets oftentimes have, pretty legit things, depending on the quality of the cheese, like bell peppers, tomato, onion. Those are all good things. Okay. That omelet is raw. I don't know. Maybe it's just melted cheese.
I mean, many people often overcook their omelet.
Yes.
But on another note, like, what do you think is more flat Earth like? A burger or pizza?
I don't know. I have different ideas about how things might be.
The bun, because at on the underside of the bun, you have a plane, and then
You're just thinking about a burrito, bro. and I find it hypocritical that you didn't say burrito the whole time, because I know you were thinking about it.
Burritos don't have a flat level surface.
Yeah.
Well, not level. I mean, you got to hold it level for it to be level, but they don't have a flat surface.
Get iron it. I mean,
so you tried it. You were reaching. You were reaching just as a matter of fact. That's exactly what I had only 30 minutes ago. A steak and chicken burrito. So I'm very upset that MJ called it out because he could not have known that unless I really eat them as much as I do.
Yes,
So
exactly. Yeah, yeah. Uh-huh.
Oh man.
But on another note, back to the gospel. I was telling him you would be the best person to talk about because when we were talking about the curvature, he's like, yeah, but don't they say it's not perfectly spherical? It's more like an apple. So
Yeah.
it wouldn't. Mm-hmm.
So check this out real quick, Spongle. They say oblate spheroid. They'll even invoke the word pear.
I said, an apple thrown against a moving vehicle. That's my what I said.
Okay, but I, just in case that idea ever creeps into your imagination, let me help you with it. Based on the globe model, based on the equatorial radius versus the polar radius, you understand the two reference points?
Yeah.
Okay. There is a 0.3% difference between those numbers. So again, 0.3% difference between those two numbers. So it is my claim, which I think is a very fair claim, to say that it's extremely disingenuous, and there's probably other words that I could use like subversive or distracting or red herring, but it's very disingenuous to say oblate spheroid or paroid or any other thing besides an almost perfect ball is what they claim this Earth to be. So to distract by that and say that it's lumpy this or it's this or that is so inaccurate according to the numbers that they provide. It's absurd that they even go there, but they do. And I find that quite suspicious that they go there.
Don't you think that might be due to like 2-3 factors? The first one being that you can kind of like spin the polar radius like around if you just discard like the Greenwich line, and the next one being that supposedly water kind of like covers it, kind of just flattening out the dents, if you want to call it that.
You know what? I think I'm glad that you went there because I just went through a video the other day. I kind of cut you off. Keep going, and then I'll post this really helpful video.
Right. I mean, the next funniest thing is that there actually is an ice wall, and they were like, just like, shit, let's just like make this up.
All right. So on the concept of, take into consideration all the claims of the globe, okay? Take into consideration the pathway of the moon. Take all these things into consideration, and then I want you to look at the map in this video. It's also in the thumbnail of the Earth, the tides of the water, okay, and the different, quite apparently spontaneous or incoherent locations where these tides differ. This, to me, is a very helpful visual to dispel the illusion of a globe, to dispel the illusion of the moon causing the tides. There are places in this world, and you can watch that whole video, it's nicely done, but there are places in this world that have 4 tides a day. There are places in this world that have 2 tides a day, and there are places in this world that have a mixture of both of those, as in not always the same.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I get what yeah.
So when people are like, the water, the earth is spinning and the water bulges a little bit, or any of those sorts of things, that's not what these tidal maps demonstrate in the slightest. But anyway, again, 0.3%. I give an analogy for that. After you shave your face, you have removed, I mean, if you do a really great job, you've removed maybe up to, possibly even more, but probably only up to 99.7% of the hair. Every time I shave, I can shave against the grain. I can use a 1 blade. I can use a 5 blade. I can use an electric. I can use whatever. No matter what I do, if I'm trying to not actually shave my skin off too and just destroy my face with, by scraping the skin in addition to the hair, right? I'm not trying to hurt myself. I can still feel the hair. I rub my hand against the grain. I'm like, yeah, even after a fresh shave. Now with the grain, it's pretty smooth. It's pretty legit. But against the grain, I can still feel a little bit of hair. My point is to say that 0.3% of the hair is present means that you're unshaven. Oh, look at this unshaven man. Which in reality, he's a freshly shaved man. He just dried his face off. And oh, look at that unshaven man. Is the equivalent to calling the earth some type of oblate anything or paroid anything. But even worse. It's even worse.
I still have only one question.
Yeah.
Should I order a burger or a pizza?
Yeah, they're both relatively unhealthy foods. You're probably going to have a better physical response to a burger in general, as opposed. Pizza tastes fantastic. I mean, unless it's just crappy pizza. But burgers, I think, have a more dynamic nutrition set.
Yeah, I mean that's why the Italians didn't really achieve anything militarily after they became Italy, because how are you supposed to build any muscle with the protein from pizza toppings? How's that supposed to work?
That's a funny theory.
Yeah. I mean, look, people always rave about the great Italian cuisine, and yet it only consists of dough, tomatoes, and cheese.
It can be argued that nearly every continent and almost every culture in the world has a variation of the meat, cheese, bread combination. You can make an extremely long list of foods across the world that have that combination, whether it's lasagna or a burger or pizza or a burrito. The meat, cheese, bread combo is all but universal.
I mean,
in different proportions.
I don't even know about that. The only thing that comes to mind when I think about the rest of Europe is cordon bleu, and that's a weird specialty.
Yeah, I like chicken cordon bleu.
Yeah, no, it's fantastic. Yeah, but I mean, this kind of gets me thinking about the French cuisine and how people always say that it's great, but can't even name 3 actual dishes.
Croque monsieur.
Cuisines of the East aren't at all based on cheese and bread.
Huh?
Just
I know there's a lot of Asian cultures that avoid cheese, but that doesn't mean that they don't have a carb, meat, and other component trifecta.
Yeah. I mean, I have the feeling that you kind of generalized it just maybe a small bit there.
Yeah. But there is a long list, right? Pizza, bread, cheese, meat. Burger, bread, cheese, meat. Burrito, bread, cheese, meat. Lasagna, bread, cheese, meat. Spaghetti, bread, cheese, meat. Yes,
that's all come out of Europe.
Yeah, that's all. Most of it is just a remix of Italian cuisine, or is just Italian cuisine.
Is a burrito?
I mean, it kind of is just Spanish. I mean, isn't the Mexican cuisine just you take whatever's left over and then wrap it up and put some cheese on it? You refry it and put some cheese on it?
Thank you, Napalm. It's so accurate, though.
Wow.
I love Bubba. My favorite. He really was, honestly, an extremely endearing character. Whoever wrote that character, and of course the actor just did a fantastic job, but that's one of the most endearing characters that I can remember in film.
Yeah.
I love Bubba.
Yeah. God. Would you believe me that I only ever saw Forrest Gump in German?
Sure. Is that your native tongue?
Yeah, it is.
Okay, well, yeah, sure, why not? It's fine.
I find that I found out that it sometimes freaks people out that like we watch almost all movies like dubbed exclusively.
Ja, und auf und fliegen out meine Marsch.
Okay, that's like like a very broken sentence with some vague like offensive words.
Yeah, because it's a reference to Wayne. It's a reference to Wayne's World. So, if you've seen Wayne's World, I don't know how it was dubbed
in German.
Yeah, und auf und fliegen out meine Marsch. Yeah.
Yeah.
For the non German speakers, that's and monkeys might fly out of my butt. Pretty much.
I mean,
I see.
Kinda. Like, with not enough imagination.
And back to the imagination thing. It comes full round circle.
Yeah, everybody reminds Wayne from Wayne's World's classic catch wave when he sees a woman. Boy, yoink. Okay, now I'm just fucking with you. I'm just fucking with you.
Swing, swing.
Yeah, obviously that's what they say in German, the German dub as well.
Mm.
Yeah, won't you believe it? They also dubbed the second movie. Okay, but still, be like on the food delivery question: chicken burger or normal burger?
Ooh, it all depends on the quality of that chicken. Because if it's well done, not well done as in fully well done cooked, but like if it's the right level of juiciness, a chicken burger could be pretty good. But yeah, I think you have a higher likelihood of success with the standard burger, but depends. I don't know.
There are a few like variations on the burger. The Big Burger Basic. I mean, they're all just called big, but they're just like regular. That's a quarter pounder basically without cheese. Then the same thing with cheese. Then the Big Burger Western, which is the same thing, but with what I believe is barbecue sauce and bacon and cheese. The Big Burger Tijuana, same thing, but with guacamole, red onions, and Santa Fe sauce. I have no idea what that is.
Yeah, do that. Do that. Sounds good.
Yeah, but to be honest,
I'm a sucker for some guacamole, though.
Yeah, but I don't know like how well it will go with like Santa Fe sauce. I have no idea what that is. Yeah, I'm probably just gonna stick to that thing then. I mean, in all likelihood, like the place is run by some people who have to eat halal, so they will most probably like make a decent like chicken sandwich.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, I mean, some of the best chicken I've ever had was at a Turkish restaurant.
Yeah, I mean, they're basically stripped of all like pork privileges for the most part, right? So that's basically what they had all of their like skill points into, right? Let's see. I have to log into my bank account just to verify this payment. I don't know why it does this to me.
Yeah, always be careful when something redirects you to your bank.
Yeah, no, I have to like log in on my phone.
Oh, okay.
To like put a TAN into the thing or whatever. Okay, there we are. God. Yeah, but I mean, this might be like my hubris or whatever. But I have the feeling that like here where I live, we use significantly like less seed oil when we like make food, even if it's like junk food.
Mm-hmm.
Wo in Deutschland kommst du? Nordrhein-Westphalia?
Yeah, I'm just gonna answer that in English. Currently, I live in Berlin.
Berlin. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Are you from NRW?
No, I'm not from that place. That's all I'm gonna call it. In many places, I guess it's tolerable, but other times, it's kind of a hellscape, right?
NRW or where you're from?
No, like NRW as you call it, right? North Rhine-Westphalia.
Yeah. You say it's a hellscape. Are you from somewhere else originally?
Yeah, I mean that whole place, right? It's basically chock full of like cities, right? That basically just rose to that position during the Industrial Revolution, right?
Yeah, a lot of foundries and stuff like that in the area. Yeah.
Yeah, and that wouldn't be a problem by themselves, right? But then they were, they were basically bombed to hell, and they didn't really like rebuild them right, so they still look kind of like temporary in some ways. Like in Cologne, for example, they've got a lot of heritage, with the cathedral, or I guess like church, or whatever. And I mean, they have Roman ruins, blah blah, all of this, right? But their inner city really isn't pretty, and that rhymed, so it's true.
You're a poet, and you didn't even know it.
Yeah, God. Now it's time to freestyle. The curse of a person tongues with puns.
We knew it. He's been sitting on that bar for a while.
Yeah, God. Yeah, that sometimes happens, doesn't it? You're trying to say something, but it's not like there's not like you have to wait for the opportunity. Yeah.
Yeah, it feels a bit forced then. Yeah.
Lord knows I've had that situation before. Yeah. And have it. I mean, this is like a weird question because I probably already know the answer. But have any of you ever been to Cologne?
Yeah. So I was there for a very short period of time, just like an afternoon. Yeah. I've spent quite a bit of time around like Duisburg, Dusseldorf, Dortmund area. I have a friend who's originally from Oberhausen.
Right. Yeah. So, and you only spent your time in that whole area?
Yeah. Well, I was there for his wedding and spent a lot of time. I actually, if anybody has the opportunity or the ability to experience another country by staying with a family, it's a much more enjoyable experience to spend time with families and kind of learn more of the culture than to just kind of see the touristy aspects of areas. Mm-hmm. And that's what I was able to do with my friend's family, which was really cool. Yeah, I spent 2 weeks in the area. Didn't do a whole lot of tourist stuff. Went to like Kolkum to see the castle and get some wine. And yeah, everything else was just kind of hanging out with family, learning cultures, just the little differences between, American and German culture. So it was really cool.
Hey, you went to Kolkum. I mean, you at least went to a place, kind of worth seeing, right?
Yeah. That's a beautiful little town on the river.
Mm. Yeah, got a lot like those, in that whole area. But
yeah, I don't know. I left my Kolkum sticker out of the picture that I posted.
Why? You feared that you'd be doxxed? Nah. But a friend and I met the friend like when I did my semester abroad in Manchester. We actually drove around basically the whole middle and south of Germany for like 2 weeks in my car, and also slept in it. It was loads of fun. I also got to see a lot of areas that I haven't seen before myself. Yeah, really is something.
Germany is beautiful. And speaking of like the industrial aspect to that area, in I think it's in Duisburg, there's a old abandoned steel factory or foundry where they've converted it into a park, and you can really just kind of go all over this whole entire factory. It's lit up at night with a bunch of lights. There's rock climbing within some of the containment outside for the coke that was used for the processing of steel. It's really cool, and it's just completely open to the public to climb all over this whole entire old structure that used to be a steel mill. And one of the funny things is when we were there, you're kind of climbing and going through all these areas of this old shut down factory, and there's just sharp metal edges everywhere and stairs that are really slippery. And I was like, there's no way that you could ever have something like this open to the public that's run by the public government. There's just no way, because somebody would fall and sue and whatever. And my friend was like, yeah, well, if you fall and hurt yourself, that's your fault. why should anybody else have to pay for that? And I'm like, that I like that attitude. Why is it somebody else's liability because you're being an idiot?
Mm. Yeah, that's
But here-
kind of like the attitude. Yeah.
Yeah, we have such a so many lawyers here in the States and this culture of like suing people for money and all that kind of crap that something like that would just never fly.
That's true. I mean, that kind of sucks, though, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. I mean, near Berlin, there's like this place called Ferropolis, right? City of Iron. That's what it's called. And basically, it's like a place where they used to dig coal out of the ground, and this big, I guess, crater is now filled up with water, and in a little peninsula that is smack dab in the middle of said now I guess lake, but ex crater, right? They still have all the machinery that used to work there. So basically, you have these ginormous machines that are just standing about, right? These old coal diggers and whatever, and they actually do festivals and concerts there. So that's a bomb location for a festival, right? In this peninsula, the middle of this lake, with all these big coal, I don't know, like tools there, right? Really is something.
Yeah, it's probably very similar to the one that I went to in Duisburg. I think they call it like Duisburg Landscape Park or something like that. I'll see if I can link it. Really cool, beautiful. The way they have it all lit up with different color lights and stuff at night. It's really awesome.
Right. Yeah. No, I have it. I have it on Google Maps. Found it right away. Yeah, I mean it is cool, isn't it? You can bet that or you already know that so many like banned pictures, like photos, have been taken there.
Oh yeah, when we were there in the evening, my buddy was like, by the way, you might come around the corner and see a naked girl getting her picture taken. It happens here a lot.
Kind of weird. Yeah. You know, but like I said, I'm not from North Rhine-Westphalia, and I'm also not from Berlin. Like from the general, like Wiesbaden, Taunus area, like near, like west of Frankfurt.
Cool. So are you new to the server?
Yeah. Spank new.
Yeah. What originally brought you here if somebody hasn't already asked that?
Yeah.
I was, just preparing for some exams, and because I wanted to ask a question, I joined like a mathematics Discord server. You know, that's, I don't know, kind of dorky if I think about it. But then I joined like the voice channel, and they talked about like this place, how they debated, I guess you, right? And they said that the code to get to the server is just flat Earth without any spaces.
Yep.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I typed in.
Cool. So when they were talking about it, and they said they debated, what was their kind of like overall general attitude about that, or like their opinion about that?
Well, I guess you can basically sum it up in a single word. That word being smug.
That's a good word.
As in they were being smug, or the server was being smug to them? They were being smug.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was it somebody from this server that was saying to come here and debate that was being smug, or was it somebody that came here to debate that was being smug?
The latter.
Gotcha. So just kind of like a general attitude of condescension.
Yeah.
They were probably just butthurt because they were provided evidences that they refused to accept, and it probably got them hurt their feelings.
Yeah.
It's typically what happens.
Spongle, are you willing to snitch this person for entertainment purposes for later on?
Can't even remember the name.
All right.
Like they were just in and out, more or less, right?
Gotcha.
Yeah. God.
Well, we have a mathematics professor that comes here often. He's not a flat earther, but he does regularly visit the server.
That's perfect. I need him because I need to cheat on a maths exam.
What category of math?
Okay. Basically, I've actually successfully done this exam before, but at a different uni. And I switched unis, right? Because I didn't really like my old one anymore. And I wanted to move. And for some reason, they didn't recognize like that mathematics course, right? So now they are more or less forcing me to retake mathematics 1, which is like, I guess,
algebra.
mostly, yeah, linear algebra and differential equations and stuff.
Why would you need to? I mean, why would you need to cheat with that?
Because they basically told me. I mean, I don't know, I don't know what it's like in the US, but they make it like extremely pleasurable to like do and also learn mathematics here. Next thing is, I've only been told like a week ago that I have to take it because that's how long it took for them to decide on whether or not to accredit it, right? And me thinking that I not only have mathematics 1 but mathematics 2 as well completed, right? Or having had completed that in the past, right? Thought that, I won't have to do mathematics 1.
So this may be helpful information to you. I just double checked. The CLEP exam exists in Germany as well. CLEP, College Level Equivalency Program. Hold on. Never mind.
Yeah. Also, Whammer, I saw what you wrote into the chat. Yeah, I don't like colleges. I don't know. They don't really exist here.
Yeah,
it's like
I'm
uni or
curious if there's a CLEP in Germany. So in America, you can be in college and you can take a test for like $85, and if you pass it, you don't have to take that class. Are you familiar with anything like that in Germany?
No.
Okay.
Like it's mandatory.
It's called testing out. Yeah, you can test out of mandatory class. It shows that you have the competence, so you don't need to be educated on what you're already competent of.
Yeah, I know.
Double check.
Yeah, I mean, I'm getting in touch with my uni again, but seriously, I just want to pass this so I can like carry on and I don't have to like add a semester to my studies.
Yeah, for sure. Because it's money too. It's not just time.
Yeah, I mean, in this case, it's like just a smaller aspect of it, right? Doesn't really destroy you with debt here.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, but I mean, oh god, I just remembered. Yeah, I can't post any pictures. Otherwise, I would have posted the very first like page of the script. Ridiculous.
For a course to test.
Yeah.
Yeah, just ask. Is there an exam I can take to test out of a class?
I mean, the point, the point is, I don't want to take any exam at all because I've already done it. That's the and I've got like the module handbook. I've got like my what you call it, like.
Well, maybe you can. Why can't you transfer the credits then?
I mean, for most of my courses, I could and I did, but but in this case, I don't know if they didn't allow it, and I'm now getting in touch with like my uni again to like get them to do it. Yeah.
All right.
Because it's
algebra's not a big headache, bro.
Yeah, it's just like it's how do I mean, look, it's not like you don't need to tell me that it's like not that big of a of a deal because I've already done it. It's just that the like the material that they give you is so it's just so like I would describe like just kind of chewy to go through, right? It's just very tedious.
Yeah.
Right. And it's like they the first like three pages are all about sequences and series with overly educated definitions and laws and so on, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. And it's like if I didn't know what all these signs meant, right, I would be lost. But all of this just builds up to them saying, oh yeah, by the way, you can calculate interest with this. It's so ridiculous. Like I don't need the first three pages to get how to calculate like interest and like compounded interest. Completely insane, right? Just, I don't know, feels like a lot of chicanery.
Nice vocabulary.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, it's I I mean, the worst thing is I always enjoyed mathematics, whether it was in school or like the last time I like took it in uni and so on. But this time it's just it really is just I don't know. It just feels mean spirited. Like this is a first semester course, like a first semester class, and I have the feeling that they make me go through this just to like kind of test me, because everybody who's new to the uni has to do it to like prove their worth, even though I've already done it and I'm like a few semesters deep. Sucks.
Mm-hmm.
God, like
they don't trust you because you're from Frankfurt.
I mean, then they should trust me because I'm like from the actual Frankfurt and not from the second Frankfurt that's actually closer to Berlin. Yeah.
Can I ask you one quick question, Spongle?
Sure, go ahead.
If in reality the Earth is not a globe, would you want to know that?
I mean, the obvious answer is of course, right?
Well, not everybody. That's why he asked, because we actually find a lot of people. No, I wouldn't care. You alluded to that earlier.
No, it's not that what I meant to say. It's just that it's not that I wouldn't want to know. It's just that there are a lot of things that are more like pressing right now for me. That are more like immediately important for me. And that's
I can understand that.
More about them and like solving all of these tasks before I would get to this.
Sure. If you're starving to death, for instance, you got to have a full belly first. If you're gasping for air because you're underwater, you got to come up for air before you address any other, topics or ideas. So, loose connection to Abraham Maslow's hierarchy of needs and all that conceptualization. So you gotta cover the base needs in your life before you start addressing some of these topics, maybe. But I think it's a relevant question. He was just making sure that that you were at least interested in the topic.
Yeah, I mean, maybe if I'm like starving in the desert and also like thirsty as all hell, right? Maybe if somebody told me and showed me that the Earth is flat, I would gain like a bit of energy. Just out of spite, just to like get through this and spread that information.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh God, the funny Maslow pyramid, right? I mean, that's kind of a funny marketing concept that I was also taught, but I mean, it's obviously like overtly bullshit, right? I mean, there are enough people who produced artistic things while they're in prison or somehow in danger or not well.
Yes,
right? I mean,
there's level skips.
Yeah, you don't need to be fat and like safe and well fed just to like paint or like to write something, right?
You could refer to it as a state of mind as well, though. You need to be in the right state of mind in order to access those higher levels, so to speak, I think is the premise, not necessarily. And everybody's level is subjective as well, as far as that thing goes. But anyway, right. I think Dave was also kind of hinting at trying to bring the conversation back to the topic of the server and the topic of this live stream, where we do try to work through the conversation with folks that either are not aware or are being contentious against the topic. One or the other, where we work on letting people know why the Earth is not a ball. And I had asked you earlier, were you aware of any long distance observations? And the general answer was no, because you hadn't been looking for them, basically, something along those lines, right?
Basically, yeah.
Yeah. So, does anybody have any geographically relevant long distance observations for that part of the country? Napalm or
for
anybody?
Germany?
Sure.
Not that I can think of. But I had a question for Spongle. Do you think it's a good foundation for you as a person to understand where you are and possibly who you are? Do you think that's a good foundational knowledge to have?
Yeah, I mean, I'm more or less like certain that I know these two things.
Can I ask another question that's kind of related?
Yeah, go ahead.
Because it is important when we ask, do you think it's important to know where you are? But because people assume that they do know where they are, it doesn't really engage the thinker juice the way, you know what I mean? They're just gonna go, yeah, of course it is, and I know where I am, right? So do you think it would be, if you were actually being deceived and nefarious dealings were going on,
Yeah.
do you think it would be important for you to know if it impacted you personally?
Yes.
Because you don't know how it impacts you because you don't know what's going on. But if it in fact was true, would you want to know?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry. Go ahead, Napalm.
Yeah. Another aspect of the question would be those that are under the impression that the universe exploded and order came from chaos, and that they are complicated rocks, and all these sorts of beliefs that go along with that presupposition, they have a limited capacity for their perspective, and they also have a constraint for how they determine how to make decisions in life with those presuppositions in mind.
Mm-hmm.
So that, I mean, it's just there's a big difference between that as your presupposition and the concept of creation, intention, design, which implies purpose.
Yeah.
Big difference between those two. So that in my opinion is the relevance of the question.
Okay. And now?
You said, and now?
Yeah.
What we observe, you've got, for instance, you've got the law of causality. You have philosophical ways of addressing this question. But then, in addition to just logic, you have our reality, where you can look at the fact that things are level. On average, across the land, it's level. The sea, under the sea floor, it's level. The sea itself is level. The sea level, and you've got all this straight flatness that is in opposition to the narrative that everything exploded and there's just a bunch of Dippin' Dots floating through. I know I'm being facetious, but just a bunch of balls, exploded particles that coalesced, and some didn't. Some did, and some didn't. And I mean, it's just a big chasm between those two different ideologies. But they're not just ideologies; it's what we can demonstrate and measure and see in our reality. That the surface of Earth, where we live and where we can see and where we can touch and look and measure, it's flat and level, and that implies something very contradictory to the story we've been told, basically.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Yeah, so coming to an understanding that you are at the center of the universe, right? That everything kind of revolves around us and it might not be as far away from us as we've been told, can have some pretty major subconscious or psychological I don't want to say ramifications, because ramifications would be the current model. But there's certainly a lot of aspects within your life that do change with this understanding. And I say understanding because it's not a belief. It is an understanding of the nature of the world around us. And if you've been told a lie or incorrect information about the very fundamental nature of where you are and who you are, that has some pretty large ramifications to how you act and operate in the world and society as a whole. Do you feel you're of any importance or significance in this universe?
I hope I do.
You hope you feel? It was kind of a question. Do you feel that you...
I mean, from my own perspective, obviously, I think I do.
Do you think that this belief would maybe change or would increase a little bit if you understood that what we call the world is everything, that this realm that we live on is everything, that there's no billions and trillions of light years away, there's no possibility of us just being a nowhere planet in the middle of an ever expanding universe, and we're just some speck, just like all the other billions and trillions of specks. Were you taught that in school?
No, not really. No.
So in Germany, do they teach the Big Bang and the evolutionary theories?
I mean, they kind of allude to it, but they also teach creation.
So your school curriculum does involve at least the other side of that equation, and they do teach a.
Well, actually, when you say
creator.
creation, can you elaborate?
The Christian creation.
Neat. Was it a religious school or a normal school?
Normal school, like
fascinating.
Yeah, I mean, you basically.
Well, they taught creation. How so? Explain.
Well, basically, it's just like normal class. Like basically, you begin having that class. So basically, starting in, I think maybe even first class, right? You're separated into Catholic and Protestant. I guess.
I'm sorry. I don't care about that stuff. No disrespect. I'm talking about.
We were just one sentence away.
Cosmetically, because we're talking about We're talking about the Big Bang and evolution, and things coming together by way of gravitational accretion. That's that creation story. So, in terms of the actual creation, right? Like, what did they talk about in regards to cosmology?
Okay, like I said, in religious class, we talked about creation as it is in the Bible. Right?
And that was very vague and obvious, but that's why I'm asking you to elaborate, because you're the only person that can say that. Like, make it interesting, please.
Well,
I'm not. I'm just asking.
Do you remember the details, Spangle?
I mean, you all know the story, right? Like with the 7 days.
Some better than others. Did they say, God made everything in 6 days?
Yes.
Okay. So they taught you that, but then they also taught you that did they say believe? Like, what was your conclusion when you were done with that portion?
Thank you. Oh, my mic is hot. Sorry, guys.
Oh, okay. What was your conclusions, Mongol? Like when you were all done with that portion of school, were you like, okay, some people believe God made everything, some people believe that nothing exploded and made everything, and these are both beliefs? Or were you like, people used to believe this story about God, and now they know that nothing exploded and created everything? Like, what was your conclusion when you were done with that portion of school?
No, we were taught creation as fact.
Oh, okay. But what about evolution and Big Bang stuff? Are you saying they didn't go over that?
I mean, not at that time. I mean, we're talking about elementary, right, onwards. We talked about selective breeding and adaptation, right?
Okay.
And I guess evolution can be put into that, but it was far removed from, like a lizard turning into an ape or something.
Sure. So basically what you're conveying is that indoctrination doesn't start, or did not, at least as far as your experience went, it didn't start at a young age, that aspect of indoctrination.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not...
That's an atypical experience for Americans.
I'm not, okay, right. I'm not an atheist, if you think that.
Okay. No, I didn't really make any assumptions. I'm just asking questions for clarification. And
right.
It's peculiar. Like, that's not the normal experience. It wasn't my experience going to school in the 90s, the early 90s. And
I mean, I'm still not convinced that all of the details are clear. Because in all honesty, before Flat Earth, we all knew that most people regarded themselves as Christian, even if they didn't go to church, even if they, for whatever reason, didn't really espouse the faith. But they're like, yeah, of course, Jesus died and whatever. They used to go to church and yada yada. That's most people's feeling towards it. At the same time, they'll have a conversation with you about exploding stars and black holes and whatnot, as if that's real. So that means that the indoctrination did happen in a way that was far more subtle than we really think.
Yes,
Well,
I mean that's obviously true. I guess it happens mostly through media and the internet. That's my best guess.
Yeah.
That's true. Yeah,
Now,
that's true. Yeah.
he's for Elijah. I don't know if you heard the part that he's from Germany, and then he's also young 20s. So, so these are all different contexts for differentness. That's fascinating. It seems to me. Sorry.
Oh no, you're good. I was interrupting you.
It just seems to me that you're suggesting that an 8-year-old in Germany, at least that has or had a similar experience to you, wouldn't be under the impression that of any Big Bang narrative, apart from what they might be getting in cartoons and all the other areas. But as far as from school, you're suggesting that that's actually not part of that early stages of development context.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, in
Yeah,
this
like-
day and age, you'll get it from Cat in the Hat. You'll get it from the Octonauts. You'll get it. You'll get all of those narratives from.
Oh, wait a minute.
Everywhere else.
That's hard to believe.
It
because
is.
again,
I'm taking his word for it.
My media tells me, and I don't, and there's also Europe, and it seems to be the consensus right now. Of course, when I speak to other people, I have more of a mixed reaction. It's anecdotal, but generally speaking, from the powers that be, the YouTube channels that I watch, and any other sources of media, people think that the Earth being a globe is universal knowledge, and it can't be universal if there are some countries that are like, nah. You know what I mean? But there are many countries that supposedly have a hand in the space station, and then there are other countries that just have things orbiting, satellites orbiting and whatever, doing various different tasks. So everyone's on board, and they can't be on board if some people are like, yeah, I know some people are taught that it's a globe, but not me. I just don't believe. I don't. I don't know. It's odd.
Culture has a big way of, reinforcing the whole heliocentrism, globe model, all of that fun stuff, and it's not too surprising to me that in Germany you were taught the biblical aspect of it. Many Americans probably don't know the closer connection that the church and the state tend to have in Germany than they do, say, in like the United States. There's a very large presence of Christianity within Germany, and it's a very common thread within that country. And like I said, the separation between church and state isn't quite what it is here in the United States. So it's not too surprising that you were taught that in school. And you could possibly correct me if I'm wrong, but it's my understanding that even being a part of a church or a congregation, your tithe is basically extracted directly from your pay. It's that closely related to the state.
But it's not about being taught both things. I'm more considering the takeaway. And he's saying his takeaway wasn't that he was indoctrinated with understanding that this is how things came about. Yeah, there's that thing over there, but he's saying, I think, that didn't particularly happen. And that his takeaway was at least open enough for him to think for himself. And I'm saying, okay, well, is that everyone's takeaway? Because on one hand, I have a mass media and nobody from Germany stepping up, most certainly, saying, hey, that's actually not true. They're saying globally everyone thinks this. Where's this coming from? Like, I don't see the people out there in droves coming out to say, don't put my name in your mouth.
Well, let me just say, what I meant mainly was we were taught creation. I don't know like which like Earth model they used in like first grade. It's just that I just know, like, because I know that we had religion in school, and I distinctly remember being taught like Christian creation, the whole story behind that, right? But I don't know specifically like which Earth model they used. Like that's, at least in my mind, that's such a minute detail that I don't even remember it.
Mm-hmm. Okay, interesting. Fine.
Yeah, but yeah. I mean, like the average, like I guess like life of somebody from like my area was like, you go to school, I mean, as an infant you were baptized, you are taught basically more or less everything about the Bible in the in elementary school, carrying on, right?
Can they hear me?
Like
yeah, you're interrupting a sentence. Don't do that.
in I mean, like the basics, obviously, and in middle school and so on, you go deeper into the material, right? Talking about the individual prophets, right? What it means and so on. And then when you're around like 13, 14, 15, you get your confirmation, right? Where you become a full-fledged member of the church.
Good old Sky Gazer in on the conversation. I was hoping he was still alive.
No, I'm alive, bro. I was like just saying, yeah. I was like cheering on. So what was the comment? Like, what were you gonna say, bro? I think GP. I think you interrupted the whole thing. It was gonna say something epic.
No, I didn't interrupt.
Yeah, no, it's just you know, you go to your confirmation. I guess like classes or whatever, like in order to prepare you to become like a member of the church, like a true member. And yeah, I mean, you go there like for like half a year or like a year on every Saturday or something. And at the end, right, like more or less part of the tradition is that all your relatives give you a lump sum of money, and many buy themselves like a motorcycle or something.
Hey, Spongle, was I incorrect in my statement that typically the church will take a tithe directly from your paycheck as being a member?
Yeah, but you can kind of like block them from doing.
Imagine like living in a world where it's like some kind of hot take. Imagine being like the kind of red pill Neo situation where it's like, yo, like Morpheus takes you to the red pill level. And it's like the red pill is just about like, well, yeah, the church, you know, like what, you know, when you're like giving money, it's like going to the church, like 5% is like going to administrative fees.
I mean, you can also just like
no, but also like that's not that impressive and interesting.
Skygazer.
I'm sorry.
You're being a little disruptive. Slow the roll.
That is nothing new, unfortunately, man. It's unfortunate that the last time I heard you was months ago, and someone was telling you to stop being disruptive. So that's just unfortunate.
They have really strong beer in Norway. This is what I understand to be true.
Know about that.
So GP, I'm from Norway in Finland. I'm taking your vibes, you know, when, you know, I'm the knight on the kind of like semi-dirty, you know, not shining armor, just kind of like a semi-muddy armor, where it's like, man, this guy needs some shit done, you know. It's kind of like, oh, it's just for fun, bro. It's not a big deal, but it's funny. But I love this channel. I love you guys. So, you know, let's not make a big deal out of it.
You want to be a better man.
All right. Just don't interrupt people in the middle of their sentences. That's all.
Do you think the Vikings were the first flat earthers?
No, I think the first people were the first flat earthers.
All right.
Yeah, the question would probably better be phrased in like, who are the first globe earthers, right? Because pretty much since time immemorial, the baseline standard of what we observe and what we experience in reality is a flat and stationary Earth. So somebody would have to come in with some compelling, not necessarily evidence, but a very compelling deception that what we see, feel, and experience on a day-to-day basis is actually 180 degrees from what the alleged reality is.
Right. I mean, they're all the
Yeah, and
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
So, Spongle, on a daily basis, do you would you say it's a true statement that you experience the Earth on a daily basis as flat and stationary, meaning you don't experience a spin and you don't experience any type of curvature, just on a daily basis? Like if you got knocked in the head and you were in a coma and you woke up tomorrow and you didn't remember anything, and there was nobody there.
If I got knocked in a coma, if I got knocked in a coma,
bro.
No. If I get knocked in a coma,
homie. Yeah. Slow your roll, homie. So if you woke up from that coma and nobody had told you anything, you have zero backstory as to the nature of the reality or the shape of the realm in which you're living. How long do you think it would take without any outside influence to come to some sort of idea that you're living on a spinning ball?
I don't know. I wouldn't know what the fuck I'm even living on to begin with. Like I don't think that I would like really think about it. Like I'm thinking to myself in the Bronze Age, for example, right? What was the predominant perspective then?
Sorry. I don't mean to interrupt, but there's a lot of people listening.
But you are.
I'm very sorry. I'm sorry. But can you explain? Like it's kind of hard to listen to, but can you explain who is talking when he's talking? I'm sorry.
Who is talking is not you. That's pretty much what's taken place, and we're having a conversation here with Spongle. We have been for quite a while, and if you feel that you have anything of value to contribute based upon the current questions that are being asked, I would say find an opportune time to maybe interject that value. But if you don't experience that, maybe just go ahead and sit on mute. Sorry. But anyways, Spongle, go back to what you're saying regarding the Bronze Age.
It would interest me what they would believe the shape of the Earth is, because that could probably be my perspective then as well. If like I had to come up with something by myself.
Right, because just on a daily basis, what do you experience the Earth as?
That's like, I know what you want me to say, but the thing is, I'm not even sure what I'm even experiencing.
I think that as a I'm a side I'm a side viewer, and I think that you should just explain because you're criticizing the level of subjectivity that's happening in the current kind of thing. So I would like you to just please, because I think you're failing to realize how many viewers that are viewing you for you, and you need to present the pure you to the audience. So please disregard the authorities and become the pure you just for once in our lifetime, and let's see what that happens.
Okay, like I'm sorry, I really have no idea, first of all, what you meant, and second of all, I don't know what I would think the Earth's shape is like if I didn't.
If you're responding to Skygazer, I'm sorry, I was on the phone. If you're responding to anything Skygazer said, he gets intoxicated. I wasn't I was being lighthearted about the Norway having strong beer as kind of a hit kind of thing.
Yeah, I know, I got that.
But he's a friend of mine. When he's sober, he's actually a really great guy. It's just drinks a little too much.
When he drinks, he's even a better guy. Like he's even out of a higher caliber or whatever.
Yeah, he gets really esoteric and cheeky and rude, disruptive, and a little incoherent. That is what alcohol does. But we can move on.
Right.
So basically, I guess you're saying you wouldn't begin to know unless you could see it or measure it.
No, it's just
Which is pretty much what we're saying.
I wouldn't know because I'm so far removed from that situation where, I haven't been told what to believe or what not to believe, and so on and so forth, right?
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Is measurement about belief?
No, but it's like listening to somebody who tells you what they measured belief.
Exactly. You would have to believe someone who told you they measured something to be something, right? Like they claim that there's this measurement for this ball, and when we go, where is it? They take us to calculations based on it already being a sphere, or presuppositions that would take a circle and then assume it's a sphere, like with Eratosthenes, when you can do the same thing for your kitchen floor if you made the same assumptions. So there's actually no measurement. As a matter of fact, there's supposed to be a measurement, and I spoke about it earlier. The measurement is supposed to be 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height of the feet. That will give you the distance to the horizon based on the measurement that the Earth is a sphere with a circumference of 24,000 and change miles and radius of 3,959 miles. So that calculation or formula is a direct result of the supposed measurement. So the problem is, when we use that calculation, we don't see where the horizon is measurably where the math dictates it should be. So it can't be derived from the measure of the surface of that size. The only way you can determine the shape of something is to count its size or measure it. Only people who have a belief in this situation say unless, because no, that's actually the only way you would do it. In fact, you already know this, as you said, without any other outside inputs or whatever. How would I know what shape it was exactly? But the thing is, the way you would determine it is the way they've claimed they've determined it. And when we ask for where that is, it's non-existent. So
okay,
calculations out the wazoo all day long, but the actual measurement, nope.
Sorry, I'm just finishing eating here.
Schnitzel currywurst.
No, I actually ordered the 3 different Earth model meal, right? Like pizza balls representing the globe, onion rings representing like hollow Earth / donut, and the burger representing flat Earth. Yeah, but again, I think like
you know what's funny? Yeah, the burger can't really represent it, right? Remember what I said earlier about the bun, and what I said about the portion of it that's flat? Is because that's an aspect of the thing in question, right? It's not actually the shape itself. That's so it's like, again, like none of us are even claiming to know anything other than topographically what it appears to be. As far as the whole thing, how could anyone know? That's the same. That's all we want to know. How could you know? How do you know?
I guess like a good way is but just think about like my vacation experiences is being at some place like the shadows setting in a completely different manner, as well as like the earth the sun doing so, right? Which is like obviously, and basically the times of when the sun sets and rises being different. And if I were immortal and nobody else were around, I could probably figure out like the difference in if there is a difference, right? Difference in degrees between the shadows or the sun to a certain inanimate, immovable object, like 2 of those at different positions.
You know what's funny about the difference in degrees? The difference in degrees is going to be measured off of the fact that you're using a flat baseline. Like a protractor. Isn't that interesting?
Okay, but the basically the effect it has is so negligible. It's kind of like you kind of have to use the Taylor approximation for that, as in you can at a certain level you can ignore certain factors and just approximate the the result, right? I mean, it like if you
can you give me an example?
Okay, if you try to calculate the area of something, right? Like the area of your garden, right? You for the most part you ignore the and it doesn't matter if this has to do with the globe or whatever, but for the most part you ignore curvature. You just do square feet, square foot by square foot, right? Or like foot times square foot, right? And that's what you do. And the Taylor approximation, like I said, could also apply to like a round Earth, where at a certain scale you could ignore the curvature of the Earth. For example, when you're measuring the degrees of a shadow.
Not when it's 500 stadia apart. That's insane to say.
What? No, you measure.
I'm sorry. I was thinking in terms of Eratosthenes, because that's what people usually go to when they talk about measuring the Earth. But yeah, it's funny because listen to what you said about ignoring the fact that there's curvature, except for the fact that that's just begging the question. That's just saying, well, we're going to ignore the fact that there is and act like we're not. Well, how about you're just doing the latter thing and there is no curvature to take into account?
Yeah, the Taylor. Oops.
Because when I say give an example, you're saying, well, that you're not giving me an example. You're supposing we would be measuring the square the area, right? And you're supposing if it's curved, we ignore that. I'm asking you to give me that's not
okay.
That's
Let me
not
give you another example. Okay, imagine, right? you let's see. You have like a mound of trash or whatever, like a trash dump, whatever, like a dump that you've basically kind of recycled into it becoming like a large, basically steppe like patch of grass, right? And even though there is like a slight increase and decrease, like basically you go up a tad bit when you walk in one direction, down if you walk past a certain how would you call it, point, right? If you were to calculate an area on it, you could just, without any real harm to the calculation, ignore the curvature or like the steepness,
the slope,
whatever. Yeah, the slope of this, right? I mean,
I get that. Yeah, but that's also supposing that you're on a hill. Like I get that. Like if I'm on a hill and I want to know the length of it, yeah, I get that. What's your point?
Yeah, the point is that, like just because some factors at a certain scope aren't as relevant, and ignoring them because of that doesn't prove that they don't exist. Like all I'm trying to say.
And that response is in relation to what was said. Like what specifically?
Well, I started talking about like the Taylor approximation, how it's like basically you said, well, if you measure like the degrees of a shadow, whatever, blah blah, like they basically use a flat tool against a supposedly round object, this case like Earth. And I said that basically on a certain scale, right, you can ignore certain factors and still achieve a like a more or less.
Well, when you were talking about the hill, you weren't talking about it really didn't have anything to do with scale. It had to do with, well, you're measuring from point A to point B on a hill. But when it comes to measuring an angle, you can't do that off a curved surface. Can't do that. Well, you can, but how would that be related? But you can, but it wouldn't be related to the curved surface because the plane would just be extended out in a linear fashion, right? From whatever point that you're measuring. And the problem with that is we're measuring the difference between 2 points. So the baseline must be in the same horizontal frame of reference, which means it's flat.
Bruh. I mean, look, how can the Taylor approximation be valid for one thing and then not valid for the same thing?
I didn't say what was and what wasn't valid. I was only talking about angles, and in order to apply that to the ground, then the relation would have to be that we're talking about a horizontal plane. That's all I said.
If we have like an obelisk that's like what, 7 feet tall or something, I don't think that the curvature, like if you were to assume that the Earth is a globe, right? I don't think that the curvature would have an impact on your measurement of the degree of the shadow and so on. It's just so minuscule that you can just factor it out.
Yeah, but that's why I said the distance that Eratosthenes is supposed to be working with, that's not minuscule.
Okay, I mean, I was just talking about how I would do it. I don't know about Aristotle.
I feel you. I just thought you were. I mean, because when I brought it up, I was specifically thinking about that distance, not like the distance between me and the end of my garage.
Okay, I mean, what
Like,
distance?
because locally, everyone assumes it's flat. It's so big that basically, as far as we can experience, it's flat. So that's already flat as a given. Like, so people are already going to say, well, the curvature in that sense is irrelevant. Well, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about 500 Stadia.
What? In which case?
Between Alexander and Syene, man.
Okay, I mean, I haven't referenced that at all.
I did, and you began to answer to it. And I'm like, I don't know why you're saying what you're saying. It's not like I'm opposing what you're saying about, how minuscule something is and blah blah. Yeah, I didn't contend with any of that. You brought that up in response to me bringing up the angle and how it wouldn't work.
I mean, I talked about how you could measure the angles of shadows and so on, and I guess you alluded to that, but I didn't really react to that, other with a bit of confusion, I guess.
Okay.
I really like that GIF, by the way. I saved it.
The kicking the ball out one.
Yeah. Yeah. Also the last.
So what about trying to validate that there is curvature, right? Because in that sense, excuse me, sorry. In that sense, the conversation is a little different, right? Because we're actually supposed to be getting a value of something rather than saying, well, we don't have a value because it would be too minuscule. We're actually supposed to be finding something. So in the sense of curvature, we're supposed to be able to somehow figure out that there's convexity over certain distances based on how high above the surface of the Earth you are. And whenever we do that, and there's no curvature to be detected anywhere, we don't really get any responses other than, well, that's because the measurement you're taking, the straight standard that would normally be a laser, happens to be bending with the rate of curvature that is also presupposed, i.e. begging the question. There's this obstruction that's supposed to be at 1 mile, but it's at 10 miles instead, which doesn't make sense because they're not talking about the geometric horizon. They're talking about light arriving to your eye from that blockage from another location. So it's actually non sequitur. When we say, where is the obstruction? It's not there, but they tell us the reason that what they think is obstruction is somewhere else is because, well, light bends around the ball at a certain rate. I don't get that.
Okay, I mean, sorry.
Like, everybody knows that light travels in straight lines for the most part. When they're detailing seeing something, I've seen them specifically say, the reason that you can't see my face behind this piece of paper is because light travels in straight lines. If not, you would expect to see my face from around this obstruction. So it's fairly simple, fairly straightforward. We understand that there's Snell's law and refraction and how the angle of incidence can change when it goes, when light travels from one boundary, through a boundary from one media to another. But bending along the surface of a like light rays bending along a curved surface to give you a picture perfect image of what you normally would not be able to see, you can't even practically demonstrate that that can happen in any other circumstance other than you trying to ad hoc explain why the numbers don't match. Not you specifically, but typically the people that we talk to that try to argue after we've laid out the fact that the horizon is not geometric.
Okay.
So it's just odd that people either don't want to talk about like actual direct measurement, because they pretty much say, well, you can't really do that. That's not really possible. But prior to 2 years ago, that's exactly what they did to try to disprove flat earthers. CFI investigators were powered by National Geographic, and they went out to the beach with some flat earthers. They put the camera as close to the water level as possible at 1 foot. The guy says that means that the horizon, the visible horizon, would be about 1.2 miles away, which means he's going off of the same formula we're going off of. And the boat goes out into the distance, and he's in the video, he's detailing how the stripes of the boat are disappearing because of the horizon. But in the video, and during the entire time he's talking, you can see that the horizon is behind the boat. So I don't understand what's hard for people to just accept what is. Clearly that was a huge faux pas on their part, and they didn't even realize it. And then when we pointed out to people, they just go, what about other pictures from NASA?
Okay.
Did you get the part where he was saying the horizon they claim to block something is actually behind the thing that they're claiming to be doing the blocking?
Not really, no.
Okay. So let's pretend that I hold a sheet of paper behind my head, right? And you can't see all of my face for whatever reason, and you can clearly see the sheet of paper behind my head. And I say, the sheet of paper is blocking the front of my face. But you're like, the sheet of paper's behind your head. And you're like, yeah, but technically the sheet of paper is blocking the front of my face. You would look at that person like a crazy person in that example, right?
Okay. So what's the connection here?
The connection is that's what they're doing with the horizon. The thing in the middle, the object to be analyzed, a boat, an oil rig, whatever, can be seen, but also maybe there's like something going on with it. But the horizon is behind it, but the horizon is the object or the thing being claimed to be doing the obstruction, but it's behind it. So the claim that the horizon is doing the blocking or the obscuring or occulting or whatever, you know what I'm saying? I got a Discord phone call, so.
If it sounds confusing, it's because that's exactly. See, there's globe Earth rhetoric, and then there's anti-flat earthers that try to come out and rework and rejigger what has actually been claimed, simply because we're pointing out contradictions and fallacies. Oh, there's a fallacy here. Oh, the reason for that is this. But no accredited university is on record for saying the things that some of these anti-flat earthers would say, just to challenge the fact that we're questioning something that we've come across that's supposed to be a fact but just isn't.
Okay, again, like I wasn't really confused by it. I'm just trying to look at a few pictures to confirm what I think it means.
What do you mean?
Like, I know what it means more or less, right? Like your piece of paper behind my head, it's obstructing my face or something.
Uh-huh.
But
so that's an idea that was proposed, right? It's like, imagine this, right? So you get that. Now, instead of saying, well, this is true, let me say, imagine that the horizon is 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, due to the fact that the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. Therefore, when I'm looking out into the distance and I'm looking at something that I know is marked to be, say, for instance, 6 miles or 9 miles, and then I see the horizon that's supposed to be at 1.2 miles away based on the formula, but that horizon is actually beyond 10 miles, that is how this imagining is analogous to gospel bearers imagining. It's the exact same scenario.
Here, I put a GIF in the chat. So just the first oil rig, okay? They're going to tell you that there's a portion of that oil rig that you can't see the bottom of. And the claim is that the reason you can't see the bottom of it is because the horizon or the geometric, the curve, right, is blocking even the first oil rig. Okay. You follow so far?
Yeah.
But the horizon, the thing that's in question here, is behind the first oil rig. It's behind the second oil rig. And to claim that that horizon is the thing that's doing the blocking is downright silly.
I don't see a problem with any of this, though. Like, I'm a sailor. I sail on the down low, right? And this all seems completely normal.
How many horizons are there?
No, you have to you have to decouple what you actually, because that's what they try to do, is hijack our experience and tailor the globe to it when actually there's no connection. So your experience and what a geometric horizon is has no correlation whatsoever. So whatever you've seen, just know that you've never broken out an Earth curve calculator and said, "Yup, that checks out." That's the point. That's what we're trying to point out. You may have seen something and said, "Well, that's being blocked. Cool.
Okay.
That's the Earth curve."
I'm gonna ask it a different way, Smoggle. If there's a horizon at 1.22 miles in this GIF, how is there also a horizon beyond 9.6 miles?
I don't know what 1 point whatever miles. Like, I don't get what.
Okay, from 12 inches off of water, from 12 inches off of the sea level here, you would expect, based on the math, the geometry of the 3959 mile radius, you would expect a 1.2 mile horizon. That's where that number is coming from. It's from geometry of a 3,959 mile radius. So again, based on the claim that the Earth is a ball, based on the claim that that ball has a 3,959 mile radius, the horizon is supposed to be at 1.2 miles, 1.22 miles. If there is a horizon at 1.22 miles, how is there also a horizon beyond 9.6 miles?
I mean, the man is not flush to the ground.
It doesn't matter.
It does.
Again, the math of where that 1.22 miles is coming from is based on an elevation of 12 inches.
Don't know what that means. 12 inches?
1 foot, 12 inches, a third of a meter or whatever.
Right, but I assume this person is standing at, taller than a foot.
No, the camera is physically 12 inches higher than the water level.
Okay, so what? I mean, I've seen this so many times when I was sailing, and I don't see like two horizons here at all.
That's correct. You don't see two horizons. To claim that there are two horizons would be silly. That's the point I'm trying to make.
So
there's only one horizon, the horizon that you see.
If you live on a globe, you have to go on this imagination ride, right? And imagine that the obstruction of the rest of that land that you actually do see is at 1.2 miles. That would be factually correct in this imagining, based on the rhetoric from the globe, based on geometry. Except what we see is not that. So a glober's attempt to explain that is why we drew the parallel to the piece of paper. Because in essence, they're just basically saying that and going, yeah, it checks out. What's the problem? Like, you're kind of going, I've seen a horizon. What's the problem? But I don't think you get what we're saying about it being geometric. Like, the formula is 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. In the examples we're talking about, both National Geographic and the Black Swan that we have with the oil rigs, the observation was taken at 1 foot. You plug that into the calculator, it's going to give you a distance of 1.2. So, distance of what? Distance to your horizon. Except the distance to the horizon is not 1.2 miles. So it can't be blocking anything. You see the horizon beyond where it's mathematically described to be. If you lived on a ball with a sphere at the radius of 3,959 miles, there's really no way around that. The only thing we can say is, well, no, the horizon is beyond 10 miles. Yeah.
I mean, I'm still kind of looking at it.
What part of what I'm saying aren't you getting?
No, it's just, let me just look at it for a few minutes.
Yeah. That's fine.
Oh, okay. My bad. I thought, is it posted in the chat? Does anybody have that video? Because if not, we can just watch it now. It's like from the 3-minute mark to like the 4 minute. It's like a minute long. It's not that long, if you like.
I just.
Right, because you can either go to a beach yourself, or you can use some of the materials that we have. Hey, that's the beauty about it, is you can actually figure this out on your own. You don't need some higher source to validate whether the math is wrong or right. I mean, they've already proposed that this is what's going on, so all we're trying to do is find the evidence that it's either true or not true. That's all.
I mean, the only unusual thing is that it appears as if the it simply appears as if the platforms were like deeper into the water than they are. But I guess like all of this is more or less perspective. But I mean,
right?
Hold on.
Which I'm not gonna go that far.
Can you see what you're not supposed to be able to see?
What do you mean?
If you're not supposed to be able to see it, right? Okay, I'm sitting in my room. I have an open door. There's a stairway to the right of my door. From where I'm at, I can't see the staircase, right? But if I could all of a sudden see it, that would mean something.
Well, I've just been coming here for about a year, so I don't know. This is different.
Are you hot, Mike and Elijah?
Sorry.
So no, it's okay. Again, there's an allegation, right? There's an allegation based on the proposition that Earth is a ball. The allegation based on the math is that there's going to be a hump between you and another object at a great distance. That hump should stop you from seeing things. That's the point.
Mm-hmm.
The good old-fashioned ships going over the horizon claim.
But you did mention perspective. I think he's aware of it.
Yeah, I mean, it's if I just remember like back to sailing school, right? It's like 2-3 things. I distinctly remember one thing where like we because obviously we had to always consider perspective, right, distance, and so on and so forth when we were sailing more or less towards the horizon and so on. And basically, like if you're like like we did this. We put like basically just a jar or something similar with like writing on it on one end of the table, like looked at it from like the other side of the table, but basically just from like flush table.
This is non sequitur.
And it looked very weird. Like it looked like the basically the bottom was kind of just disappearing almost, right? As opposed to when you're at a normal height.
That's a perspective issue. That's non sequitur to the point we're trying to make.
And also the next thing is that, for example,
oh my God, if I say something is non sequitur, he continues.
Let me carry on.
With a fallacy.
Do I have to
on the back of on the back of a point we're trying to detail to you so that you get it? You're trying to make a point on top of that is no relation to the point we're trying to get you to understand.
You haven't even heard what I'm about to say. How can you conclude this?
Okay, well, you got Cash App?
Okay. The next thing.
Because I'll bet you $5 if you're willing. Let's make it fun. I hate to waste my time.
Okay. The next thing is that we were also taught that, for example, when it came to light, we were easily deceived by something like the sun setting, as the refraction of the air and water makes it seem as if the sun was actually higher than it was, and being in reality being below the horizon more or less, even though it's
that's begging the question.
Above it. Right.
That's begging the question and non sequitur to the point.
Kind of making it hovering.
Okay, I can't. This is rude as hell. When someone even wants to stop you to ask a clarifying question or stop you to point out that you're off track, like it shouldn't be something that's rude, because now I can see how people can consider me being rude at this point. But in all honesty, we're having a conversation about something specific. Now you're talking about perspective on top of a begging the question fallacy. When you have something that's obstructing your view from something else, you have no perspective of the thing that is beyond the obstructive. That's the point. There is no obstruction here where there should be, is the only point.
Okay. Either way, perspective is something that's more complex than, you just look at it and it's there.
Yeah, but it doesn't apply to the globe model perspective. That's the problem.
There's a missing. It's like the bridge is out or something, right? So he's trying to make the point that you should not be able to see what you shouldn't be able to see. But we see, therefore, the claim that you shouldn't be able to see it is invalid.
Well, we don't see the base of the oil rig, and we shouldn't see it, and we don't. The position is
the horizon is wow.
Yeah, the horizon is behind the rig. So if you're going to say that
the horizon is completely irrelevant if you factor in refraction.
The horizon is relevant unless what you're saying is a non sequitur. Then I could see why you're saying it has nothing to do with anything, because now you're making a point that's not relevant or related to the point that we're making, which is what I tried to tell you in the beginning. Now, when you're talking about geometry and when you're talking about something being physically somewhere to obstruct you, in this instance, at 1 mile, there's nothing that's going to change that. For instance, if I come into town every day and I know that my house is a mile away, and I can see my house a mile away when I come into town, that means there's going to be no instance in which I come into town and it's like, oh, wow, I see the hospital that I know is behind my house, and oh, gee, look at my house. It appears to be behind the hospital that it's normally in front of. That will never happen. Perspective doesn't do that. Geometry doesn't do that. Nothing in this existence does that other than ad hoc thought projects.
What?
I.e., being able to, exactly what I said, being a hypothetical situation, like, well, we have a horizon that's 1.2 miles, but it's actually beyond 10 miles, but it's actually 1.2 miles. It's the same thing. Exactly parallel.
And while we see it at 10 miles, he's also trying to say that it's obstructing 30 feet of a rig that's in front of it. And then he says that it appearing at 10 miles is irrelevant, while at the same time he says it's obstructing a rig that's in front of it.
That's why I asked you how many horizons you believed in.
Okay.
Spongle.
So?
How many horizons are there?
How many? What kind of question is that?
There's only one answer.
How am I supposed to answer this?
With the correct answer. It's a number.
Okay. I don't know. 3? Doesn't even matter what I say?
Yes, that would be an incorrect answer.
Okay.
I'll ask again. How many horizons are there?
You probably want me to say 1.
Can you show me a way that there could be more than one?
I don't know.
Okay. Well, let's slow down because we're not talking about the. There are
Elijah. There's an issue here. He just said you probably want me to say one, which implies
I know.
that he
That's what
thinks
I'm
there
saying.
might be more than one, and I cannot wrap my mind around any possibility of there being more than one.
It might get pedantic because then he'll be like, "Well, look, here's this source that says there's a geometric horizon, a local horizon, a celestial. What is it? What is the other horizon? All these other horizons, but
refracted?
When it comes to no, not refracted. That's nothing. That's not real.
There's only one.
We're talking about the horizon that is the visible boundary appears to be a boundary between the sky and the ground. That's the horizon we're talking about, the one that's visible, the one that we see when we look out into the distance. How many of those are there?
Okay.
Come again?
This is the response. This is the image he posted.
What about it?
Yeah.
What do you guys talk?
What was that, Fred?
So what are you guys talking about today? What's the subject?
We're just trying to I don't know what we're trying to do. What are we trying to do, Elijah?
How is an inferior mirage related to the geometric horizon?
I mean, it's just, the oil rigs appear higher.
Are you gonna do it again? Answer the question.
I'm saying what is truthful. Just because you don't have the nerve to listen to me.
So an inferior mirage is happening. An inferior mirage, because that's what this picture is showing. An inferior mirage is happening in the photo with the oil rigs. How is that related to where the horizon is? Because you know what inferior mirages are, right? They're what things appear to look like in respect or relation to the horizon. We're talking about why the horizon itself appears to be displaced. So what you're saying in this picture right here is non sequitur to the point that we're really trying to relate to you. Now, if you don't want to understand, then I'll just stop right now because you're a cool guy and it doesn't have to get into this. It doesn't have to get to the point where I feel like now you're just playing a game.
I seriously see nothing wrong with it. Is this?
Well, you're not addressing it. That's the problem. You're not addressing the issue. When you say you see nothing wrong with it, you don't understand the argument to address it in the first place. In fact, every time you brought up an example, it was do you know what non sequitur means?
Of course I do.
Okay, so then what's the problem?
Can I maybe walk him through the modus tollens argument that may clear some of this up? Maybe, maybe not.
I did it in a metaphorical way. Yeah, go ahead and do it in the more pure way. That may be helpful. But then, go ahead.
So, Spongle, if I can direct you to the Livestream voice text at 50 minutes after the hour, you'll see I memed a picture there from the oil rigs, the Black Swan, and there's some text on top of it. Do you see that?
See.
50 minutes after the hour, 50.
Yeah, I see it.
Okay, cool. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to walk you through this modus tollens argument, which modus tollens would state that if P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. You with me on that?
Okay.
So if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, P, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, Q.
How do you come to that conclusion?
So that's just based on simple math.
Geometry.
Correct.
Here.
So not Q. So in this picture here, where do you see the horizon? Is it in front of the oil rig, in between the oil rigs, or behind the second oil rig? Where does the sky appear to meet?
Right. I mean,
the sea?
It like behind and between.
There's only one place where the horizon would be, right? The horizon is defined as where the sky appears to meet the ground, or in this case, the sea. So if you're on a boat, you're a sailor, and you're looking at the horizon, and this is what's in front of you, this exact image, where would you say the horizon is? In front of, in middle, in between, or behind the oil rig?
I mean, I would say behind them.
Okay, cool. So this picture was taken, right? The video is just above this, from a 1-foot observer height, meaning that if the Earth was a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, P, then we should be seeing in this image a horizon no more than 1.225 miles. Now we have these oil rigs in this picture because they're known distances. So that last oil rig is 9.41 miles from where this video was taken.
Okay.
Do you understand the ramifications of a horizon that is not only further than 1.225 miles at a 1-foot observer height, but much further? Meaning that based on this observation, right, the radius and circumference of the Earth would have to be orders of magnitude larger than what it's claimed to be.
Don't you think that it has more to do with the basically what you call it? Basically, that the bottom where the oil rigs would meet the water is obscured.
Where the oil rigs meet the water is not obscured. We see that in the image.
No,
the only thing that would obscure that would be the horizon.
No, what we see there is far above the water.
What do you mean? What we see is far above the water?
Can somebody post the image that's closer to dawn or dusk, where you can see the lights at the bottom of the platforms reflecting off of the surface of the water? As a matter of fact, in the image that you're looking at right now, you see the buoy that is in between those two oil rigs. I'm assuming that the buoy is a little further than the first oil rig, but regardless, it's in between, and you can see that buoy there sitting on the water. There's nothing obstructing it.
I mean, you call it buoy. I can't really tell what that is. Just seems like.
I mean, you're just being skeptical for no. You're being skeptical for no reason. That is a buoy, and if you wanted to actually investigate me saying that it's a buoy, you actually can, because this is a location that you can look up on Google Maps, and you can figure out all of these things in that area are there. So why don't you just do that and listen to the words that are coming out of our mouths instead of saying, well, it's not. What is it if it's not a buoy? The fact is you can see it.
Yeah, but I don't know what it is.
So?
Like, you already said it. Like, isn't it your stance that you shouldn't just believe what you are told?
So the point being,
because I've already looked on Google Maps, bro. Some of us have actually called and actually pinpointed all of these locations.
It's irrelevant what it is.
It is. It is.
Right, because the horizon is behind the second oil rig. If the Earth was a globe with a radius of 3,959 miles, the leading edge of the globe, right, the geometric horizon, should be obscuring things starting at 1.225 miles. Do we see any indication of that in this photograph where the horizon is more than 10 miles away at 1-foot observer height?
Yeah.
So you see in this image two oil rigs, one at 6 something miles, the other at 9, almost 9.5 miles. And you're saying that the horizon in this image is at 1.225 miles away?
Yeah. I mean, possibly. I don't know. I haven't done the maths, but the thing is, I see that a significant portion of these oil rigs is obscured.
It's not.
Why would you say that? We've been talking on and on about how the horizon is appearing way further than it should be. It's behind the oil rigs, and now it seems like you're trying to suggest that that very thing is obscuring them. Why would you do that?
I'm not saying
you're being
that.
disingenuous.
I mean, basically, you're assuming that how do I say this? Well, I mean, Photoshop them into where they are, and it
It's
won't
from a
seem
video.
right. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Like, just put them where they're supposed to be, and you will see that they just don't.
What do you mean where they're supposed to be? They are where they're supposed to be. They are where they are.
They are where they are.
They are where they are from a perspective, but they aren't where they are truly. Like, if you were to, like, without any air and the water being, I don't know, steel or solid, right?
Okay, they're at 6.3 miles and 9.6 miles, respectively, if my memory is right.
And
that's where they are. That's how we know that your horizon is not where it has to be in order for the Earth to be the globe that you seem to think it is.
What do you mean? I see I see that it's obscured. Like, you see clearly
obscured by what?
Ocean, but water.
Okay, water. Okay, yeah, they're submerged. That's fine. Okay.
No. It's, you can't, like, look straight through it. Like, the more or less the horizon is in the way.
The horizon is behind it. Okay.
Do me a favor. Take a screenshot of that image and draw a line on it where you think the horizon is within that image.
The only thing that's blocking off the bottoms of those rigs is the water level, not the horizon, which is behind them.
Okay, let me walk you through what I'm trying to say. The horizon, which you mean, is basically where you cease to see or think to see.
Yeah, exactly. We're walking you through the fact that has to be at 1.2 miles on your globe.
What I'm talking about is basically where the horizon starts and things become obscured because of the curvature, right? That's the horizon that I'm talking about.
That's the story.
That's supposed to be at 1.2 miles. That's the whole problem here. It's supposed to be at 1.2 miles. We've measured it to beyond 9.6. So
but you see that the bottoms, like the legs, are obscured and they're clearly not, like, hitting the water. What you show
they go into the water. They go all the way down to under the water. So yes, the water is obscuring them because they're oil rigs that are on bedrock, which is below the water.
Come on, man, don't do this to me.
No, you don't do this. You're trying to say that something that is behind something is obscuring it. That is just, it's fucking stupid.
Have you ever looked at a sunrise or sunset at the beach?
Yeah, you told the story about the sun not being where it looks like it is. You told that story. Again, that's besides the point. It's a red herring. It's a non sequitur. It's not related, okay?
It's completely related.
Okay, listen. If I told you, listen, you have two eyeballs, right? I'm not going to assume anything. Do you have two eyeballs?
Yes.
And you can see out of both of them?
Uh-huh.
Okay. What if I made the claim that if you put your hand in front of your face and you closed your left eye, you could no longer see your hand? And then you closed your left eye and you could still see your hand. Would you believe my claim, or would you dismiss the claim as invalid?
What are you talking about?
Okay, I'll say it again. You have two eyes. If I made the claim that by closing your left eye, like your eyelid closing over your eye, winking your left eye, all of a sudden you won't be able to see your hand. This is the claim. But then you try that out.
Okay.
And you still see your hand.
Yeah, with my right eye.
With your right eye. Wouldn't you dismiss my claim that you would no longer see your hand?
So how does this connect in any way to this?
It's another example of a modus tollens. It connects in that they say that the radius of the Earth is 395. Okay? in miles.
Okay.
That demands a horizon. That demands a horizon of 1.2 miles. It demands it.
Right.
Geometrically.
Okay. So.
That claim is invalid. It's not demonstrable in reality. It has been disproven. It's fake. It's as fake as me saying by closing your left eye, you will no longer, your hand will disappear out of existence. It's an equally invalid claim, and it can be demonstrated over and over and over and over and over. There's probably 100 examples. There's probably more than 100 examples. There's as many examples as you can make up or discover, find, demonstrate, whatever. This can be demonstrated anywhere and everywhere is the point. And it has been demonstrated over and over again. There's no curve, bud. There's no curvature. It's an invalid claim, and it's been falsified.
I just don't see it.
Yeah, exactly. You can't see the curve. It's invalid.
I can see. What I can't see is the non-existence of said curve.
The non-existence of said curve, precisely.
No, that's what I can't see. What I can see is the curve.
Say that sentence again.
I can't.
Are you telling me you? Are you telling me you can see the non-existence?
No, that's what I. What I can see is the curve. What I can't see is the non-existence of it.
Okay, point to the curve. Where do you see it?
Where do I see it? I see it in the fact that like the oil rigs themselves are obscured.
No, that's just you seeing things. What you are saying is obscuring them is behind them. That is impossible.
So what's obscuring the oil rigs? What's obscuring the oil rig? The first one. What's obscuring the bottom of it if you think it's being obscured?
The water.
Right, because it goes down into the water, right? So you're saying the portion that's above the water on any typical day is being obscured by the water in this picture?
Oh, if you were to go closer, you would see more of the base of it, but there's more or less water in front of it, blocking your view of it.
Right. So that's on the first oil rig.
It seems as if it's like slightly on a slope.
So that's on the first oil rig. You're claiming that in front of the base of that oil rig, there is water obscuring it based on a horizon, right? Based on a geometrical curve. So then what is obscuring the front of the second one, and why do we appear to see water over a curvature? How is that taking place?
Refraction.
Okay, you're trying to have it both ways. You're using refraction to displace your geometric horizon to 10 times the distance that it can possibly be at, and then simultaneously you're claiming that that thing that's been displaced to beyond the oil rigs is also obstructing them. So you're saying, we don't see the curvature we're supposed to see, but we also do see it.
That's why I asked you how many horizons there were, and you acted confused by that question.
Yes.
Yeah, there's one horizon, the one that we see.
Okay.
You're adding in an imaginary horizon and pretending you see it.
No.
Or believing you see it.
Yeah, I grew up sailing. I kind of know what I'm looking at.
Right. So when we say that the horizon, the definition of a horizon is where the surface appears to meet the sky, right? So you're saying that at the base of that first oil rig, anything horizontally from the base of that first oil rig that we see above that level in the picture is actually sky, but then you're saying it's water. Do you understand why we're having a very hard time with your statements? Because the horizon, if it's blocking where the sky appears to meet the water, is blocking that first oil rig, but then we see water again, and we see another oil rig, and you say at the base of that oil rig, there's another line where the water appears to meet the sky, but then past that we see more water, and then we actually see where all of see water meeting sky. Do you understand how illogical that statement is, and how it in no way reflects the actual image? You're just creating this statement because the modus tollens argument completely destroys the
land rat logic.
The radius.
Clearly, none of you have ever gone to sea.
Okay, look, here's what you don't understand. For the horizon, for the curvature of the Earth to be obstructing things from the bottom up, it has to be at that specific, necessary, geometric 1.2 mile distance, and it has to be also in front of the things that you think it's obstructing. This is really basic.
Okay.
Yeah.
he doesn't even know what the word what's the word geometric mean? Can you define geometric? Is that something you can define?
What?
Do you understand what geometric means?
Like yelling at me from a car or something?
Oh, so now you're concerned trolling yourself? Oh my gosh, here we go.
Yeah, he's not yelling at you. Just because his mic sounds that way doesn't mean anything in regards to the question he asked you.
Okay. I mean, in general, as far as I recollect, it's concerned with like objects and space.
Here, I'm posting definitions because that's what I do.
Yeah, because I think that's where his mind is not understanding the word geometric. Because people throw this word around and they don't understand what it means. You know, we as human beings throw words around without understanding the definition nowadays, and that's a problem. I do it myself, so I've had to go back and learn things that I thought I knew, and so I guarantee he has no idea what that word means.
Well, I posted the definition. This is akin to saying that the wall behind you is blocking you, and then saying that you see that it's blocking you. You like you're looking in the mirror, right? Looking in the mirror at your face, and you're saying that the wall behind you is blocking your face.
I don't like. I absolutely have no idea what you're talking about.
Spongle, are you having a mental breakdown or what's going on?
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord YouTube
What a
channel.
great way to cut that
If you'd
one
like
off.
to join the discussion,
What a
simply
classic
type in your
numpty.
address bar,
Oh my gosh.
discord.gg/Flat Earth.
Quetzal's
Thanks so
final
much
comment
for
there
listening.
was so perfect. Quetzal.
Yeah.
Oh.
Doesn't
Hey,
understand geometry. It's
Spongle,
sad. It's so
are you
sad.
having a mental breakdown?
I know. He was. Like, how can you see something that you're saying is being blocked? Like, people, do you see this? Yeah, I hope so. I hope you see what they're saying. They're saying, yeah, craziness. Yeah, you look in the mirror, but the door behind you is blocking your view because you think it is, but you're still looking at your image in the mirror. Hello? Wake up call.
That was a very good highlight of the absurdity of what the globe argument has been reduced to at this point.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, how are they going into like what's being obscured? Like the legs, like I think it's like QE says, these people think those things are boats. They don't even know what an oil rig is.
Sure, yeah.
They can't. They think it's a build. I don't know what they think.
This guy was like, I don't see any problem with this.
Yeah.
I don't see any problem with this.
How could he say it's in the middle, in between, when you can see the boat that's in between and the buoy that the boat's tied to, and then you can still see where the second oil rig goes into the water. I guess they don't understand that part, that the oil rig legs are going into the water. Yeah, they're being blocked by the water because they're underwater.
I don't know if it's logophobe or logophobe, but he had a phobia of logic.
I think a lot of them do, because there's very little logic in the globe argument. But they say they say it's logic and common sense, like Matthew is always saying that bullshit. It's astonishing.
He was basically saying the curve is there because I really, really, really want it to be there.
Mhm.
That's his argument.
Yeah, it's there because it has to be.
It was more like this. The curvature of Earth is there because it's not there.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
I can't see the non-existence. Direct quote.
Yeah, crazy, man. I can't see.
Sorry, of the curvature. I can't see the non-existence of the curvature. He said that. And I was like, well, I agree with you. I mean,
Yeah. We can't
I
either.
can't see the non-existence of the curvature either, bro.
We can't see the existence of it either. Oh boy. Another day of flat and stationary and contained Earth. Yeah, I went and checked yesterday. Still flat, still stationary, and I'm still breathing. They don't understand any of these things. I mean, this long, they don't even understand their own claim. I think it's like QE is saying, and Nathan Oakley. They're starting to back away from the globe claim where the argument isn't with us. I hope I'm not giving this away on this Friday morning, but they're backing away from their own claim, and what their argument really is with is their officials that are giving them their globe. That's who they really should be arguing with. Why don't they talk to the experts that are telling them where the horizon is supposed to be? Because
I agree,
there's plenty
Sonny.
of them.
They should get together and get their story straight before they come argue with us about their story or whatever.
Yeah. I mean, I'd surely like to see one Glober that's contacted Andrew Thomas Young or done an expose on Andrew Thomas Young. Ask him. He's your expert. He's telling you where your geometric horizon is supposed to be. Tells you clearly. So what the hell? So any Globers that want to discuss their claim or even have a claim, any Globers that actually have a claim, could you please come and present that with us? We'd love to hear it. We want to discuss this with you. Thanks.
Also, real quick, I'd like to invite any person that may have just heard about this, hadn't really thought about it deeply, and you got an open mind, you can critically think, come in here and discuss with us. We'd love to talk to you. Thank you.
There's a Paradise LAO. Do you have any comments, suggestions, questions, anything? Are you there, Paradise?
I think they've been in DC for a long time, hours. So. I think they are in a non-American time zone as well. So.
Yeah, that's happens a lot. They get flat smacked into a dream state, and then they forget they have their Discord on.
Still working on it, Gold. I was entertaining myself this morning by trying to match the cadence and rhythm of the song, even though I have no skills in that area whatsoever. And I discovered that there are a handful of really difficult moments. Rewriting the lyrics will be a task in and of itself. To match the cadence, emphasis, rhythm, and syllables, but performing it will also be a challenge. So, but yeah, man, we'll keep on working on it.
Was that guy in the recording Ruhip or somebody? Is that who that was?
Who? What?
Ruhip? Is that who that was? The Glober in the recording?
No, that was Spongle.
Fungal?
Spongle. Spongle.
Spongle. Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
I guess he's no longer here after he got slam dunked.
But yeah, he's not banned from the server, so I think he just left the server. I can't find him at all.
What happened to him?
He left.
What?
He
Sonny said
Kiwi
he got slam dunked. What happened? Good day,
Were
boys,
you
by the way.
Were you listening to the recording?
Oh, snap. Oh, that's what. Never mind. I withdraw.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's.
Hey, are talking about that dude in the recording that left?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
He just.
Hey, Kiwi, how come you're still a Globe skeptic?
No, my role hasn't changed. I should be blue. Damn it. I'm all about the flatness. Let's go. Good day, boys. I'm in the office today, so I'm a little quiet.
That's all right. It'll take it won't be too long. I can tell you're full on flat.
I wouldn't stand for that, Kiwi.
Yeah, but it's okay. It all comes at the appropriate time here, so there's a timing involved with it. Yeah.
Yep. I'll just roll on my blue ball until I get promoted to flatty. All good.
Yeah, man. It's no doubt coming. Well, happy Friday morning or afternoon, wherever you may be. It's going to be a hot one today.
Yeah.
I think we get a little bit of a relief today, if I'm not mistaken.
I think it's getting warmer here. It was like 80 yesterday. But where I was down in the canyon, it was like 90. It's too hot for clothes. Oh, just about. Sure wish I was closer to the beach, the real beach. No,
Yeah, it's in 3 over here right now.
Let's see. A high of 72. That's what I like to see.
That's a nice temperature, 72. Yeah, right.
Yeah, I wish summer was a max of 79. That would be ideal. I'm okay with negative 20.
Okay,
I don't know. I wouldn't make no money if it was that.
So check this out.
Good point.
So check this out. The high was 79 yesterday. Guess what the high is here today? It's 92. Oh, no, that's Phoenix. Never mind. No wonder that's all off. My bad. I'm like, no. But it will be 105 in Phoenix, in case you're wondering.
Well, since we're doing weather reports today, we have a high of 85, a sunny day, and it's going to get down to like in the 70s right after sunset. Back to you, Sonny.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So here in San Diego, it'll be high says 77, 78, 78. Yeah. Got 80s all through the weekend until next. Well, looks like it's in the 80s all week next week.
I posted mine.
High humidity too. Let's see what the humidity is. 102 millibars, 71%. It actually rained the other night. It was like first thing in the morning, it's like 70 degrees and the streets are all wet. We have these huge cumulus clouds off in the east. It's this time of year.
So is anyone on here currently having shitty weather, or everybody has good weather, it sounds like?
I got a thunderstorm and lightning right now.
Well, not necessarily shitty weather. Depends on how severe it gets.
That's pretty cool, though, when you get that in the summer. I've even seen rain in the daytime, complete sunlight when it's raining from somewhere. They're like, where are those drops coming from? You can't even see the cloud.
That's a soothing hot mic right there.
And my hot mic in my bed. I know nobody cares, but actually a cat unmuted my phone. It was laying on the couch, and the cat walked on the mute button. That's hilarious. Did he do it on purpose? We'll never know, will we? Wish I could ask you.
Stop. Oh, bro. I know my wife would love it there, Flatty. It's what I hear about Ireland and stuff too. Anywhere where it rains like 2/3 of the year. It's not just her though. I like it too. It's just it's a little nerve-wracking when you think your roof might not make the long haul. Only a little bit. Zip, zip, doo-doo.
I'm liking that song more and more. The more I listen to it, it's really pretty cool. Never mind.
Yeah, no, you were on point yesterday. It sounds like you're modifying it a little bit today.
No, I actually went back and listened to it, and I got the actual chords, the real chords.
Oh wow! When you were doing it by ear before?
Yeah.
How funny! Like the way you did it by ear is the way it sounded right, but you're saying no.
Yeah, they actually go to D minor. They go to A minor. Then they go to F. then to C, then to B flat, then F. Pretty cool.
Yeah, I wonder. I mean, it's interesting to consider redoing the song altogether with an acoustic version or something like that, slowing the tempo down.
Yeah. It actually sounds like an acoustic to me. In the recording.
His rapping, though, I discovered very quickly is there's a couple of moments there that are pretty tough to pull off because of how he emphasizes it. Let me see what particular it's right before the put a computer in aquatic conditions.
And also, I was playing along with the this karaoke version, so maybe that is a little bit different than the original. Could be.
Gotcha. The line, "I can make new antibiotics," is really tough. At least for me, if you listen to the song and try to match his emphasis and cadence, and that line is super hard. I can make new antibiotics, and then the way he does, I can make computers survive aquatic conditions, and the matches the same style as the way he says, "I can design an engine 64 miles to a gallon of gasoline." The way that he does those two lines is very similar to the "I can make computers survive aquatic conditions." It's very monotone, which doesn't match the same style throughout the whole song. So there's a lot of like, it's interesting. Like, he throws emphasis on specific words randomly. So, like, instead of saying, "I can make you want to buy a product," instead of saying that, he says, "I can make you want to buy a product." Like, he emphasizes the word "you," and it's like, whoa, and then movers, shakers, and producers. And it's just like the cadence and the emphasis is shifting all over the place. So you have to like practice a bunch and then recreate each line of lyrics to closely resemble the same patterns and stuff. Little tricky. And apparently Logan Paul did a really low energy remake of the song here, and Flobots reacted. Flowbot responds to, here you go, copy link address, and made a diss track. I'll post it in the chat here because wow, it's really great. Like, it's just here's his diss response to Logan Paul. It was really clever. Let's see, and then. Let's see, so that was one of the difficult spots. "I can do anything with no assistance." That line, I had to repeat like 30 or 40 times before I could get it out the same way as he does. The cadence is just really monotonous, or like there's no inflection, and it's very fast. There's no particular emphasis on that one, so it's I don't know. Over shakers and producers, me and my friends understand the future. I see the strings to control the systems. I can do anything with no assistance. But you want to emphasize no naturally. Like, but if you say I can do anything with no assistance, you're off. You're already off time, because he doesn't say I can do anything with no assistance. He says I can do anything with no assistance. Like the no, he doesn't say no. He says no assistance. Like he blurs the two very quickly. Anyway, maybe I'm overanalyzing as a as a novice, non-skilled person, just overanalyzing.
So, are you going to be the lead singer on this gospel? Have y'all
No, terrible voice. I elected Gold, Doctor One Up, to do it, but maybe more than one person will wind up wanting to do it, and I don't know. Mo the better.
If you need somebody to do just monotone and totally off key, I'm your man.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Bro. I'm going to take the opportunity to let you know there's another stage after puberty. Logan Paul was crying tears. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
The girl with the blue hair, always on the phone. She knows she's never alone. The lights are on, but no one's home.
Who are you listening to?
No one. I was looking out the window, and I made it up.
I got you. Oh, okay.
I was looking at these girls down by the coffee shop on the corner doing selfies of themselves. Like one has reddish hair, the other one has blue hair. And I was thinking of a Rolling Stones song. There's a girl with the bright blue hair. Oh, wait a minute. I forgot the lyrics. Shoot. Faux pas. You know, she says there's room to spare. Band's on stage and it's one of those nights. The drummer thinks he is dynamite.
Do you ever hear me go, okay? It's because of this stupid Key and Peele episode I'm posting in chat. It's just so... It is so stupid.
All these girls work at a salon. There's like there's a school. There's a salon school around the corner. So I always see them. All of them wear black. They all wear black. Almost every single one of them. I don't know what.
So
emo.
Jake, you were here last night or quite a few hours ago. Is that right? Jake. You took a nap and you're back from...
Jake from State Farm.
How much have you learned so far about the fact that the globe is a fairy tale?
I didn't catch what you said there.
How much have you learned about the fact that the globe story is a lie?
I don't know. It's just like a lot to think about, I guess. Like I haven't really come to a conclusion, I suppose. I don't know.
Okay. Well, I can tell you that the best way to come to a conclusion is to see it with your own eyes, making your own observations.
Mm-hmm.
Not taking other people's word for it.
Yeah, I think I was mostly doing that last night. I asked for citations on things, but nobody really gave me any.
Well, the only citation you need is like NASA.gov and find out what they say the Earth is. You know, saying it's a ball, saying it has a 3,959 mile equatorial radius, and then from there, all you need is geometry to find out how far you should be able to see or not be able to see because the curve would get in the way. and then make an
Mhm.
observation that violates that claim. That's called
Sure.
falsification. You get what I'm saying about? I mean, that's the only citation you really need is.
Yeah, I guess. Sure. Yeah.
Then you can do more of your own research on the other things like gas pressure without a container. That fairy tale.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't let it get you down. You sound maybe a little sad about the subject.
Oh, well, no, sorry. I just woke up, got my day going pretty late today.
Okay.
I'm kind of drowsy.
That's fair. I understand. Yeah, some people get really disappointed. They're like, I can't believe that I was lied to all those years, and that this really sucks. Everything is terrible. I feel really bad about my existence now. But once you get over that for a couple of minutes, you'll be like, oh, well, you know what? This probably means I don't actually have to live in fear. Some of the stories they tell me that are just drowning in fear mongering, I can actually just disregard most of those.
Yeah.
And then you live life a little differently, little bit more hopeful, and like, man, figure out what I'm going to do with my time and my resources, and how I'm going to use my skills. I'm going to build more skills, and I don't know. I think life can get a little bit more invigorating and hopeful when you're not weighed down by asteroids coming to blow up the world, or what do they call it when the singularity, when AI takes over the world, or what's another good fair? Everybody's going to die from donkey socks.
What?
Donkey socks.
No idea what the fuck that is.
I don't either. I don't have
I
a
get
clue.
it. All right.
A clue in the world what that is either, but I tell you what,
donkey socks.
everybody's probably going to die from it. At least that's what they want people to think about all day long.
That. Okay, I get it now. All right.
Yeah. People, So anyway, eventually you're just like, all right, I'm not going to play these games. I'm going to go grow some potatoes. I'm going to show some love and care to my neighbor, both maybe a physical neighbor that actually lives nearby, or a community neighbor, like, I don't know, an old person that has been completely neglected. So check this out. I kid you not. Go to your local senior citizen center, retirement center, whatever, right? And you could like, hey, I'm just visiting. I'd like to read a poem. Like, you don't have to be a musician. You don't have to be special, right? I'd like to. Is there like a time when everybody kind of gathers together? I'd like to read some poetry. I don't know. Just make something up, right? And go talk to those people during visiting hours, and just be like, when's the last time you've seen your family? Somebody might be, oh, well, actually, they visited yesterday. That's beautiful and amazing. But more often than not, you'll be like, I haven't seen my son in 4 years. Or I've been here for 6 years and I've never seen any family member. And this is common. This would be the norm.
Yeah.
And that's really not good. And I would speculate. Obviously, people get busy. People make excuses. But I bet you some of those excuses are related to fear. People's discomfort with their own mortality. There's all kinds of different reasons, I'm sure, but yeah, it's really sad. And when you're no longer living in fear, it stands to reason that you can have a quite a productive life and beneficial to other people too.
Sure.
Yep.
The opposite thing happened to me when I found out. Once I found out what was really going on and got to the bottom of things, I became very restful. And I just started to, quote, rest, if that makes sense. Like I felt anxious before. Now I feel extremely calm.
No, I don't understand why that would be exactly the opposite of what I just said.
Instead of wanting to help individuals, no, wait, no, it's not going to come out. No, I need to think about this. I withdraw. Bye bye.
Were you about to say, after I learned about this, I got extremely selfish? I got you. It's all good.
For me, if I could chip in, literally the randomness of the universe suddenly came to a crashing stillness and had calmness and peace of mind. And it gives you more sense of purpose. I'll shut up now.
Yeah, man.
That's the words I was looking for. Thanks, John.
That was Dave.
Sorry, I was about to say Dave. Thanks, Dave.
No worries.
As well, just in case. Compass run. Oh yeah.
So, Jake from State Farm, have you other questions? Or are you taking this subject seriously today?
To an extent, I suppose.
To an extent. What's making you not take it seriously? You think we're just on here clowning people, telling you about real world measurements and stuff?
I don't know, man. It's like, it's interesting, but at the same time, I don't know. I just gotta do my own thing to figure out, like, the bottom of it, I guess.
It's no pressure. I'm just trying to express to you, if you really want to find the truth of the matter, you will, but you have to really want to, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I get you.
Because everything you need is, like Gospel was telling you, is literally right there in your face. It's a matter if you actually make use of the information and critically think about it and make your own observation. You understand?
I didn't catch the last part of what you said there.
You're coming through fine, Dave. It's a little low, but you're clear. So he left and joined back there.
Yeah, Discord's messing with me. Go ahead, Gospel. I'll withdraw.
It's all good. You were coming through clear.
That reminds me, Dave Hinkle sent me lyrics to a Van Halen parody. I may get around to that someday.
Oh,
Ain't
nice.
ain't talking about Globe.
That wasn't me. I sent you Bad Company. Somebody else sent you that one.
Oh, really? I thought it was you. Hold on. Who was
I,
that?
I sent you Bad Company Spinning Ball Fantasy. You should have that one somewhere.
Yeah, I got it right here. Where did that other one? I'll have to look through here. Oh, there's another one by Collective Soul. Also, why does the water lay so flat? That would be a good parody. Yeah.
But yeah, you can do your version, but Drace already did it. It's on his channel and mine.
Yeah, but I want to do my own guitar on it. Let's see.
Do whatever you want to do, man. I'm just saying I didn't send you Van Halen. Somebody else did.
Somebody did. Let me find that. That'd be a good one. Based on Ain't Talking About Love.
Yeah, it could be Ain't Talking About Curves. Never seen it before.
Who was that?
Gather my bay. Oh man, Dave was great. Love me some Dave Chappelle.
Did you see the OK video I posted? It's a while back now, I guess.
Oh snap! Repost.
Yeah, here.
Thanks, man.
Essentially, yeah. Oh man.
That's what sucks about being Canadian. I got blocked. But Key and Peele, yeah, they do some good stuff.
Wait, you can't watch that video because you're in Canada?
Yeah, man, blocked. But the government doesn't like me. Cocaine stuff, I gotta stop. Glad you're killing me.
No, dude, listen, this is what you gotta do is just click the link. Click where it says just the regular link, and then it'll take you to YouTube and you'll be able to watch it. You just can't watch it inside of Discord.
Oh, thanks, Glad. I'm over here having a little bit of a miniature stroke. Trying to understand.
Yeah, so that's what it is. Just open it outside. And it tells you, too, it says, like, this content isn't playable because of country stuff and so, but then it gives you the option to open it in a different window.
Yeah, it happens to me too. I'm familiar with that little thing. Yeah, just gotta open it up outside. Okay. Oh man, that one's in my top 3 Key and Pills.
No dice, boys. They got me locked up tight. Bitches.
What?
I screen capped it. Can't get in. Canadian, damn it.
You went to YouTube and it
Fuck.
Huh?
I went directly. I posted a screen cap in the
Yeah, I
chat.
see it. Okay, so search for it.
Alright.
See if you can see if you can add all on any platform. Watch it.
Okay.
Yeah, what? On the Comedy Central itself, so it needs to be a different YouTube channel. That what in tarnation?
That would be really, really strange and really awful if you couldn't find that clip in Canada.
Yeah, it doesn't even talk about a special group of people. I mean, a special group.
Well, yes, but Key and Peele do on occasion.
Maybe Justin Castro banned Key and Peele for some reason.
That would be so fucking ridiculous. I might have to pay him a visit.
I know he does say the phrase trifling, derriere, dark person in the video, but
I have a feeling Justin Trudeau doesn't care about people like that. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, he cares a lot. There's at least 2 occasions where he pretended to be one.
Oh, right, yeah. Did you find it?
That was very well done. Yeah, I just posted it. It was on
But it's edited.
Yeah, I know.
Holy shit, dude. You need to move.
Yeah. I got free healthcare, though. Free healthcare.
Yeah, this is called a cost-benefit ratio. You ever heard of that?
Yeah.
You might want to perform one of those.
No shit, dude. Look at this. I mean, what's the best thing about living in Canada?
I really can't get into that conversation right now.
Okay.
It won't be beneficial.
It
won't be beneficial. No, I'm saying it's
It just sounds like you're trying to keep quiet because the boss is listening or something.
exactly. Well, no, I mean I'm in the office environment, so I can't.
Yeah.
Exactly,
So
start,
we'll talk later.
Spewing at the gums.
You're like, fuck this country. Oh yes, boss. I'll have it on your desk by Monday morning. Yep.
I get it. Oh man. Yeah.
I have a meeting in about 15 minutes, and I can't go in there with laughing my ass off after this exchange either.
What were you doing in there? I was laughing with Americans at how much our country sucks. So anyway.
Exactly.
Oh, we completely understand. We just don't let you know about it. We do the exact same thing.
It's amazing. Appreciate you guys. Always.
Always, man.
Don't worry, man. Canada has a fearless leader, Justin Castro, who really, really cares about all the Canadians, and you're in good hands, okay?
Do you know his mom was a swinger? So she ended up. She went down to Cuba and swung a little bit.
I think that'd probably be the least alarming news about people like that. But yes, I'm sure. Sure of that. I just wonder how many kids she has in her basement. I'm just kidding. Or am I?
Dum dum dum.
I would like to summon an open-minded, critical thinker new to this subject on here now. Go.
All right. Well, hi, Amendawi. You can say hello.
Hi.
Hi. What brings you to the server, Amendawi?
I'm just listening to you guys talk.
Yeah. Well, we're just chit-chatting about non-topic stuff.
But it's not nonsense because we are using our senses.
Okay.
That's why I mid-word changed my.
I know. I heard that. I had to pounce though.
Yeah. All right, Amendawi, what do you know about Earth? What do you know about Earth?
Okay, to be honest, I don't think the Earth is flat, guys. I'm just curious about what you think about it.
Mm-hmm.
No judgment.
No, you said I'm trying to make sure I heard you right. You said I don't think it's flat. Is that what I heard?
Yeah, you heard correctly.
Okay, gotcha. So, what do you know about Earth?
I don't know what I've heard in class.
Okay.
Pictures I've seen from the International Space Station. My years of college education in physics.
Okay. So, as a physics student,
I'm not really here to argue. Really, I'm just listening to you guys talk.
that's fine. There's not really an argument anyway.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it's perfectly fine. The fact of the matter is, the claim is that Earth is a ball. Balls have curvature. They tell us what the radius of that ball is, so we can mathematically determine what the rate of curvature is, and then we can make observations, short and long distance observations that nullify and falsify curvature. Short distance observations nullify curvature. Long distance observations falsify curvature.
I don't really agree, but okay.
Why not?
I mean, what are those observations you're talking about?
Yeah. So I'll explain what I mean by nullify and falsify. So a short distance observation can prove that things can be obstructed from the bottom up and appear to disappear from the bottom up, regardless of any possible curvature, because the distance would be way too short for curvature to be the blame of the cause. So that nullifies curvature as a possible reason why there's a horizon or why things disappear from the bottom up. As the claim goes, ships go over the horizon because the Earth is curved. Well, it just so
What do you
happens
think
that short
caused
and
the
long
things?
distance observations nullify and falsify that claim.
So what do you think caused the objects to disappear behind the horizon?
So I just want to make sure that you're understanding what I've said so far. When short distance observations can be demonstrated repeatedly that are way too short of a distance for curvature to account for things obstructing from the bottom up, we can rationally remove curvature because it couldn't possibly be the cause. That's one part. The second part, the question why comes after you realize the what. So we have to understand the what, and then you can have fun asking the questions why. But first you need to understand the what. And the fact is, short distance observations nullify curvature, and long distance observations where we see way beyond the asserted curvature, we see way beyond where we should be able to see, that falsifies the claim of curvature. So curvature has both been nullified and falsified. So that's the what. Do you understand the what?
Sure.
But why? Yeah, we're more interested in the what.
Well, it's just the first step. I'm not telling you not to ask why. I'm just saying you need to understand the what before you ask the why.
Why? Ask why. Try by try. Did I mention I'm loco?
What?
What did you say?
I said, did I mention that I was crazy?
All right, rookie. So anyway, perspective and a handful of other examples can be found in the rooms below. You just scroll down. Optics, vision, perspective. Here's a good room to go to. I just put in the live stream voice text. You can't see that right this second, but you will in just a moment. All right, now you should be able to find the live stream voice text.
Yes. Okay, I see your link.
Had to get some sneezes out there. Live stream voice text, optics, vision, perspective. I posted there for you, and that'll show you some of the examples I was just referring to. You'll see short distance observation examples. You see long distance observation examples, and again, nullification and falsification. That's pretty valuable knowledge. You start there, and then if you have questions, let us know.
Okay. Okay. I do. I have one question. It's a bit unrelated to what we just discussed, but
Okay.
if you don't mind, when did you start doubting that the Earth was a globe?
When did
if
what?
You ever, when did you start doubting that the Earth was a globe? When did you change your views? Or if you ever change your views, maybe you. I don't know. What's
Yeah,
your...
that's a fine question. Very nicely put, I might add.
Thank you.
Around the same time that I was presented with evidence that that we could see too far, and then I asked questions about how we know that there's not something else going on, and I continued to dig, roll up my sleeves, gather to myself personal experiences and other examples that would show that the curvature was actually being falsified. It took me about, I don't know, 2 days, 2 or 3 days, and I was like, oh, well, I can now rest assured on this fact that level means straight. Level doesn't mean curved. Water seeks its level. I can now rest assured that curvature couldn't possibly be the cause of the horizon.
Okay. It took you 2 days to arrive to that conclusion. Okay.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and then of course, about 3 years of continual scrutiny and looking
okay.
into this.
Okay.
Yeah. But as far as accepting that level means straight and that the curvature had been falsified, that process took about 2 days. Understanding all the ins and outs and all the rebuttals and all the rebuttals to rebuttals, or disputations rather. There is no refutation to the falsification. That doesn't exist. That's actually quite illogical. But yeah, just going through all the details over the years, there's a lot of different ways that people try to argue the point, but there are certain basic things that you can't refute something that is a falsification. If you make a claim and it's demonstrated to be false, you can't refute the falsification.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, I agree. Yeah, unless you showed that there was a mistake in the falsification, but yeah, I agree with you.
I understand that. Yeah.
Okay, well, thank you for the chat. I will look at what you sent me and come here if I have any question.
Okay, very fair.
Thanks for being civil, Amanda. However you pronounce your name.
Yeah, no problem.
Just think for yourself and think about it. When we all got, generally speaking, taught the globe, did they provide any evidence for it, or they just tell you this is what it is? I'll leave you with that.
Thank you.
You see, guys, people like that gives you a little bit of hope for humanity, doesn't it? A little bit.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I mean, these past couple of, I feel like recently the numbers, there's not like a bunch of little young people hopping in the chat and just being obnoxious. We've had a trickle of people coming in, and it's almost like greater than 50% of the people that I've had conversations with are willing to have a regular human conversation. So
I'm with you on that. I've been noticing, just the contrast from when I first started listening, back when Why Would They Lie hadn't even been written or recorded, up until now. It's a completely different, it's a stark contrast between the two times. And we've been getting a lot more genuinely curious people, nicer people, you know, and if that means our numbers got to be down 60% or something, but everyone we get is either curious or nice enough or just an obvious troll and we kick them, I'm cool with that. It seems like a lot of people are coming to, to listen and or learn instead of troll. So yeah, I like the ratio I'm seeing here.
Yeah. All the people do throw him under the
Eyes are
bus.
definitely opening up.
Hopefully, more people are investigating it below the surface level in the propaganda. You know,
For sure.
hope.
Salty,
Well,
I've unmuted you, Salty. Would you like to say hello?
Oh, hello.
Hi there. Are you able to turn your volume up just a tad, maybe like 10, 20%?
Is this a little bit better?
A tad. What brings you to the server, Salty?
Excuse me?
What brings you to the server?
I just got linked to the server from a different Discord.
Okay, gotcha. You a big fan of Hilton Head?
Of what?
Hilton Head, South Carolina.
I'm not familiar with that. Sorry.
It's a place that made your screen name famous.
Oh, yes. My mistake. I know what you're talking about now. You're good. Yeah.
It's fine.
Yeah, no. I'm a big to like surfing and stuff, so.
Ah, cool. Okay. Yeah, we've got some folks in here that do a little little bit of that, catching waves. I don't know if Sonny's here right this second, but he is one of them. Wave catcher. But anyway, Salty, what do you know about the Earth?
I know that there's people out there that think that the Earth could be triangle, it could be flat, it could be spherical, it could be square. So I don't really debate on the topic that much. I'm more debate on politics.
Understood. Well, you said you like surfing. And there's a special thing about water that water always does.
Hmm?
Does your mind go anywhere when I say water always does fill in the blank?
Flow?
Well, water always well, no, that's not what I was thinking, and that wouldn't necessarily always be the case. There's like two specific phrases that would complete the statement. Water always, there's two specific phrases that, like before I was in this server, before I knew anything about this topic, what I learned in school, these two phrases I knew. But I can give you the answer. I'm not trying to play games with you. Water always seeks its level.
Mm-hmm.
And then water always conforms to the shape of its container. You ever heard that one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Basic voodoo hoodoo science stuff. Yeah.
The what?
The basic voodoo hoodoo science stuff. You know, what they change it like every other year though. So.
Those facts have been changed at some point?
Not those specific facts, but a lot of facts regarding how water exactly tries to like especially with like the global Earth, what is it called, like our model, especially the global Earth model. They try to change it every single time, but how the water exactly defines it's I'm sure you've heard it a bunch of times before.
Yeah, well, if you're talking about the claim that level means curved, I've heard people make that claim.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. And the issue is that's an oxymoron. Rather, it's antonymic. It's the opposite. Level and curve are. Oh, hey, Elijah. No, that's fine. Your mic is coming through a little high passy.
Yeah, I'm about to switch mics soon. This is my inside mic.
I got you. But yeah, I mean, it's either straight or it's curved. It can't be both. You can, I mean, except for we're not talking about waves. We're talking about on average across a distance. Can you agree on that? It's got to be one or the other.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can't just have water conforming to a spherical object. It just doesn't work. Right.
Oh, so you would agree that it's straight?
Well, yeah, it would have to be. You can't like a spherical Earth model. You can't really have it conform to a spherical object unless you want to claim gravity. But within itself, gravity isn't really plausible to claim because you can't really prove it. So, I mean, there's that.
True.
You can't logically come to an assumption that somehow it is conforming to a spherical, on a spherical model.
I agree with you to an extent. I would frame it in such a way to say it's not ever been demonstrated.
Mm-hmm.
I agree with him. Logically, you can't come to that conclusion. They come to it illogically based on make believe. Logically, because you've experienced water, your logic says, hey, I know what level is, and I know water's level, and that's that. We were just talking about level today, and I pulled up all of the synonyms. Funny enough, none of them had anything to do with curve. Like you said, it was antonymic. And then we look up curve, and it's like, it's antonymic to straight, level. So it's like, what's the argument?
Yeah. So you had brought up some shaped stuff at the beginning of our conversation, Salty. And I want to make sure that you're aware I just gave you the role, so now you'll be able to see the live stream voice text.
Yeah.
But we don't usually talk too much about shape. We talk about the feature of the surface of Earth that we are aware of, that we can know. That's what we stick to, because for the time being, we don't have a scope of the whole thing all at once. We don't have the means or capacity to look at the whole thing all at once. Does that make sense?
And honestly, personally, I don't really think you can. I don't think we ever will have the means to do such a thing.
Maybe not. Maybe not. I tend to lean towards what you just said.
We can only look at what we have already here on Earth. We can only look at what we can see on Earth, and from what we see, it's obviously not a sphere. Like from what we can see and basically observe, just if I remember correctly, like even if we want to use like the math debunk, we can just like quite literally use the I can't remember, was it was like the Chicago
yep.
skyline. Use that as an example, right? So with the math, we shouldn't be able to. It would either look a certain way or the buildings would either be much lower than they are, right, to our perspective,
or completely hidden. They're supposed to be completely hidden.
Yes, yeah. But it's not the case. We see that this just straight up is the case, right?
Correct. So, and then they gaslight you and say, what you're seeing here is a mirage.
Or mirage, yep. Mirage. Or they'll use refraction, which they don't really even have an understanding what refraction really truly is, but that's because you don't have light. That's just somehow.
Okay, wait, who is this guy?
You don't have light bouncing off of nothing, so.
Yeah, Salty, you started off the conversation acting like you were brand new to the topic, but
seriously,
the more you say, the more you're showing.
I've done my fair share of research on it. I have a decent understanding.
He gave it away when he said, "Oh, globals will just come back with gravity." So.
I've done my fair share of research on it. I see. Actually, do you know modern day debates by any chance?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've watched them. I've watched a lot of their debates with Flat Earth. One person actually I want to debate. I don't know if you guys know who T Jump is. That's one person I've been dying to debate on. To debate about anything, either something like evolution or just like Flat Earth or spherical Earth.
Okay.
Whichever way he would want to phrase it, but
T Jump is insufferable. But But I wish you. I hope that you have success in getting to that debate and getting on that platform. It's a good platform. I like it.
I just got. I'm actually working on probably emailing James one one of these days, hopefully. The host of Minority Debates. Just to start off, getting like a platform there. And then eventually people start moving on to like more popular people upon there.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, welcome to the server, Salty.
Thank you.
We were just talking about more and more people are coming here with rational thinking and stuff, and then you hop into the VC and refortify that observation. If you're looking for more more founded observations and examples that falsify the curvature, we have a pretty good list of those.
Yeah.
You might already be familiar with the one known as the black swan.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. One I like to share with people is the one from Lookout Mountain in northwest Georgia.
Is that the one with the where basically I have like the two pictures? I have two pictures side by side. One picture is of the actual picture. The other one is what it should look like if we were if the Earth was actually the spherical dimensions were actually correct. Is that where am I?
No, Lookout Mountain is the one where it says "See the 7 states."
Oh, okay. My bad. Okay.
Yeah, I posted in the chat. A little bit of hot mic in there, Elijah.
Sorry.
So Lookout Mountain's a good one. The world record, Guinness Book of World Records long distance photograph actually serves as another example. Unsurprisingly, I mean, it's kind of obvious when it's a record long distance observation, but it's between two mountains from Spain to France. It's over 200 miles or whatever. It's another good one.
Yeah.
I think you were referring to the Black Swan where they have the oil rigs, and in one picture, the water line is before the. Yeah. So here's how to think about it. So there's only one way that you can confirm the claim that the horizon is geometric based on the size of the Earth that they claim. One way, right? And that's to have something in reference to it that you know the distance of to know that it's that distance, right? So here's the problem with the photo with the horizon in front of the oil rigs. Number one, that horizon line is definitely closer than 1.2 miles. But number two, the moment somebody argues that with me, that's the point. The fact that we have to argue it is because it's unclear. Because there's no way to determine where the horizon is. So what they should be doing if they're trying to falsify what we're saying is finding a bunch of horizons that they can validate is where the Earth curve calculators say they should be. You can't use that picture to validate, okay, this horizon is specifically here. That's the problem. But you can use the black swan to invalidate that it's specifically where it's supposed to be. So it doesn't work the other way around.
Salty Dog took off. Anybody brand new to the channel or the topic or both? Let's chat.
Yeah, that was that went in a direction I wasn't expecting. I was like, oh.
You know, makes for good copy.
What does that mean? Makes for good. Are you referring to newspapers?
Entertainment.
Oh yeah, okay.
Rent. The book replaced the building, boys. The book replaced
Oh,
the
that
building.
guy. Yeah.
Quoting
Who said
Hugo right now. Hugo. Victor Hugo. No, Notre Dame. He's the one that brought in the author of the Hunchback of Notre Dame. Yesterday,
Right.
he said it.
Victor Hugo.
I wish somebody would make a meme of that BM LSB 69's video that they keep bringing up these stills from. It's from the magnification video, and you need to look at all the data that he has listed in the video of the wave height and the height above water. So their ridiculousness has no bounds. It's clearly a wave. If you watch that video of magnification that they keep bringing up, you could see the oil rigs. Then the wave comes, and that's what they're using. The wave goes down, and when the wave goes down, you can see the oil rigs again all the way out to that 10-mile horizon. It's just stupid.
Yeehaw!
And
Yeah,
just
that's how they.
remember, oil rigs
So
have an average height, their platform of 150 meters. 150 meters in height. 150 meters, 450 feet.
Yeah, I would say gift it. So as soon as they say, "What about this picture?" Like people like Zanuck, then you just show them the gift of the wave going down. That would be hilarious.
Yeah.
Wow, Zanuck. What do you say to that? Well, it still could be reflection. Yeah, you're fucking lying. You've been the major proponent of this particular image for the last year and however long. Specifically, I mean, a lot of people do it, but Zanuck is the first person that I ran into that tried to argue me down about that. And I pointed him out. I was like, dude, this is a screenshot from BMLSB 69's magnification video. Like, the waves look at the waves. Now, I didn't even notice that the wave went down. I didn't see that. I just noticed that just looking at the waves, it was a lot choppier than the day when he, you know? I'm like, how could you not? Anyway.
Yeah, I'm going to make a short clip of it myself here. I'll get on that. 1 sec. Just like I did with the little Black Swan setup video that everybody should have. Like, if you haven't downloaded that yet, I posted it earlier today at 42 minutes after the hour, the Black Swan setup. Shows from the time he sets the camera down, and that's about it. 30 seconds.
The video setup was a great video. Great share, Sonny. Great job, man.
Okay, now I know there's several videos that do this. Now it looks like the magnification one. He's laying out like the mirroring effect. It's very clear what he's showing the information, but Okay, I'm gonna have to research this. I think they're using a couple different videos of his to get that shot.
Yo, Sonny, can you drop that share again, please? Choco in the chat is asking.
You couldn't read Chocolate saying? Chocolate saying.
I couldn't read the. Okay, yeah, now I see it. I literally laughed out loud a second ago. That was not the move.
Gotcha.
Thanks, Gospel. Appreciate you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, which one do you want me to share though? The setup video or the magnification video? Here's the setup video.
The setup is awesome. Yeah, the setup's good because it's like 12 inches. Isn't it like 12 inches off the floor?
I think I have a still shot of. Let me see if I can find it. There's the black swan with the islands. Here, I'll drop that in there too, even though that's in the setup as well. Which is cool to see the black swan and the islands behind it. That's a slam dunk, in my opinion. I mean, if you got both those observations in the same short clip. Talk about repeatable. Here's the 9.41. I'm just dropping a bunch of stills that I've taken from those videos. Let's see. Here's one with the wave. Okay, let me see where. Yeah. This one. This is what they like to use. The last pick of these four is the waves. Let me see. It came from magnification. It's okay. It's not from the magnification one, but I will find it. Actually, it says right on the video, magnification sea level. Interesting. I think he's taken some of them down. Compression, looming.
Did you guys hear that?
Yeah, what was that?
I don't know. Someone was playing some smooth jazz.
Oh, it's magnification at sea level. Okay, my bad. So here it is. Yeah. Here we go.
Smooth and sassy.
They're using this magnification at sea level. So watch the waves rolling in this video. That's all you have to do. And catch them on this bullshit. This one. That's
I
the
don't know
one.
why you guys are fucking around with observations when y'all could just measure the motherfucker. Paradise.lao. Paradise.lao, are you there?
Pilau. Yeah, we've been trying to talk to Paradise.
Lao Tzu? Do you know that Lao Tzu means... It's not someone's name, it just means old man. Isn't that crazy?
Which word means man? Lao?
I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I guess. I don't know if it's arranged like Spanish, backwards, or compared to English backwards. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like maybe it's on the table, I put it. I don't know. That kind of deal.
English.
My guess is TZU is man.
Okay, now I got the new clip. And the thing about this clip is when the wave goes down, Chocolate, anyone else listening, you can see Anna Kappa, which has like 900 feet of missing curvature when you can see Anna Kappa way off in the distance. It's at 31.82 miles. Here it is. Hold on. Yeah, this should be part of our arsenal, you guys. So when they bring this stupid photo up, let's see.
Isn't that 31 point something miles, Kappa?
Yeah, they're crazy. Let's see. Where's that? Magnification at sea level.
That pesky moving horizon, that's a problem for the globularists.
You can never visit the horizon. Isn't that crazy? You can never go there.
Where did it go? Isn't that weird how you save things sometimes? Where'd you go? There we go. Here we are. There's your MP4. It's only a couple seconds long. This is what they're using. Watch those waves going up and down. And it's at sea level. Globers. Globers. Globers.
You know, it wouldn't surprise me that if Zanuck himself. Now, wait, before I say all of this, are you telling me that at some point in the video that you shared, which I'm about to sit down and eat, so I'm going to look through it, like it's the exact still from the photo that they shared?
Yeah, I'm almost positive it's the exact video, and they're only using the waves. When the wave comes the highest, that's what they're using. They're missing when it goes back down. You can see habitat, and then he pans over to Anacapa. You can see Anacapa clearly at 31.82 miles. Yep, they're done. This little 10-second clip debunks their whole stupid thing. It's the same shot that QE has when he says both of these are black swans. Pretty sure it's the same one.
Man, each clip destroy their shit, you know.
You know.
Yes, Sonny. Even the one with the waves blocking is still 2 miles further than it's supposed to be, right?
Yeah,
Something like
and
that.
check this out. Right in the first couple seconds, you can see the islands.
You know what we be saying. That shit measure flat, dog.
Damn. What's the problem?
Oh, they dropped on their head a few too many times growing up, you know.
That's right. You know. You know what I'm saying. This shit flat. Whoa. Oh, here's Handicap at the end.
Yo, my cousin Bootsy saw him. My cousin Bootsy saw him one day, you know.
Anacapa, yo.
That's that Anacapa shit, dog.
Yo, shoot. Okay, don't shoot. I'm only kidding.
Okay, y'all Globus. Where that curvature at, dog? Yeah.
Don't say shoot in a room full of armed people.
You ain't gonna say pop a cap your ass.
That's one of my favorite freaking sayings, man.
Go get your caps peeled.
Kind of like me calling you Negro. Yeah, I got some growth on my knee.
You just use the word nickel, like pennies times nickels. Ah, what's up, nickel? It's pretty close. But, you know, not saying the bad word.
Did you know there's white folk that call each other Negro? Did you know that, Elijah?
I did, yes. They're college kids, wiggers.
No, me and my bandmates, we used to do that. We're just fooling around, though. We're kind of making a joke on the whole thing because it is funny because I actually could be more Negro than some of the people that are darker than me. That is possible.
It's a fine line between cultural talk and racism right now, but it's like two white dudes talking about being more black than the black dude. Like, fuck out of here, bro.
You got white black people. I'm gonna push that. I'm pushing that shit to the very fucking end. Prove me wrong. I think my daddy was black below the belt at least.
Oh shit.
That's where I got my.
You say I got big thighs because of my dad.
I'm black below the belt.
Big thighs. Get your mind out the gutter, because I'm talking about my legs. They're big.
Big, strong legs. We're being goofy as hell.
What else are we going to do, man? Earth's not a globe.
I know. Shoot, we got to let off steam somehow. Yo.
Something ain't right out there. Maybe it's something they put in the water.
Yeah, no doubt. I'm going to start wearing gloves when I wash out my still. That stuff is nasty.
So they say there's a bunch of lithium in tap water, municipal water.
Mm-hmm.
And for a second there, my psychiatrist prescribed me lithium. And I was like, wait a second. You mean to tell me I'm not getting enough from tap water? He goes, what? I'm like, never mind. Okay, yeah, I'll start taking it. Didn't do much for me. Made me feel like shit and tired. Moral of the story is, I have no idea.
Just be like, wait, you're telling me that I need more salt? I thought that the bath salts was enough salt.
Yeah. Oh man, they're just too expensive though. I had to give that up. You can't really steal more than like 2, right?
I do like Epsom salts though.
I've never tried an Epsom bath.
No?
No, I need to.
It
Just
could be
to
all
say I have.
placebo, but I don't know. It seems to be a soothing thing.
Dude, my placebo's on point, so I'll give it a shot.
Sorry. Another difficult dilemma.
Yeah, I think what we believe about our body is way more powerful in healing than most of us or most people might think. If we believe we're being healed, then what do you think happens? Yeah.
Your body buys it. It believes it and is like, I'm healing? Okay, we're healing. Let's heal. Let's heal. We're going? We're healing?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah,
Well, that's
exactly.
that's what the host is saying, so we got to do it.
Yeah, so your conscious, your unconscious, subconscious doesn't know the difference. So if you consciously put something in there and say, this is what's happening, thank you, like you say thank you for healing me.
Right, say thank you,
The
gratitude.
body does, the body just follows along with subconscious. Is going to go, okay, well, this reality is being set up right now. Well, I'm just going to follow suit and heal.
Path of least resistance. And check this out. That means that reality is the most gullible son of a bitch.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, you say, I'm sad, and the universe goes, cool, you're sad now.
We're making everything sad for you. Yes, you get this holographic first person, fully involved, fully
customizable,
fully customizable, personalized, and full. What's the word? What's it called when you go into a country to learn the language? Full immersion. Yeah, full immersion, 3D holographic movie of uniquely made for you.
Can you distill that into less than a novel?
Yeah, right. You make the reality that you choose.
I'll bet we can do some new age shit with it. It's and I've heard it. It's we are the creators. You are the creator. Like, I don't know about all that, but I know I influence things around me. Yeah.
Well, I maybe could go with co-creator, because here's the thing I'm thinking about lately, and I sometimes I think about things for a week or two, and I won't say anything until I've digested it. So apparently we all have this observer inside of us, right?
I don't know about that.
Okay, well,
I mean, it makes sense, but
here's my proof. Here's my proof. If you're laying in bed and you close your eyes at night, you're laying there still, it's quiet, and you can observe your own thoughts. Who's the observer?
Whoa, bro. I don't know.
The thinking is not observing itself. The thinking is just going on. It's just doing its thing. It's our brain is a thought producing machine.
So are you saying there's two inside of us? 2 and 1?
We have a computer. That's the like the display is our thinking. And we also have something called the observer that we can actually observe our own thinking. They're two separate things. So
I think, therefore I am.
no, that's kind of separate.
No. It's also really arrogant.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is, what if the creator is seeing through all of our eyes? That's who the observer is, that we are actually using our eyes to see for God on this plane of reality. Not that God couldn't see this reality too, but it has to be through our eyes, not
Why?
his.
It's weird. It's very creepy.
It's
voyeurism at its finest.
No, well, it depends. I guess it depends on what you think about the entirety of our existence, where we are, who we are, what we are.
Well, what better way to spy on? I mean, and this is the thing. It's like spying on oneself. If we do the whole creator thing, that's a weird deal.
Sounds like Michael Jackson's song or something. That the We Are the World song.
Oh yeah, We Are the World.
Yeah, for whatever reason, this concept reminds me of that song.
I think Michael was trying to tell us a lot about reality, but most people were like, nah, he's just a pedophile. Like, what? Fucking hold on. No, he's just a pedophile. Okay, well, never mind then. Mike, it was good to have you.
Well, Norm Macdonald's take on Michael Jackson was pretty funny, but I hear what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, oftentimes people don't they discontinue their sense of humanity and don't recognize the fact that, or let me not use the word fact, the apparent reality isn't really good either. Whatever. The impression that Michael Jackson was a victim.
Oh, I don't know. See, that's the thing. People could go, well, where there's smoke, there's fire. And it's like, yeah, okay. Or it could have been totally made up. Or it could be based half in reality and then embellished. Like, there's no way for me to know.
Yeah. You have to have a little bit more evidence about his childhood. Somebody would need to be implicated, and there would need to be sufficient, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah. And that's
what happened to all of the other siblings besides
Janet?
I know one of them died, but Janet is the only one anybody ever hears about. There was wasn't there eventually 6, or was it only the 5?
I don't know. Right away, I don't know. There's so many stories about that family.
True. Jermaine is allegedly still alive.
Entertainment Channel, how many of those exposés are we going to fucking have on this family?
True.
I remember there was a LaToya somewhere.
Yeah, LaToya Jackson, sure.
LaToya. Jermaine and LaToya. Yeah, Jermaine's alive. What about LaToya? All right. Tito. I think Tito. Is Tito the one that died?
I just remember Michael mentioning Tito at a concert or something. Maybe a Grammy thing.
No, there was actually a lot of siblings.
Like, there's probably more than 5 or 6.
LaToya, she was fairly famous for half a minute.
She was, yep.
Yeah. She's supposedly still alive.
Yeah, check this out. Michael Jackson, Donny Osmond. Who else was it? And Madonna, all born the same year.
Huh.
The same year as
What
me.
year?
1958, same year I was born.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
That's
So Tita.
beginning of NASA, 1958. They owe me a lot of money.
Oh. Tito is alive. Marlon is alive. Rebby. I don't even know that name. Rebby Jackson.
How old is that one?
She was born in 1950, so she's 72.
Wow.
She's alive. So that's okay. And then Jackie Jackson. Jackie Jackson. Jackie Jackson. That's a hard. Sigmund Esco Jackson was his birth name, but he goes by Jackie Jackson.
Sigmund Esco. No wonder.
Yeah. He was born a year after Rebby in 1951.
That's a lot of children.
Yeah, though they had lots of kids, and all their kids had lots of kids. It's a big family. Like that Jackson family, they're doing the thing.
They be doing that thing.
They're doing the thing. And then Stephen Randall Jackson is the other.
No, there's a Randy Jackson. They just went for a really, really bad name. Well, old Uncle Randy fell down the stairs again.
Mm-hmm.
And Michael did the moonwalk better than Neil Armstrong.
That is true, but have you seen the Bob Fosse moonwalk? Supposedly, Bob Fosse taught Michael Jackson everything he knew, whatever.
Never heard that name.
Yeah. Copy link. This is the Bob Fosse.
So I successfully repaired my vape, which is really wild because I'm trying to I haven't done like these close electronics in a little while, and I've had some problems with cramping and stuff. So like my hands start cramping. It's the strangest thing ever, man. Like, what is going on? Anyway, I managed to put it all together. These tiny little wires that I soldered, shrink wrap. But sometimes the shrink wrap doesn't work. Like you get it too close to the heat, so it shrinks before you can slide it over. So I had to use tape, taped it up, put it all in there. Like, it's really wild, and that it actually freaking works when I snap it all together. Because like there's a 50-50 chance most of the times on things like that I'm going to screw it up, put it all back together, and then it doesn't work, and it works perfectly. I'm like, how did that happen?
Sonny is not playing the clip.
It's not playing?
I tried to download it too.
What? It's an MP4.
I played Sonny's clip.
Yeah.
At 141?
Yeah. Yep.
34, 41. Yeah. That one. It plays for me. It's 1 minute and 4 seconds long. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
It's playing fine.
He downloaded it and work. That's weird.
That is weird. Should do it. I would maybe try it again. I don't know. It might be your device.
They don't want me to have this power. That's why. I'm going straight to Facebook.
Oh, space-wise? Oh.
I'm going to provoke all of the, you know what? I can just find it right from the video.
Might be a connection issue. Yeah, it ends right at Large Anacapa. God, I wish I had a boat. I started looking at, there's free boats. People are giving away boats. If I could get a crowdsource, find a boat, get a crowdsource to fund like whatever it needs, and then we can have flat Earth sailboat. Shit, I'll skip it. Go over to Catalina.
Somebody's got background noise.
Wow.
Hey, Gospel.
What's up?
What's up? Do you know the 3 questions relating to the sextant?
You know what I don't like?
What's that?
I'm watching this magnification sea level video, and under it, of course, there's that disclaimer: the flat Earth model is an archaic and scientifically disproven concept. Even though 100 years ago, well, never mind, that's different. Actually, that's different. I'm never gonna take it down with that. But the fact that they would put that under this video, what for? It's not titled flat Earth. They're just showing you values based on what they're observing. Like, I don't understand what I don't know how people have allowed the liars to use them as a buffer between them and us. I don't know how that's so insane.
Yay, sirens. How would life be for you if you only heard a siren every 2 to 3 years?
Scary. Who's running around saving people?
Huh?
No, I'm just joking.
Oh yeah. I don't think anybody needs saving in North Dakota. Everybody's just a Chad out here or something. I don't know. No, I'm just kidding. There's been people to have some pretty brutal accidents and stuff. It's just you live far enough away from population and you just almost never hear sirens. I think I've heard a siren once in the last 15 months.
Yeah, I guess there's no one for them to rush to in your area. No.
Yeah. 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 The curved adjacent is the only question I'm aware of, Bendy. That's the only one I'm aware of.
Might take a little digging, but just look up Quantum Eraser's posts like a month or a couple months ago. They're right there. Curved adjacent's the only one I remember for sure.
Yeah.
Somebody, do sailors use the sextant to successfully navigate? Is one of them generally paraphrased?
Oh, here you go.
So watching real quick, Gospel, watching that Bob Foss video.
Yeah.
I understand now. It's like then you watch Michael, and Michael's a little more rough around the edges, but he's more daring with his moves too. But Foss had that flow, man.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's actually, he was a dance teacher and
Yeah, choreographer, one of the best.
Yeah, I believe that they actually did work together.
Oh, I'm sure they did. They had to have, absolutely.
Yeah. He does the crotch grab, he does the moon, he does a handful of the same moves, signature moves, so to speak.
Yeah, well, his moonwalk is better than anyone's.
Yeah.
It's crazy. It's like shorter. It's less jittery. It's just a flow. I love it.
Yeah.
Thanks for sharing that.
Yeah, you're welcome.
See, I don't know who was on more cocaine, and I think Michael Jackson probably was, and that's why it looks a little more like ow, 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 compared to Foss. Just never know. Foss had those. He rocked those T-shades, though, man. Never know what's behind those.
Like that dude in Cool Hand Luke.
It looks like he's doing Wing Chun. You know, Chinese boxing, right?
Yeah. Wing Chun's cool stuff. If I was going to learn any of the Asian martial arts. That's definitely the one that I would or Ricky Tikki Tavi.
Globers be like, see the flat line out there that never bends? That's Earth curvature. You're just stupid.
Yep. That's accurate. They add to it, of course.
Right? I think, but my point is, if you distill it to that one sentence or one similar and say, this is really what people are trying to tell you, then just leave it at that. The horizon never bends. It's over. See the horizontal line? It never bends, no matter what we do, where we go. So, how's it a globe?
It's a globe because of GoPro cameras and stuff. There you go.
It's only a globe if you presuppose it. But that's the whole thing, right? They presupposed it, and they put some heliocentric wallpaper on the wall. They were there first, and that's our reality, right? I mean, we're looking at some stupid wallpaper from early 19th century. That's the reality we
It's
live in.
It's almost like there was some stuff before, and then the memory got wiped, amnesia, and then they started over with a brand new story called The Globe.
Yeah, no, I'm totally on the amnesia belief personally. I think
Weird. It's just weird that nobody before a certain quote unquote time
I mean,
remembers anything. And
I was having this conversation. Well, think about it. What do you know about? And I don't mean you personally. I just mean in general, like anybody. What do we know about the lives of our grandparents, right? What about our grandparents' parents, right? And people, tribes, they carry that tradition, they carry that history, they carry that knowledge, and they do know their ancestors, and they do have their history, and they have a story that continues for the generations. But in our modern life, one generation's all it takes to change a story, right? My kids are going to
true.
think.
I agree with that last part. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, my kids are going to think. My kids are going to think that, men who are women are a matter of fact, right? Like that there was never a time when that wasn't a fact, right? I mean, that's just barring our ability to maybe change that narrative, that will be their narrative. Yes, of course. There's 4 billion genders, and I'm not trying to be offensive in any way. I'm just saying it will be a matter of fact. It once wasn't. It might be. This is.
when you all are using the word amnesia, are you referring to the period of time from conception until around 1 to 2 to 3 years old?
No, I'm talking about like, and I don't want to get into
not
the whole reset
individually.
mud flood thing. No, I'm talking about like
Cultural, generational amnesia.
Yeah, like
historical amnesia.
Okay.
Historical amnesia. Yeah, like for instance, I have talked a lot with my family about the generations before mine, and it only goes back about 2, and that second one back. So I got my I got my grandma, my great grandma, and my great great grandma. But the great great grandma and stuff stories are so vague; they might as well have not happened. And a lot of I don't knows, honey, and a lot of well, you'd have to ask your grandpa, and he doesn't fucking remember. And it's just like I hear a lot of this stuff.
I think,
yeah.
And that's where they have
I don't
us by
know.
the, you know
It's
what?
just something I've noticed.
Yeah. Mine, I heard stories. I heard stories of multiple generations back, and then of course, like there's documentation of one of my relatives being in the war in Connecticut. I'm trying to remember the name of the
I feel like we can trust that stuff, though.
Right, but if you don't, but if their knowledge isn't your knowledge, then it doesn't matter, right? Like if your grandfather knew it was flat because it was flat, and he never heard the fact that it was heliocentric. I'm not grandfather, but say it's generational and grandfathers or grandparents preceding that, right? And they knew it, and if their knowledge is not your knowledge, then you're susceptible to new narratives, and it's that simple, right?
So I guess what I'm asking is, where was the point where?
Well, you know, it's
Shit, I don't know.
Yeah, no, it's interesting. If you talk about like flat Earth, right? And I can only take it at face
Oh,
value.
I know. Never mind. It was the printing press and the news and stuff. Never mind. Okay, I got it. At least that's the story. So.
Well, sure, but
That's
like,
part of
what about like circumstantial evidence where Dave Weiss goes into the retirement home and talks to a lady who's 105 years old who remembers specifically flat Earth being taught in school. So we're talking about early 1900s, where in a Midwestern school outside of the city, they were being taught that as a matter of fact, right?
I'd like to see more of those kinds of interviews.
Yeah, I
but
agree.
yeah, I mean, she seemed very genuine. I do want to mention that people in homes, specifically if they have a little bit of dementia or a little bit of Alzheimer's or a lot of it or whatever,
yes,
they can be taken down an emotional ride where they're asked leading questions, and then all of a sudden they're telling you a story that they weren't there for. Now, that said, it could in her case, was it Rose or Ruth? I think it was Rose.
Rose, I think, yeah, Rose.
Yeah, in Rose's case, she seemed I guess what's the word? Apt enough to the task to be present enough in her mind to, you know what I mean, to properly field the questions David was asking. For the most part. But do you see, she got really emotional at the end, and I think it was. There's a lot of reasons for that. It wasn't just her mind was being blown. Maybe, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like, I try to put myself in their shoes, but I can't. But anyway,
I agree with you. Well, look, you're not wrong, and it's probably worthy of noting that, and so I agree. I will say that in my case, it resonated. I found it to be genuine. Certainly, Dave Weiss is a polarizing figure in our flat Earth world, but I found it to be genuine. And so, even at face value, I appreciated it. Of
it's
course,
a net
I'm
positive.
biased.
I agree.
Yeah,
net positive.
But I would like to see more, and I'd like to see. But I mean, you can see. I mean, a lot of Eric Dubé's early stuff was all based on literature documents that were discussing these facts, right? So, and those are probably like 1900s or before, right? So there is, the documents are out there. Documentation is certainly out there. But yeah.
A lot of it is, and a lot of it isn't.
Sure.
Yeah. I'm just curious as to how validatable are stories, and then to at what point is there like an average time when shit just started to get muddied and embellished?
Yeah. So Gospel and Bear, like I think that's awesome that you have that history,
Yeah, that's
right?
cool.
That's so awesome. But my point is, like, if your knowledge isn't their knowledge, then that there still lies an issue, right? Like if you don't know the stories, their knowledge, then essentially you know your lineage and but I mean if you don't know that history, if it's not ingrained in you, certainly genetically it probably is, then my point is like you can be manipulated, I guess is my
There's
point.
no
You know?
way for one person to fully communicate their experience
No, I agree.
to someone else. No
No, I
fucking
agree.
way.
That'd
No, I
be an
agree.
unusual expectation.
I'm not expecting that, but I do know.
I'm agreeing with you.
Yeah, but I do know that in tribal environments, in tribal culture, they do pass down that knowledge. At least they attempt to, right? Oratory knowledge of their lineage or their history or things that are important. And then of course traditions passed down, rituals are passed down. Cultivation technology is passed down. So the knowledge of their ancestors is their knowledge, right? Of course, that degenerates over time, and certainly as a lot of tribes have been modernized, that goes away. But that's what I'm talking about. Like that's where I think amnesia kicks in, right? As soon as you adopt a modern lifestyle, you lose a bit of that, right? You start to think that your ancestors are antiquated or what they knew was antiquated or irrelevant when in fact is not, That's just my stance, of course. I accept
Well, and
that.
they've created this system has been created so that what was known is irrelevant and doesn't matter in the setup of today. It's my opinion.
Well, it's like if I'm just speaking personally, and like when I think about the meme of like how depression era people and grandparents or great grandparents who jarred food or kept food and how like within one generation gap, oh, that's a fuddy duddy, oh, they got a garden, they're tending to the garden in the back, oh, that's somehow
I know people who
antiquated
do
or
all that still today, all of that stuff.
oh, sure, no, of course it's great, but you would agree that there is a cultural narrative or meme that attempted to determine that was somehow antiquated or irrelevant, right?
Yeah, you're saying like a stigma.
Stigma, right? Sure. Where it's almost like I would almost say like a baby boomer generation really got sold a large marketing and advertising campaign.
Yeah, it's
that was like,
reliance on materialism in a like what's like it's just a cost benefit ratio ideal involving money and exchangeable ideas of goods, not even goods. Well, a lot of times, goods and services, but a lot of times not, just promises of shit. People get fucked. But anyway, I don't know where I was going with that.
Yeah, well, no, people get fucked.
Yeah, anyway, so when this system, some people call it the B system. I don't know. I'll just call it the system. It's over here doing its thing. It's distracting people from being able to live naturally or in the natural world. It's like hunt and kill your food and skin it and do everything you can, salt it to keep it around and build an ice box, this kind of deal. Or buy a refrigerator, go to where there's electricity, plug it in, go down the store, get yourself a couple steaks, and you're good to go.
Right.
They're playing on humankind's laziness, and there's an inherent laziness. But to me, it's not. I don't know. I don't want to call it laziness so much as it's, I guess, like I said earlier, path of least resistance. Everything's trying to find its middle ground. Don't want to have to work too hard, but I can work enough. I can accept a certain amount of work to get done what I need.
But they're selling, but that's being sold, and I suppose. Okay, all right, I've got a couple of thoughts about it, but it's being sold as quote unquote progress, right? And in some ways it is. However, that goes away. You lose your means for electricity, or your refrigerator breaks down and you can't get a new one. And then what do you have? Like you don't have any more progress.
Well, it's worse than that. Listen, it's the electricity idea in the first place. Electricity was one of the worst things I think to happen because you become reliant on something that you have to manipulate from nature instead of letting nature provide it for you.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I like that. I mean, to me, nature is the ultimate technology, right? Like if you put a computer next to a tree, I've said this before, in 100 years you have 0 computers, but you've got plenty of trees, right? I mean, it's like
sure.
One technology is abundant and regenerates and is self-sustaining and requires minimal maintenance, and the other requires massive human intervention.
It's
Intervention,
crazy.
right?
Imagine
Yeah.
all the shit that's inside of a laptop. It's nuts.
Right,
It's
yeah.
nutty. But then you
Yeah.
go and say, try to create a house fly, right? Try to make a house fly. And that's creationists' arguments about how intricate things are. So if it's intricate, it was therefore created. That's what I'm hearing. But at the same time, it's like, yeah, a laptop's crazy, nutty, lots of shit in there, but it's nothing compared to a simple house fly. So yeah, nature itself is the ultimate, I'd say, litmus test for what we call technology. Yeah.
Okay.
But
sure.
but again, we're just taking from nature and making cool shit, or stuff that we think is cool shit.
Well, I think a lot of times what we're using in our modern lives is essentially a bad replica of nature. Like a lot of like petroleum-based copies of things that nature does better, right? I suggest some
like
cleaning
Christmas
products.
trees, fake plastic Christmas trees. You know what I'm saying? Like, wait a second. The awesome real thing is outside. Oh,
like
there's sap
literally
and bugs
outside.
and fuck all that. I'll just get this representation and act like it's a tree.
But how about this? But even like I don't know, whatever. Like, you buy like a laundry detergent when like if you mix like a baking soda and some fragrances, you might have something comparable, right? Like even that is essentially an attempt to duplicate something that nature could do just as well, right?
Right.
Now
like
you have a commodity
trying to make a vanilla extract or
right.
That's not a good example, but anyway, yeah, I got you.
Yeah, they can sell you laundry detergent. They can't.
Baking soda with a scent. That's what you're calling it's laundry detergent.
Well, no, I mean it's more complicated than that. But my point is like,
kinda.
My point is like, well, yeah, but my point is
right.
like,
It's kinda.
Right.
It's just colored. It's got more petroleum-based stuff, but there's a lot of baking soda and a lot of fragrance in it.
Yeah, but anyway,
for no fucking reason at all. That stuff gets to your clothes and it makes life worse.
Well, the reason is they can sell it to you, right? I mean, that's the reason. Like, that's the specific reason. They can't sell to me if I'm just buying my own stuff or even smart enough to go outside and cultivate it myself or whatever.
Listen, I'm gonna get a healthy stream upstream, hopefully, so the Giardia doesn't visit, and wash my shit with rocks in the fresh water. Like, why is that? You can do that, folks, and you're just fine.
Right.
It's like, what? Detergent? A big machine? What's happening? What are we doing?
Right. But that's the whole thing is like, all right, so now you live where you still live right now. And just say you took to doing that right now. Like your neighbors be like, well, who's this like hillbilly,
Yeah, they would. They'd be like, "Who's the weirdo?" But then, because I'm so palatable, I'm so personable, people would be like, "Well, he's nuts, but I like it."
Right.
Look what he's doing. Shoot.
Oh, he's well dressed. He smells good. Like, oh, well, there must be something to it.
Yes, for sure. Okay, and jokes aside, actually, Gospel Bear looks like so. Okay, if we can trust every single dot, every little white box on this timeline, that's impressive. I think that's a very, very cool thing right there.
Yeah,
and I haven't looked into my genealogy too much. I've just asked for cool stories from people. But yeah.
So, from direct oral tradition, I was really only aware of like back to around the 1700s from stories that were passed down, and then some of my relatives were on the Mayflower and stuff like that. One of the guys, they almost hung him for a crime he committed on one of the boats. I think it was the Mayflower, but it might have been one of the other ones. So he killed a guy, and then they were going to hang him. Something happened. It was one of my relatives, and then another one of my relatives that was on one of the boats. Supposedly, I reserve the understanding
Yeah,
that
this
it's
is where it
possible
gets
that
fucking murky to me. This stuff.
that it's like maybe I'm related, maybe I'm not, but it's at some point there has to be a break in the chain that you would have to prove is not the real chain. But anyway, one guy became like a sheriff. Like, so one dude was about to be hanged, another dude wound up being like some type of like law
That's
person or
awesome.
other. It's like, these are funny stories. FamilySearch.org, the Mormons, okay, they put a lot, because they're religiously devoted to trying to prove special lineage. They put a lot of energy into genealogy, and what they do as an organization is they accumulate all the different documents they possibly can: church records, Bibles, censuses, anything that they can possibly get their hands on. And then they have volunteers and otherwise that scan the documents, they put them into the system, and they get cross referenced with other documents. Does this match? What, do the years match? Were they born in the same city? Blah, 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 blah. And they put the details together and they go, with reasonable assurance, this is a valid match, and therefore this connection exists, blah, 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 blah. And that's how the process works. So sometimes connections are made that are actually invalid, which could lead somebody to believe that they're part of a family line that they're actually not part of. But,
right.
Whatever. So like this family line that I'm showing with the huge thing, I know from my family lineage that I had some really interesting named people. Like one of the people in my family was named Fairy. Well, that's a fairly unusual name, and her mother's ironically, her husband's mother. So my relative named Fairy had a mother-in-law named Flurry. Like, these are weird stories of like, what are the chances that a man and a woman, a woman being named Flurry, would have a child that would wind up marrying? Well, I guess the chances are pretty high. Your mom's name is Flurry, and you marry a woman named Fairy. That's kind of funny, but whatever the case.
All kinds of names back then. Takes all kinds, doesn't it?
Yeah. So that would be my great grandmother and my great great grandmother. There's not too many generations.
I want to know why the greats came on. Grand and great. Why?
Order of magnitude?
Great. So nothing, and then grand, and then great. Yeah.
Father.
Then but then you just say great. Like, that seems a little lazy. What else can we call it? Great.
Well, what they used to do, son of. Like, they would just say son of the
son of the house dog of the fish.
Yeah. So
clearly I need to eat.
And sometimes even the name itself can give gives a clue to the genealogy and stuff, obviously family names and stuff, but
yeah, like Masons.
Yeah, what is May? What is May?
Mason, yeah, what the hell's that? They're born in May, just May though.
Yeah. Yeah.
Who's May? May's a word or a name, a common name for a lady. May.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it was, I guess.
But yeah, when I look through this chart and see all these different last names like DeWeese and Hughes and Britton and Palmer and Wild and Weaver and Weeks and Woody and Lovinggood and Streeper.
Lovinggood? Oh boy, that's my favorite last name that I've ever heard. Lovinggood.
Yeah, Lovinggood goes not too far back in my lineage.
Wow.
Yeah, Lovinggood. Carolyn Lovinggood, George Washington Lovinggood Sr., Samuel Lovinggood. Yeah, they named a lot of people after the presidents. That George Washington Lovinggood Sr. was born in 1803. I have quite a few relatives that were named after, like I have a Andrew Jackson something or other, Andrew Jackson Davis. Yeah, that's the guy. Andrew Jackson Davis was one of my relatives. Lots of
That's
Davises.
awesome. Yeah, a lot of
And
Davises for a couple generations.
I know I'm probably being
My
boring.
first grade teacher's name, her last name was Davis, Mrs. Davis.
Zeatley, maybe you were hot micing. I just unmuted you. Zeitley. Weird. He had Flat Earther roll. You all right there, Zeitley? Maybe
He's
your
got
mic's not working.
that funny, really awkward, ugly dancing guy in his.
The Russian.
Oh, it's so bad. Yeah.
Yeah.
If you sit through the whole thing, you've ruined the rest of your day.
So that song, I used to use that song as every time somebody would subscribe to me on D Live, it would trigger the Streamlabs thing, and it would play that song in the background, and I would what's it called, mouth when you mouth lyrics or whatever, lip sing. I would lip sing and dance every time somebody. So it's like dance, monkey, dance.
That's
Kind of
pretty
funny.
good. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Lot to unpack there, but real ones will get it.
I'm just goofy like that. I do goofy things.
Multifaceted. Oh, good. Latter-day Saints. More fucking nanofiber fear porn. What are we gonna do about it? What are you gonna do about that? If it's real.
Oh yeah. I really enjoy, facetiously speaking, I really enjoy all of the conspiracy theories that involve inescapable actualities, or actualities might not be the right implications.
Yeah.
Inescapable implications. Things that there's literally no solution whatsoever, but it's like, pay attention to this. And it's like, wait, is there any rational solution to this problem? No. Doom.
How? Yeah. What are you gonna do? Look at the guys in there. Okay, it's for real. Look at the little guys in your body. What in the fuck are you gonna do about that?
Doom. Oh man.
Tonight at 11. Doom.
Futurama, man. I really enjoyed.
It's better
that
than The
cartoon.
Simpsons.
Yeah.
I'm saying it.
Bender
It's more cerebral.
was such a great character, and there's so much going on in that show.
I love it. Yeah, it's good.
Zach Brannigan.
Zap. Such a great name.
Oh, was it ZAPF?
I think it was.
Oh, okay. That makes more sense.
It's like Zach and Zap and.
Yeah, he was always like, I don't know what you call that, a mini skirt. What in the world kind
yeah, his mini skirt.
Uniform he had. Oh, gee.
I'm only here to save the queen. I can't really do it. I'd have to listen to that.
Oh man, both of the cool people we had that were new to the server, like, only hung out for less than 5 minutes.
I mean, listen. I think a handful of people expect us to just constantly be talking about flat Earth and flat Earth.
Yeah.
You know, like they don't. When they come in and hear us talking about anything else, they're like, "Oh, well, fuck that. I wanted to hear about the flat Earth." Like, listen, we can't talk about that the whole time because it's more the globe destruction than it is flat Earth. And the globe is a story, and like I say, it's really almost it's all encompassing for all intents and purposes, but it's still finite. There's only a certain amount of claims made. We've destroyed them all times over. We're just gonna like get to know each other, shoot the breeze, right? Unless you can bring us, bring us something. So like you went out and you did it personally, and you got a lot of data. Like we need to see your face and stuff though too, right? Like you need to really be honest about all of this and go out and do it like a big boy, like a big girl, yeah. And then come back and we'll talk about it. Otherwise, we're gonna be talking about whatever the fuck we want.
Yeah, so here's an example. Virgo just posted, the vapes are going to kill you. Okay, so vapes are going to kill you. It's like, okay, well, I mean, check it out, look at the details, find out for yourself, and make your determination. But I don't have too much of an issue with that because again, that's an avoidable problem, or hypothetical. If it is a problem, it's avoidable. It's just I too take great issue with the ones that are inescapable.
Yeah, I just don't. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what to think about them. But yeah, the toxic chemicals in the vape products. You're right. It's avoidable, and I mean, if you're inhaling anything other than what's naturally in the air already, I feel like you should know, at the very least, know what you're doing, and it's putting something strange to the lungs and body, that you weren't born to handle. I don't think.
I read an article about asbestos, and this article was fairly mainstream, fairly technical, referencing different studies that had been done, and they were like, there's 6 different types of asbestos. Asbestos is a category of a shape of mineral, and there's 6 or 7. It's one or the other. Different types of rock dust that classifies as asbestos. Only 1 or 2 of them are particularly troublesome. And they're like, oh, and by the way, you breathe in approximately 1 million particles of asbestos every year, naturally. And I was like, wait a second. But I grew up being taught that if you just had one singular atom of, not that it's an atom, but whatever, speck, the tiniest particle of asbestos, just one of them, you insta cancer, insta mesothelioma.
You know what I think that is because HVAC and all the new technologies in insulation. I think those were actually going to be more harmful, and they wanted to convince you that the old shit was rotten and nasty, so that you'd get the new shit. I don't know, but I mean, wouldn't put it past it on that one. You got your smart meters, you got your HVAC, you got your brand new insulation that it's fiberglass, by the way. So do you want to be breathing that in? And then they've gotten some new stuff. It's just like, I don't know. It's here's what I'm gonna say, and then I gotta eat something. It's alarmism. They're once again capitalizing on people's need to have adventure in their lives, drama. Everybody's addicted to alarmism. Oh my God, I gotta fucking care about this today. Well, at least I don't have to go about my boring day like I used to. Now I can add some fear to it, even if it's a change of pace and it's a bad one.
And buy my flashlight.
Right,
look
like
at my
flashlight's bigger and longer and lasts longer. And when the fuck do you need a flashlight like this? Like,
check out my merch. Be afraid.
Yeah.
Wait,
what? Buy everything. Prep for something. Something's coming. No, but at the same time, I agree with having a lot of having a year's worth of supplies around is never a bad idea. But if you're gonna prep for if you're gonna prep for something, I don't know.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'll see you guys in a bit.
Yeah. Bruh. Some customers. Oh my goodness. In GTA, wow. Oh, okay. Well, that makes a big difference. Thank you. Because I'm like, oh, LOL. So, thank you. Bruh. I'm on the mic. Bruh. Well, it's still applicable. The entitlement, the irrationality, the unhinged, complete and utter nonsense. Yeah, what a weird, just the worst. Just the absolute worst. Good grief. Badoo! Badoo! Hard baller. What, like Mike? Um, why am I forgetting this guy's name? Number 23. Jordan. That's why I'm having brain brain problems here. Michael Jordan. Hardballer 23. This person is out of their mind. Completely unhinged. Out of their mind. What is the picture in the bottom left corner of the climate change thing there? The thing, the big white ball on the platform? Flatman can. I don't know if you're listening. Oh my goodness. I guess he deleted it.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Welcome back to Smarter Every Day. Now, a lot of the pictures you see from the International Space Station come from the cupola on the inside here, right? So the cupola is on node 3, is that correct?
Node 3.
Node 3. All right, so this is astronaut Don Pettit. You may know this guy. You've done all the city tracking.
Yeah, I've done a lot of cities at night, and then the nighttime aurora and time-lapse sequences of Earth. Many of those that you see have been done in this module when I was at the helm of the camera.
He's the junk. Let me just say it that way. You're the junk when it comes to space photography, right? Can you say that? Say I'm the junk?
No, I can't say that because I get too embarrassed.
I'm going to meet you on the other side, okay? So, seriously, he's the junk. Like, all the really cool aurora stuff, Don's the guy that took it.
Now this is a cover.
Okay.
So we call it a shutter, and it protects the windows from micrometeorites.
Okay.
The shutters are closed, the windows are protected. And also thermally insulates the windows from the radiation environment of space.
So can you shut these things from the outside?
No. You can open and close it from the inside.
Oh, okay, wait. On the inside, you're throwing a lever or something.
Yeah, you're turning a knob.
And it's
open.
On the outside.
On the outside.
How do you do that and maintain a pressure seal between them?
O-ring type seals.
No, you don't.
With a rotating shaft. All our hatch seals are O-ring type seals.
Yeah, but how? My brain's
up here. Let's go inside. We can see it.
Okay.
Watch your head. All right. Oh, oops, thunk. So you have a whole series of O-rings in here, and a shaft that you rotate.
So I mean, like on the space station, how many of these would you have?
7, because we have 7 windows.
What happens if you get a leak on that?
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak,
and what you would do is
lose air.
Yeah, you would probably seal the whole cupola off, and then there's probably a plan. I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism. Might require a spacewalk.
So my question is, how can you operate a lid on the outside of the space station by manipulating something mechanical on the inside of the space station without losing air pressure?
It's called real good engineering. It's called real good engineering.
Look at this. Somebody come and look at this. Look at this.
What happens if you get a leak on that?
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak.
Okay, one more.